Much better.
Steve will have this here. So you can put that like that. Is that better for you?
English, yeah.
For you, yeah.
No. I can't. Can you
Okay.
read that? No,
Yeah,
not okay. Yeah, better, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can read it. Okay. Right. Okay. But this is French, you know. I think, yeah. This is not English. Well, that's Spanish. Spanish, yeah. Okay.
Stevie? Or Isabel? Just, I want Bilal to see his bit. I know, but just wants to be sure he knows where he is. Good morning, good morning. How are you? Welcome. Come here, you. Come here.
Antonio.
If you want to have a conversation, we can wait it all up.
It's 81, I think 82.
Okay.
No, this is Omar Suarez.
You better send me this one. And make sure you go on the website, okay? Welcome, have a good time.
I think 83.
In my office, later. I swapped suits and I forgot to swap. Yes, definitely later.
Yeah. No. Better, you know, so that I can like spare.
Bloody hot up here.
bar is there, right?
Sorry, are we physically giving David his gold badge today with the certificate, or are we
Yes.
acknowledging we're giving him the badge and the certificate today? I'll get Gary to get it out. So.
Is Steve Turner in the house? If he is, could he come to the front desk? Anna, where are you? Wave. Thank you. Steve, if you're around. And if you're Steve's mate and he's not here, please pass him to Anna when he comes in. Thank you. If you're participating in the report on activities, please remember that you need to be on the left or the right hand side. Thank you. Oh, and good morning. The countdown is the aim to start in 2 minutes and 5 seconds, so if you can start to take your seats, please. Can I ask the regional secretaries who know which of the delegates are involved in the report of activities to track down the ones that are missing and move them to the right or the left? Because we are trying to start and we're a little bit light on the left-hand side. Thank you very much.
There's another. There's
No, that one there on the top. That's mine.
Okay, good morning, sisters and brothers. I hope you had a wonderful night last night in the Museum of Culture and History. Unbelievable, really. That sort of welcome, and to have the city open to us. The Mayor put on the buses, enough to bring a tear to Martin Myers' eyes. To go there on the local public transport, to be treated as if we were the most honoured guests, of course, of which we are in Sofia at the moment, again demonstrates not only the capacity of our local affiliate, the Bulgarian Transport Workers Union, and their capacity, but also of the broader trade union movement here. What we're going to do today, we've heard many of the challenges facing Bulgaria yesterday, and were paid the generous representation of the Prime Minister and the Mayor. What we're going to do today is reflect on ourselves, what we've done in the last 4 years. If you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going to. We need to identify those things where we've had success. We've got to identify those gaps where we haven't completed all of the things that we wanted to do. Then this afternoon we'll be looking forward. Where do we want to go in the next 4 years? What do you want? This is your Congress. You are the highest decision-making governance structure of the ITF. You decide, and over the next 4 years, the Executive Board, the General Secretary, the General Secretary's staff, all of the wonderful people that manage our regions and our sections enact what you want. You are the ITF, you will determine where we will go, and over the next 4 years we will stick to your strategic plan, and then we will come back in 4 years' time and report to you what we achieved, where we fell short, new developments that we couldn't foresee, measure that gap, renew our energy, get a new mandate, and go forward. And today will be the day that reports on activities and reflects, and on that reflection looks forward. On screen, I hope we are demonstrating the documents that we're using today. Maybe we're not. But they're in your, oh, there we go. If you're a speed reader, you've got all of that. So they're in your package. I have to say we have in our family a policy of mutual respect. All the fine words and all of the things that reflect our values mean nothing if we don't treat each other with that respect. And quite often in the labour movement, like other areas of human endeavour, we forget in our frustration, in our strong opinions, in our determination to get an outcome. Sometimes we lapse in identifying that we are talking to equal sisters and brothers. And regardless of our opinions or our background or our race or our creed or our gender or our age, we can't deliver the policy unless we determine that we are all equal and we all need to receive that same respect. So please, understand and read the policy of mutual respect and ensure that this Congress enacts it in deed as well as word. Our Secretariat members are here to help you. They're pretty easy to identify, they're all in red. If you need something, put up your hand and that we'll assist you with your documents. Please remember the Congress website as well as the social media to have your say. This is a time of social media. Many political areas use it to great negativity, to criticise or to be outside the areas of governance. But we should use it the way, this great opportunity, this great gift of communication, to talk to each other regardless of where we are, in the room, in the city, in the country or in the world, and to use it positively and to open up our world and open up each other on a continuing basis. The first item of business that we need to do is to elect the tellers and the ballot scrutineers. While we always endeavour for consensus, on the odd occasion we don't realise it. This is a democratic forum, and if we can't realise it from consensus from the floor and by conversation, then we need to vote. This is again the highest institution of governance of the ITF, and when we vote we need to do it in a scrupulous fashion to make sure that it is transparent and done properly. So we have election of tellers and ballot scrutineers. In the event that we do have an election from all over the world, it has to be representative. And I put to you from Africa, Arab world, that Nabil Salem Agabani from Jordan, from the Asia Pacific, that Wayne Butson from the RMTU in New Zealand, from Europe, Vladimir Svlalina from Croatia, from Latin America, that Cynthia Diaz from the CPO, FPCM from Argentina, and from North America, Luke Piles from the IPA in the United States carry out that important purpose. So I put that to you. Have we got a mover? Yes. A seconder? Are we in favour of those nominations? Consensus at the outset. We have to adopt the standing orders, and they're in your papers. This is a formal meeting. This is an historic meeting. Transport workers and people that understand the importance of the ITF in the labour movement will be reflecting on what happened in this meeting over generations to come and probably centuries. And so we need to conduct ourselves with the optimum of formality while giving us the ability to be flexible within our debates, and the standing orders are designed to do that. So I put them to you. Have we got a mover and a seconder to accept the standing orders? Yes, thank you, and put it. Are we all in favour? Yes, we are. The resolutions in the Credentials Committee, not for the faint-hearted. We don't always agree on everything, and we will be having some substantial discussions this week in our plenaries on a range of motions put to us by our affiliates. Some are not in alignment with each other. They need reconciliation. We can reconcile the Middle East. That would be a great achievement for us, just in that work alone. But it's not an easy process. We have the theme document, and the motions are set against the theme document and the roadmap and the determination of where we want to go in the next 4 years. So the Resolution and Credentials Committee, it should be on the screen very shortly. The people that are on and carry out this important, really important, absolutely essential process of the Congress need to work with you, need to work with the movers of the resolution, need to work on amendments, need to shape and sculpt those resolutions into functionality, to practicality, with the view of gaining consensus. In the event that we can't get consensus, we need to discuss that and debate that from the floor, and if required, as I said before, vote. So there they are, and I'll read them out from Asia Pacific, led by Mark Dickinson from Nautilus, who has done a wonderful job in being able to bring these motions to you in the form that you see them, some of them amalgamating. If you don't see your motion, you'll find that it is immersed in other motions so that we have themes. We're trying to get back to a number of motions that you can focus on within the time given to us and be able to make a considered decision. So, led by the Credentials Committee first, is led by Lucian from Madagascar, from Asia Pacific, Brother Raj from the Railway Union in India, Mary Lou, of course, from the Singaporean Officers Union in Europe, the mighty Agis Salentis from Greece, who actually will be the chair of the Credentials Committee, Fleming Schmidt from Denmark, Jane Peacock from Unite in Great Britain, Torben Siebold, the inimitable Torben Siebold from Verdi in Germany, from Latin, Anne Anderson from Guyana, from North America, Ingo Estes from the ILA and Leslie Dias from Unifor in Canada, and their observers, Simon Weller, who does an important job of governance within our organisation, part of the membership vetting group, Diana Holland from the Women Transport Workers Committee, Travis Harrison, Young Transport Workers Committee, Fatima from the Young Transport Workers Committee. And the Credentials Committee makes sure that we are bona fide, that we're financial, that we come here in good stead, and that we are legitimate citizens and residents of the ITF. So I put those names to you. I have a mover and a seconder. Yes. All in favour? Now, I said about the Resolutions Committee, and I've outlined it, and I'll put those names to you now. George from the LCCA in Lebanon, Tabudi from Sitawu in South Africa, George Abraham from the AEIG of India, the wonderful Michelle Myers from the MUA in Australia, Jose Butch from AMISOP in the Philippines, the chair, Mark Dickinson from Nautilus, who did this wonderful job together with Sarah and Stuart and Steve in bringing these resolutions to this House from Great Britain, our Vice President of the ITF, Brigitte Paas from the FNV in Netherlands, Katrian from the ACV, Transcom in Belgium, Jan Willensen, that great boulevardier from Denmark, 3F Denmark, Fatima, of course, from Spain, Katarina from the RTUC in Croatia. From Latin America, we have Ivan de la Guardia from the UCOC of Panama. From North America, Owen Hernstadt from the IAM in the United States, and Travis Harrison from Unifor from Canada. So I'll put those names to you. Are we all in favour of having those people carry out this most important and consistent job over the next 4 or 5 days? Thank you. We have a deadline for emergency motions of 5 p.m. Emergency motions are designed to be that, an emergency. Has something happened that could not have been foreseen when the closing of motions took place? It's not to get a motion in that we would have liked to have put in but forgot or overlooked. It is genuinely for emergencies, and it shuts at 5 o'clock today. There needs to be translation. We need to work on it. We need to consult. So I hope I have that acceptance and understanding in the House that is the design and that is the importance of them. Do we agree on moving forward on that basis? Yes? Thank you. Okay, well, let's move forward to the next item, the report on activities. We have some young volunteers, I understand, who are coming to the podium. guess, maybe. Doesn't look like it. Okay, comrades, we'll move on. So when we look back and reflect on what's happened over the last 4 years, the first place we need to start are those that have left us. Those workers that have given their life, working men and women, for all of the values that we articulated and celebrated yesterday. That have passed from this world but have left us a legacy and a determination to go forward with the same courage and conviction with which they partook in their labour work. I think we're going to put them up on the screen, and if we sit back and quietly reflect, if you can all stand on the wonderful contribution that these that have departed but have left us with the strength and determination to go forward. Thank you, sisters and brothers. It's a moving thing to see those names that mean so much to so many of us, each in our area, all of the work, and when you reflect, taken from us in different circumstances, but all of them with the conviction and the determination and the long life and the colour and the character, the diversity. What a wonderful movement that we belong to. And obituaries really are an affirmation in looking back to understand that people can live their life in such a way, and that memory continues to reside in this house and gives us great strength and determination, only reassures us in that direction we've taken in our lives and the values that we've adopted are correct and will always remain correct. Vale, comrades, vale, sisters and brothers. We'll now move on to the Acting General Secretary, who I ask you to put your hands together, a wonderful person, a young man, person of great leadership, a personal friend and comrade of mine. Again, Steve Cotton, one of the great trade union leaders in the world today.
Thanks, Paddy. Good morning, everybody. It's my responsibility to brief you on the report of activities. But as I think you're experiencing, we're trying to do things in different ways, creative ways. And on this occasion, and Paddy said it, and I couldn't affirm it more, that this is your ITF and this is your Congress. So in order for us to effectively report back to you, we need you to hear from your colleagues who actually are doing the work. Yes, the Secretariat is here. Yes, we're determined. And yes, we're here to support, but in reality, this is a union organisation. It's a membership organisation. So you're going to be hearing in this session from a number of our colleagues. We're going to try and give you a different experience. So just one technical point, if you've got your handsets and you're at the back of the room, I suggest you point them forward if you're having trouble with the mics. So, just to finish what I didn't say last night, because I think you were having a tremendous time, what a wonderful reception, what a wonderful opening. And I don't think it's wrong to say thank you again to Ekaterina and her wonderful team. Ekaterina, can you just stand up? She's on the right-hand side here. And we will recognise them later in the week. But there's also, and I think we felt it yesterday in the opening, that the mayor, all of our volunteers, our young Bulgarian volunteers, which are somewhere in the room, I saw some of them up the back where they've probably moved, are all giving their time because they believe in what we're doing and they're very proud that we're in Bulgaria. So for me, I'd make them stand up if I could see exactly where they were, but so for me, it's a wonderful experience. I can say I've been here twice to help the team, but it's gone even beyond my expectations. The venue, the facilities, but actually, perhaps the most important for us, the friendship and support. So thank you, our Bulgarian colleagues, all of you. Thank you very much. On with the business. So, I'm very honoured, one, to have received such tremendous support from all of you over the last 18 months, and we will hear from David later, but it is very difficult to fill someone's shoes like David's. 20 years, General Secretary. A formidable job, and hands over the ITF to me and Paddy and you in a very good shape. So thank you, David. So let's talk about what we've been doing for the last four years. I'm honoured to speak today about the achievements of the past 4 years because Mexico City, we have delivered. Having a little bit of a problem with the prompter. And when I say we're doing new things, you have to work with us a little bit because we're trying to be very brave and try and do things in a slightly different way. Okay. So we have achieved wins for transport workers. We have taken on multinationals along the supply chain and in logistics. We have delivered capacity to boost worker power, and we have organised. Yes, we have organised. This afternoon we will look forward, as Paddy said, to new strategies to develop, but let us take some time this morning to evaluate what we have done. In Mexico City, we agreed to step up our efforts to organise globally, making better connections between transport workers and their sisters and brothers in other industries, and adopting smarter methods to win key battles. Our global delivery campaign, which we've been doing jointly with Uni, I have Christy's here. Is Christy here? We have Christy with us from, just stand up. She's the Assistant General Secretary from Uni. She's a wonderful person. Thank you very much for coming with us, and we wouldn't have been successful in DHL without our colleagues and friends from Uni. Our global delivery campaign, which we're doing jointly together, is a campaign aimed to deliver increased workers' power throughout the multinationals in the global delivery sector as part of the wider logistics and freight transportation industry. As a result of the programme, thousands, yes, thousands of workers have been organised in market leaders UPS and DHL in key countries, including Turkey, India and Germany. Kenan, welcome.
Ben öncelikle bütün delegasyonu sendikam adına saygıyla selamlıyorum.
I salute all delegation on behalf of our union duties.
Evet, 2010 yılında 42. Genel Kurulu'da bir çağrıda bulunmuştum. Türkiye'de UPS'te örgütlendiğimizi ve dayanışmaya ihtiyacımız olduğunu, zor durumda olduğumuzu söylemiştik. Evet, sizlerin dayanışması sayesinde, ITF'in öncülüğünde UPS Türkiye'deki mücadele zaferle sonuçlandı. 163 işçi işten atılmıştı. Baskılara rağmen işçiler işlerine geri döndü ve UPS'teki mücadele başarıyla sonuçlandı.
I called for solidarity for our cargo and logistics organizing campaign in Turkey at your 47th Congress in 2010. And with your support and solidarity, 2,420 workers from UPS reached their union rights with our organizing campaign that started with ITF in 2010.
Yine 2012 yılında DHL'de başlatmış olduğumuz mücadele 476 gün sonra baskılara rağmen işverenin sarı sendika kurup baskıyla işçiyi bu sendikaya üye yapma girişimlerine rağmen, işçi çıkarma girişimine ve baskılara rağmen yine ITF'in öncülüğünde sürdürdüğümüz bu mücadele sizlerin dayanışmasıyla başarıyla sonuçlandı. 476 gün sonra işçiler işine geri döndü ve burada sendikamız DHL'le masaya oturarak toplu sözleşme imzalandı ve buradaki mücadelede zaferle sonuçlandı.
During our struggle at DHL, which took 476 days at picket line, 37 workers were sacked, a yellow union was established, but we didn't give up and we reached to victory with ITF. 800 subcontracted workers into permanent, remunerations increased between 32 and 47%. We have got 2,200 union members.
Bu mücadele sayesinde Türkiye'deki UPS işçileri, DHL işçileri kölelik koşullarında kurtuldu. Güvenceli ve örgütlü ve insanca çalışmaya başladı. Elbette ki bu sadece sendikamızın başarısı değil, sizlerin dayanışmasının, uluslararası işçi hareketinin bir zaferiydi ve başarısıydı. Ben bundan dolayı bütün delegasyona, destek veren, dayanışmada bulunan bütün kardeş sendikalarımıza bir kez daha teşekkür ediyorum.
We achieved this victory with ITF and affiliated union support. ITF and ETF didn't leave us alone, not even for a moment. Working class needs ITF. I especially once again thank you all for your support.
Yine tabii ki bu mücadelelerde şirketin merkezinde örgütlü bulunan Verdi sendikamız, yine UPS'in merkezinde örgütlü bulunan Teamster sendikamızın da katkıları büyük olmuştur. Ben bir kez daha bu dayanışmadan ve destekten dolayı teşekkür ediyorum. Yaşasın işçilerin birliği, yaşasın internasyonel dayanışma, yaşasın ITF diyor.
I also want to thank Verdi and Teamsters unions, which are organized in companies, local countries. Working class needs ITF, long live class struggle, long live international solidarity, and long live ITF.
Let's show our enthusiasm because there's real bravery with our colleagues in Turkey. Come on. Now, I want to introduce some of my friends from the Dockers section. TT, Nick, Joe and Kalpana will talk about the Ports of Convenience campaign. Saw the emergence of thousands, yes, thousands of new union members, the creation of nine new unions, 9 democratic unions, the emergence of scores of new activists, 5 recognition agreements and collective bargaining. These successes were fought for together with international solidarity campaigns.
Our 40-day dispute with Hutchison, which ended in 2013, shocked the world. The bosses never thought we would pull out, but we won't. Improved wages, working conditions, and a promise that workers who did strike would not suffer reprisal. Cheers.
A series of strike actions for my membership in the APMT terminal did decide Maersk Line to divert the ships to other European ports. The response of European unions was international solidarity. Diverted ships were delayed, yes, and even the threat to stop them all helped us to win a new contract, a new CBA. So now we have very good work conditions, we have job security, and for the coming period of years, also on the new terminal of APMT. Thanks.
Namaste, hello. 11 unions brought DPW containers to a standstill in Kerala and were victorious when drivers and cleaners got a new CBA. And after 21 months of the struggle, the unions at GTI Navi Mumbai were successful in renewing the CBA in December 2013, with covering 800 transport workers in 4 different contractors. A great success reflected to the ITF long-term investment here. Long live ITF, long live trade union movement. And once you have to say ITF Zindabad. I should hear ITF.
ITF!
Zindabad!
Zindabad!
Zindabad! Thank you.
Maritime Union in New Zealand were locked out, as well as run a successful strike and to renew the CBA with local authority-owned ports of Auckland. We got a court victory in 2012, which forced them to bargain. Solidarity action from the MUA and the ILW and other ITF affiliates, support from both public as well as discussions with the company's largest customer, Maersk Line, were vital to success. We still face opposition, but we're determined to resist the company's plans to contract out our labour for greater use of casual labour. Long live the Maritime Union, long live the ITF.
Thanks, Dockers. They're a major part of our success. Can I have a film? Thanks, colleagues. Let's move to aviation. The ITF responded to the creation of a new merged LATAM Airlines group with a strong campaign built on previous work in land. Thousands of new workers have been organised.
Cuando comenzamos esta campaña éramos solo 3.411 trabajadores afiliados. Ahora ya hemos organizado a 17.000 que antes eran trabajadores desprotegidos. Tenemos nuevos sindicatos y contratos colectivos en Argentina, Perú, Paraguay y Ecuador. Formamos también una red activa con 25 sindicatos y 5 federaciones en 7 países de Latinoamérica, además de Australia y España. La confianza entre los sindicatos es fuerte y ahora podemos discutir asuntos como las diferencias salariales. Los despachadores están organizándose a nivel internacional por primera vez. Los trabajadores de rampa chilenos están apoyando a los trabajadores de rampa de Ecuador para organizarse también por primera vez. Y para agregar una nota reciente, los mecánicos del hub de mantenimiento en Perú acaban de ganar mejoras salariales y un contrato colectivo luego de una campaña de coordinación que fue apoyada por otros. La batalla no acaba, ahora estamos continuamos luchando por los tripulantes de cabina en Chile y en Argentina. La lucha continúa.
Thanks, Arlette. Thanks, Arlette. And that was an example of our ability to respond to a changing situation. But it was across borders, and I want to commend the cooperation in the aviation section in Latin America. A great job. Thank you. Okay, I want to move to perhaps one of our smaller sections, ITF Fisheries. The ITF Fisheries project has been exploring ways to drive up standards along the supply chain. In the Catcher to Counter campaign, we're again working with one of the other GUFs, the IUF. More fish is caught, processed and exported globally from the Asia-Pacific region than anywhere else in the world. Organising fishery workers in the region is an absolute key priority.
In our project, we train 9 organisers and 98 union leaders across 5 companies, and by the end of 2012, union membership has soared to 5,000. After a decade of struggle in RD Tuna, workers finally won the right to form an independent union in 2013. They voted to form a new branch of the union, which 3,000 workers immediately pledged to join. Many of these workers are women.
Thanks, Alex.
Long live ITF.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Alex. That is a wonderful achievement, and many of you may have seen the expose of Thailand's workers treated as slave workers on fisheries in Thailand. And we've exposed that, and we will be talking to the United Nations, the ILO, about how we tackle that in the future. So I'd like to move to another part of the ITF's work, which is the ITF education programme. We've run education programmes in Mozambique, Angola, funded by SASC, and thank you for that. And we joined forces with our Americas office, using their expertise and language support in what was a new example of ITF interregional cooperation.
Viva ITF!
Viva!
Okay, nós em Moçambique, como Comitê Coordenador Nacional, com apoio da ITF em Nairobi, nós, nos anos 2012, 2013, organizamos incorporamos 5.000 novos membros. E também foram assinados novos 20 acordos ou renovados, 20 acordos coletivos. E nesses acordos, para terminar, estavam inclusos temas muito importantes como HIV-Sida, gênero, segurança social e assistência médica. Muito obrigado.
Thanks, Raul. We're just having a little bit of technical with the language, but if you can hear him, I'm happy, right? So, thank you, Raul. Now let's move further and deeper into Latin America. Across the sections and across the regions, unions have been organising. Yes, organising. That's what you asked us to do in Mexico, and that's what we've been doing. In inland navigation, SOMU in Paraguay, a brand new independent union created from activists, was born, following solidarity between unions in Argentina and Paraguay.
Haber podido negociar 5 convenios colectivos de trabajo dentro de la navegación interior del Paraguay, luchando contra empresas antisindicales, es un verdadero logro. logro gracias a la solidaridad internacional de los compañeros de Argentina. Por eso, en representación de los tripulantes paraguayos, gracias Somo, gracias Omar, por ustedes hoy el Socupa es realidad.
Buenos días, compañeras y compañeros. Nosotros demostramos con acciones de solidaridad concretas que juntos somos más fuertes. Detuvimos más de 10.000 contenedores y decenas de embarcaciones para demostrarles a los armadores paraguayos que los trabajadores merecemos respeto. Ayudamos a la fundación y consolidación del Sindicato de Obreros Marítimos Unidos del Paraguay, que eran constantemente abusados y explotados. Hoy tienen un sindicato propio, tienen 4 convenios colectivos de trabajo y cuadruplicaron sus salarios. Gracias ITF y ¡viva la solidaridad!
It's very difficult to follow these when you're acting as a human mast, but there we go. Okay, thank you Omar, thank you Hector. I think one of the themes is that we're stronger together, and at the ITF's heart is its industrial core. And over the last 4 years we've been extending that solidarity and building alliances with our other colleagues from the global unions and other organisations with a primary aim of organising. One of those primary areas for us is supply chains. Working along the supply chain has become one of our absolute priorities over the past 4 years. And this is really about how we can work together better. Ingo. Ingo leads our global supply team. Think how strong we could be in the global movement when we have claimed global companies' production, logistics and retail. Trade unions sticking together along the supply chain will give you enormous power. Ingo.
With organising along supply chains, my friends, the ITF has begun to also focus outside the transport sector to target lead firms who have the most power in global supply chains, such as airline manufacturers like Boeing or retail firms like Walmart or IKEA. We have been working with Industrial's manufacturing affiliates on aeronautics. Solidarity between the ITF's aviation workers and Industrial's manufacturing workers is crucial. Oil and gas supply chains involve the work of ITF and Industrial unions at each stage of the supply chain. And we are working with the ITF Offshore Group to map the journey of oil, crude oil, to petrol and aviation fuel, and identify targets for building workers' power, including companies like Chevron.
As you can see, we're having some running repairs, but that's not a problem. Okay. And of course, to organise supply chains, we need to organise key hubs for the goods, the transportation of goods. One of the most successful projects is in East Africa, where we've been looking at the connection between ports and the road corridors that feed them. Nick?
Solidarity!
Solidarity!
Solidarity forever. The ITF in East Africa, the East African Road Transport Corridor Project, was established in early 2011 with the sponsorship from FNV Mondial and involving unions from Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and Uganda. International drivers' cards were distributed to union members assist drivers within the corridor.
Thank you. Simon? Now we hear from Simon.
Solidarity. Yeah, we are based in Mombasa and using the connection between Mombasa Port and the cross-border connection that is serving the landlocked countries of Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, we were able, using the wellness centers and HIV/AIDS, we were able to recruit 3,570 members. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Okay, just wanted to show the diversity of the ITF work and the collaboration. We are connecting different transport sectors and connecting transport workers with their fellow workers from other sectors and industries engaged in supply chains. We are doing this because we believe, and you told us, together we are much, much stronger. Thanks, guys. My next colleague who's zipping onto the stage is actually also a very, very good and old friend. So Dave, welcome, the chair of the Seafarers section.
Good morning, good morning. How are you, brother? Good morning, colleagues. We have also joined with our employer, our representatives and industry bodies, for example, in combating piracy. The End Piracy Now campaign started at last Congress. Valuable industry-wide initiatives had ensued over the period aimed at governments, resulted in a political shift to end piracy. Piracy Now is not completed. We have not finished our job, but it is taken much more seriously. We're supporting the seafarer families, and we're also working with the welfare organizations to assure that seafarers' families are taken care of once their seafarers are released.
Thanks, Dave. Our piracy campaign is just one example of how we've put our workers first, by not just addressing their workplace issues, but also issues that affect their lives. Another area is HIV/AIDS. The ITF, and thank you, David, for your support for that campaign, the ITF has been campaigning for rights to end prejudice, and part of that is the ITF HIV programme.
Hello. Union. We established Usafiri, the first network in Africa of HIV-positive transport workers in 2012 in Kenya, and we reached out to Uganda and Malawi, as well as to other countries, including Guyana. Thank you.
This is quite a long session because so much work has been going on, and I want you to move next to another issue that's similar to HIV, violence. The ITF's most high-profile campaign, led by women transport workers, has been the campaign to eliminate violence against women.
rising level of violence against women and girls and the brutal rape aboard a bus in Delhi in 2012 mobilised transport unions and mobilised women to express anger and demand change, to empower women, to protect girls, and to protect our communities. We participated in a powerful rally in New Delhi against violence against women held at the ITF Worldwide Women Transport Workers Conference in January this year. And we expressed solidarity with women in the Arab world and in Qatar Airways. Since our last conference, men and women in the ITF have led campaigning against violence against women, and I'm really proud of this. Putting workers first by organising around horrifying and shameful issues like this, demonstrating that ending violence against women is right at the centre of the mainstream of the trade union agenda. This has been a priority for ITF women, and I pay tribute to all men and women in the ITF who've done that. But let us never forget, we've got more to do. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks, Diana. And I want to also express my support. I attended the Women's Conference in Delhi in January, and I have to commend the passion and determination. And every priority that you pass later in the day about the future of the ITF has to have women in each and every one of our projects. And this is just one element. So congratulations to the women of the ITF. We have built networks and resources to confront the challenge posed by climate change. Unions in areas impacted by climate change are forming a response.
We have presented a trade union response at the global table, and we have been working with the ITUC and Young People's Group in the ITF to further the message that there are no jobs on a dead planet. At the same time, calling for a sustainable transport means putting public transport at the top of our agenda. Thank you.
Quality public services for transportation is beginning to emerge as a cornerstone of all ITF campaigning, and we will press forward with this issue over the next 4 years. But as we look back over the last 4 years, we have been working very closely with PSI. I think everyone must know Martin. Martin is the current chair of the road transport sector. And although we haven't been working very closely for many, many years, he's made a tremendous impact on me. And unfortunately, he's decided that the hills of Yorkshire and other areas are a better pastime than us, although we'll try to keep him for a little bit longer in certain aspects. So I just want to recognise and acknowledge Martin, his tremendous determination. He was driving buses not more than 2 months ago, but he has been a big leader in the ITF. So Martin, welcome and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, colleagues. Well, in public transport, in 2013, what did we do? Well, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Employees Organisation, the International Association of Public Transport, the first agreement with an international employers body that included a commitment to collective bargaining and trade unions. It backs the expansion of public transport as a key driver of sustainable growth, key jobs and environmental protection. Our two organisations have agreed to work together in a number of ways to develop recommendations on vocational training of staff and, really importantly, staff security and violence. We'll also tackle informal employment in public transport. Another issue, more than 189 activists from 85 unions in 43 countries are members of the ITF's network for workers in urban transport multinationals. Now, this exchanges information on passenger transport multinational companies and their activities. It's allowed affiliates to share their experiences of industrial relationships, CBAs, and working conditions. The network monitors the activities of companies such as National Express, Stagecoach, Veolia, First Group, and it helps to really mobilise global solidarity when disputes in these companies happen. One key target has been National Express, with unions highlighting poor labour rights at the company's London AGM. Together, we're getting stronger in public transport. Viva ITF!
Viva! Trade unions are not just about collective bargaining, they're also part of the society. And in times of disaster, two unions we're going to hear from now have shown their capacity to work together to respond and support the people of the Philippines. Mike?
Last year, November 8th, the unthinkable happened. Super Typhoon Hainan or Yolanda hit landfall with 315, one of the strongest typhoons to hit my central province, my home province in Central Visayas, killing as much as 10,000 people, displacing so much family, losing whole generation of families, wiping off all population in one island. We did ask for international help. We did call for our international brothers and sisters. And true enough, Steve Cotton gave us so much financial help to buy all the food we need, the clothing, and including a halfway house, an office, in the ground zero. So in behalf of the Associated Labor Union, the Philippine Seafarers Union, and in behalf of the grateful nation, the Philippines, to you, my brothers and sisters, thank you so much. In solidarity, maraming salamat po! Mabuhay ang ITF! Mabuhay ang ITF! Long live ITF! Thank you!
We mobilized our training ship to bring relief goods for people in need. The ITF set up a relief fund, and many players in the maritime world raised money and supported us. This was truly an effort of union as well as maritime community solidarity. We also organized relief operations and adopted communities for a sustainable relief effort. In behalf of the Philippine affiliates of the ITF, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much for all your help. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Long live the ITF. Thank you very much.
Incredible bravery by our colleagues from the Philippines and a tremendous response from the ITF affiliates to what was and is a very sad and serious situation. Okay, I want to talk about our Arab world. And as you saw from the movie yesterday, there's been a lot happening. The ITF unions in the region have responded to at a major time of political transformation, demonstrating that trade unions, and very much transport trade unions, are the way forward and provide the pathway to change.
تضامن الجميع. الاتحاد الدولي لعمال النقل أول منظمة دعمت العمال في مصر وساندت عمال النقل في تونس والعمال في اليمن وظلت متضامنة مع العمال الليبيين. انضمت للاتحاد الدولي لعمال النقل العديد من النقابات الجديدة وغدت أخرى قوية وظلت عائلة الاتحاد الدولي لعمال النقل العالمية دائما حاضرة للدعم والمساندة. لقد أنشأنا لجانا وطنية وجهوية حيوية للشباب وفعلنا شبكة إقليمية نسائية وبنيت شبكات موانئ إقليمية فاعلة وشبكات للطيران وتم تكوين مكونين وأنشطة للرفع من قدرات وكفاءات النقابات في مصر ليبيا واليمن فلسطين والعراق وأيدنا الحقوق النقابية في تونس بعد محاولة الهجوم عليها وذهبنا للجزائر لتقوية وتعزيز العمل النقابي مع النقابات القوية في هذا البلد كما قمنا بخلق نقابات مستقلة تابعة للاتحاد الدولي لعمال النقل 9 نقابات في مصر نقابتان في ليبيا واليمن ونقابة واحدة في الكويت بالإضافة إلى تزايد الاعتراف بالنقابات وتعبئة العمال وخلق اتفاقيات جماعية وشكرا.
Strengthening solidarity was really visible through the campaign to free Saeed al-Khayraj. Your strength gave us Saeed's freedom. Thanks to the ITF. Thank you again. Palestine, where hundreds were organized political change in Gaza, meant that in 2012 leaders of the Gaza Bus Drivers Union feared serious impact on their membership. In November, we helped organize an ITUC solidarity mission to Gaza, and the ITF provided financial support to the bus driver union there. The union office was finished and due to be fully operated before the end of 2014. Unfortunately, I've heard yesterday that the union office has been destroyed by the attack. Now, the ITF is organizing a trade union humanitarian relief effort to get desperately needed supplies to Gaza with one cargo of medical aid delivered and similar more planned. The region focused on building real and strong unions in the GNTs. It held a series of events to strengthen the newly established unions in the APM terminals in Aqaba, Tangier, Bahrain, Port Said, and Suez City. Long live ITF. Thanks to the solidarity. Thank you.
Thanks, Bilal. I have to say that region has got tremendous energy and determination, and a lot of our projects will stay in place to continue to build a stronger, more mobilised, more authoritarian labour movement in the Arab world. So well done, guys, and thank you for your hard work. Talking about hard work, mobilisation, energy, I have to talk about the ITF youth. The ITF youth. At our last Congress, yes, only 4 years ago, our last Congress, we enshrined the youth inside our Constitution. And since that date, the young people of the ITF, your young members, have continued to strive to develop communities, networks, to ensure that they are recognised as a loud voice inside the ITF family. And I think there will be a motion later in the week that will talk about how we continue to prioritise them throughout all of our priority projects, because we know in the movement that we have to look to the youth to build the future strength. Now, I have two wonderful colleagues here with me who co-share the responsibility to lead and sometimes manage the energy of the young people, Travis and Fatima. But the bad news is that Fatima, who has got a very, very good political career in her union anyway, has reached the threshold of age and is moving on from her role as chair. And I just want to put on record my thanks on behalf of the ITF youth for your tireless work.
Buenos días, compañeras y compañeros. Nos hemos organizado, la juventud trabajadora se ha organizado industrialmente. La sección de puertos emprendió un extenso ejercicio de mapeo sobre los temas que afectan a la juventud portuaria en el trabajo. Así que otras secciones de la ITF han tomado este ejemplo. También ha habido una variedad de eventos para la juventud activista en el transporte y en el cambio climático en todas las regiones del transporte entre 2011 y 2013. Estoy orgullosa de pertenecer a esta familia de la ITF y larga vida a la ITF.
So we are ready for a new phase of engagement. Our network grew from 200 in May 2010 to nearly 650 members in January of this year, including 220 women. The network... Yes, thank you. members in Europe, and the Arab world is our most active region. Thank you.
Just want to say a little bit more about the youth. The ITF is the executive board has put both on David and myself very heavy responsibility about balancing finance. But when we support the youth, however we support the youth, whether it's with activities or in the future more resources in the London team or the regional teams, you get great value because you don't just get one person. You get all of their energy of their networks. So I want to put on record that it is crucial that we support the youth of the ITF. So I just want to move to another crucial area where we need to focus and put some more attention. Women leadership. The ITF Women's Leadership Programme, Leading Change, and there is a fringe event on that later in this week, I think tonight, was set up in 2011 to develop leadership and strategic skills among the elected and emerging women leaders to strengthen their role. Building capacity in unions by giving space and support to women and young women has paid real dividends.
Hello, colleagues. ITF women from across the Caribbean learned to identify and use their existing skills to become stronger and more effective leaders. It's been really helpful to share experiences with others. We can build strategic alliances with colleagues in sister unions. Strategic planning and organizing are essential tools. Strong union needs women. Thank you.
Now, we're not too close to the end, but if you want to speak on this or any other agenda item this week in the plenary, you need to fill out the forms that were in your pack, because then you'll have to give them to my colleagues down there, and we'll be able to process them, because we are very tight for time. But this is what they look like. If you want to speak on the report of activities, I'm getting pointed to. Donna is showing me exactly, the forms are there, but if you want to speak and contribute to the debate, please get your name down and put it forward. Okay, so moving on, thank you, Anne. National coordinating committees. One of our key strategies for building strength is by building unity in each different country, and the method we use for that is national coordinating committees.
Eh bien, l'Afrique en général, et l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre en particulier, me charge de dire merci. Un grand merci à l'ITF. Vive l'ITF! En Afrique, que ce soit au Togo, au Niger, au Nigeria, au Bénin, au Burkina Faso, en Côte d'Ivoire et dans d'autres pays, les syndicats ont travaillé ensemble à travers un comité de coordination fort qui a bien fonctionné. Ce type d'activité a permis d'augmenter la participation africaine dans les actions et les campagnes de solidarité de l'ITF. Former les comités nationaux de coordination et cultiver l'unité d'action est une priorité très importante pour les affiliés de l'ITF. Encore une fois, merci. Vive l'ITF!
Viva!
Vive l'ITF!
Viva!
Vive l'ITF!
Viva! Thanks, Emmanuel. That was fantastic. Okay, but we don't just have national coordinating committees in Africa. As part of the strategic work, the Latin American region has established, and this involves considerable amount of work, bringing the unions together that I dare say haven't always been the best of friends, to work in one committee to establish their delivery of ITF policies for their own strength. And the countries that we've seen new national coordinating committees, Honduras, Peru, especially Venezuela, where we have consolidated a number of transport unions into a federation to enable those affiliates to be stronger together. One of our core activities for ITF and all of our affiliates, you could describe it as our bread and butter day-to-day job, is to improve rights and standards, impacting on the working conditions, and our objective is to continually push up those standards that govern those conditions. There is no better example in the world than the FOC campaign. And we have with us, who fought very hard to be with us, the ITF inspectors who wanted, the ITF coordinators who wanted to be with us. And I just want to acknowledge their hard work and their commitment because they wanted to be part of the future of the ITF. "24 hours a day, 365 days a year, they take the seafarers' calls." Thank you, brothers and sisters. It's another great pleasure to introduce Jacqueline Smith, the president of the Norwegian Seafarers Union, but also a very, very good friend of mine and a woman of incredible courage, because I'm very pleased to announce that she's the successful candidate to be the ITF Maritime Coordinator.
Only if you're elected.
Over to you, Jack. I think I'm going to be saying that a lot, but there we are.
Thank you. The Maritime Roundtable in 2012 involved a whole new generation of union activists, inviting them to discuss and rejuvenate the FOC campaign, the collection of union building, resources and good practice example, as well as to disperse and organizing messages to seafarers affiliates. Over the period, agreements covering FOC vessels have increased and unions have improved and increased their communication with seafarers. The ITF's Week of Action assists vulnerable seafarers on FOC vessels. Teams of dockers, seafarers and inspectors visit ships promoting the benefits of trade union membership, recovering back pay and facilitating improved conditions. Over the period, 2 new flags of convenience were declared: the Turkish International Register and the Faroe Islands Register. The total number of FOC vessels covered by ITF-approved agreement increased to over 11,000 by the end of 2013. During 2010 to 2013, the ITF's 133 inspectors checked 37,000 vessels and recovered, wait for this, $132 million in back pay for crews. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie's exiting stage my left, but I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of her, and I just want us, because I am determined to give her the total support to continue and improve the work of the ITF maritime activities. So Jackie, you have all of our support, you have all of your support. Good luck, Jackie, for the future. I seem to be surrounded by friends on this stage, which is quite a nice feeling for an acting General Secretary. Mary, another good friend of mine, welcome. A very popular member of our maritime leadership. I just wanted to touch on the ILO. One of the ways that we do lay down standards, and we heard from Guy yesterday that there's a challenge on in the ILO, and it's our responsibility to respond, not just in the international, but in the national as well. And I know there are some critics of the ILO, but like everything else that we're setting out to do in the next 4 years, we want to make those things better and more to our favour. So Mary has been very successfully by becoming a member of the ILO governing body. So congratulations, Mary. You deserve it, and we will have more influence as a result of that.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, everyone. For the first time ever, we have an international convention with teeth. Brothers and sisters, that means it really bites. In August 2012, the Maritime Labour Convention 2006 reached the required figure of 30 ratifications from the ILO member states, and the convention came into force and was launched in Singapore in August 2013. The ITF has been working to get more ratification for the ILO Work in Fishing Convention, which sets minimum decent working and living conditions. It also contributes to sustainability and the eradication of the IUU fishing. There is other industrial work too. In fact, ITF colleagues have been working very, very hard towards a global dialogue forum that took place in fishing and one in aviation. And we developed a cross-sectional code of practice on container cargoes with the ILO, IMO, and the UN's ECE. Long live ITF!
Thanks, Mary, and thanks for all your hard work. And we also will continue to support you in your efforts, both in Singapore and at the ILO. Just want to talk a little bit about the OECD. As a result of the activities that Ingo and the team on global delivery, we've been lucky enough to work out how to use, maybe not so much luck, intelligence as an element. We've also used the OECD code on multinationals to enforce standards. And I'd like to welcome Christine.
Auch von mir ein herzliches Guten Morgen, liebe Freundinnen und Freunde. Die ITF hat gemeinsam mit UNI eine OECD-Beschwerde über die mögliche Verweigerung von Gewerkschaftsrechten in einer Reihe von Ländern eingelegt. Die Beschwerde, please scroll the text. Thank you. Die Beschwerde wurde von der zuständigen deutschen nationalen Kontaktstelle für das OECD-Verfahren für 5 wichtige Länder anerkannt. Der anschließende Mediationsprozess, der im letzten Jahr abgeschlossen wurde, sorgte für einen bedeutenden Sieg für unsere Freunde und Freundinnen von der TÜMTIS. Herzlichen Glückwunsch! Darüber hinaus wurde die Geschäftsleitung verpflichtet, sich regelmäßig mit UNI und ITF zu treffen, um mögliche Verletzungen von Gewerkschaftsrechten oder von aktiven Gewerkschaftern und Gewerkschafterinnen anzusprechen und auszuräumen. DHL-Gewerkschaften entwickeln gerade darüber hinaus eine Strategie, um Organizing vorwärts zu treiben und treffen sich am Dienstag, also morgen, hier am Kongress. Vielen Dank.
Before I let her go, I want to say that she is revolutionising the Verdi representation in the ITF. Am I right, Verdi delegates? They are becoming very, very active in all of the ITF's sectors. And I want to thank Christine for her support and believing in youth and developing future leadership.
Thank you for support.
Thank you. We've heard from a lot of our regions, and I'd like to move to the one that's unique in the ITF, the ETF, the European Transport Workers Federation, and thank Eduardo and his team for their tireless efforts in what is becoming a very difficult political environment. But on my right, the script is right, there's a big friend of mine, a former ITF assistant coordinator.
Yes.
Are you listening, inspectors? So you can not just become the president of your union, you can become the president of the ETF. So have a think about that for the future. Motivational. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And I really want to start by thanking Ekaterina for the wonderful reception yesterday night. The fact is that I haven't gone to bed yet, so my voice is a little bit strained. But yeah, as Steve says, I am the president of the ETF, the European arm of the ITF. And in Europe, we have a political situation which is a neoliberal agenda, which is very hard to work against. But the ETF works very hard. We work very hard to the impact of the legislation coming through the Commission. And one example for this is the work that we have done under the fourth railway package. The Commission wants to fully liberalise the national passenger railway services and to separate infrastructure management and operations. And ETF Action Day was organised and held during the ITF Action Week 2013. And we have a good success, as I would say, made a very good standpoint, pointing out for the Commission what we really think about this neoliberal agenda which come out from the Commission. And we don't like it, and we have told them very clearly so. Thank you very much.
You wouldn't want to come up against Lars at 6 a.m. in the morning if he's pretty angry. So look out, the European Commission. Lars is on his way. So, getting closer to a conclusion, but we have workers' rights. And we, of course, have been campaigning and organising activities to improve and secure rights and conditions. In July, after long and global support, all dismissed rail union leaders in Thailand victoriously returned to work. They were only guilty of raising health and safety issues, passenger transport, health and safety issues, and they were dismissed. Disgraceful. Anyway, we've successfully brought them back in. We've already heard from Saeed, our brother from the Arab world, who was imprisoned in Morocco and was successfully released because of the ITF activities. But Saeed is not alone in our global trade union movement facing persecution. And now we're going to hear a very sad and disturbing story.
Buen día, hermanos y hermanas. Después de años de represión de las empresas en Puerto Cortés, en Honduras, con la ayuda y de años de reuniones con ITF, de varias reuniones con ITF, logramos formar el sindicato de estibadores en Puerto Cortés, Honduras, y de hecho ahí comenzó a recibir amenazas de muerte. Fui electo secretario general de mi organización de estibadores en Puerto Cortés y comencé a recibir amenazas de muerte por las cuales tuve que separarme de mi familia para protegerla de las amenazas que éramos víctimas. También fui despedido de la empresa por mi accionar sindical, y para reducir el riesgo de la familia tuve que separarme de ellos. Cuando fui víctima de un atentado en que llegaron 3 sujetos armados a mi casa de habitación a intentar asesinarme, en ese momento, con la ayuda de ITF y de las organizaciones latinoamericanas afiliadas a ITF. Logré escapar de Honduras y refugiarme en Nicaragua. Y gracias al apoyo de los sindicatos de la región, de Guatemala, a los sindicatos de Estados Unidos afiliados en ILGU, al apoyo de los hermanos argentinos del SOMU, logré ubicarme en Nicaragua para huir de los atentados que era víctima. Eso lo logramos gracias al apoyo incondicional que tuvimos de parte de 3F de Dinamarca y a la oficina regional en Centroamérica que tiene 3F. Y gracias a ellos, pues ahora sigo con vida. Logré regresar al país gracias a la presión que hizo ITF a nivel internacional. Y cuando estaba exiliado fuera de mi país, mi padre fue asesinado en el país. Y bueno, gracias a ITF también logramos regresar ahora actualmente a mi país y continuar con la lucha sindical que está difícil en nuestro país. Es el país más violento de América Latina y del mundo, con un índice de criminalidad bastante alto. Pero estamos en la lucha, continuamos en la lucha, no vamos a dar ni un paso atrás. Hoy más que nunca estamos firmes, nunca he pensado abandonar mi sindicato, nunca lo voy a abandonar y la lucha continúa hasta la victoria.
Compañeros y compañeras, como escucharon, hay una gran cantidad de problemas, de violencias, de persecución, de violación a los derechos humanos en Honduras, incluyendo la presencia de grupos militares armados en el puerto, a tal punto que una noche creímos que iban a cometer una masacre contra los compañeros portuarios. A pesar de eso, a pesar de todas las dificultades, los compañeros siguieron unidos, se están organizando aún más. Estamos en un proceso de fusión para unir a los dos sindicatos de portuarios afiliados a la ITF en Honduras y continúan sindicalizando e intentando negociar más convenios colectivos. Víctor Crespo, nuestro compañero, está con nosotros, está vivo, está luchando, recuperó su trabajo y estamos trabajando para incrementar la fortaleza sindical. Esto lo hacemos porque esto es ITF. Ustedes son ITF, todos somos ITF. ¡Viva la ITF! ¡Viva!
¡Viva! We're getting very close to the end, but before I hand over to Paddy, just want to kind of sum up that the ITF isn't just about collective agreements and working hours and health and safety. And I think I'm going to go a little bit off script here, which won't be the first time this morning. All of the people you've heard from is truly a family to be proud of. And you've heard from all of our regions, all of our sections, all of our areas of activity. It's a considerable piece of work. And I just want to recognise also that in Swaziland, we were successful in getting one of our colleagues, Basil, out of jail. But when we look forward this afternoon to the next 4 years, we have to remember on each and every occasion, every victory is a victory for all of us, and we will not accept defeat. And we have shown, and will continue to show, in new ways, creative ways, But fundamentally, this is a solidarity organisation of working men and women. And without us being together with a clear vision and a clear unity, we can't deliver the programme. So before I invite Paddy on, because he's going to say some final words, that's another word I'm pretty used to, I want to thank you for your patience with us and the support and all the solidarity that makes the ITF, I feel like I'm going to say something like David now, the most, sorry Christy, the most successful GUF. So, thank you. All right, you go all the way through, right? This one? Just down to the side there. Yeah. Okay.
Well, there you have it. Not a bad way to demonstrate the activities with real people that have real understanding and real involvement, like all of you. These leaders that have come forward are you, and demonstrate and have reported on the leadership that you demonstrate in every day of your life, every minute of that day, and your families that nurture you and give you the time, that allow you to be taken away, often to be placed in great danger, as we've heard, subject to the demands of the membership, subject to the political violence and the political aggression of conservative political agendas. You're the leadership. This is the leadership, the flesh that clothes us and the workers that we represent, the hope that fills our heart and the determination and courage that we get from each other, from the activities that we've successfully completed, those that have fallen, including family members, as we've heard from Victor, fill us with hope and heart and determination to have global justice. I think the best way I can possibly finish is in that wonderful song, and I ask you to all come together as soon as I fire up my iPhone. Invite the youth. Could they come forward too? The future of our movement, the young men and young women that energise us, that remind us that there is a future and they are the future. When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no greater power than the power under the sun. Yet the force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one, for the union makes us strong.
Come on, Abdul Ghali.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that have never toiled to earn, but without a brain and muscle, not a single world will turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. For the union makes us.
When the union inspiration through the blood shall run, there shall be no power anywhere beneath the sun. When the Union inspiration through the blood shall run, there shall be no power anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what falls on earth is the freedoms and the fun, for the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong, for the young worker makes us strong, for the woman makes us strong, for the ITF makes us
Thanks, brothers and sisters. Please be seated. Thank you, sisters and brothers, for everything. Now we open it for debate. There's plenty to comment. Feel free. There are some rules. We're not an anarchy after all. 3 minutes, and you can see that everyone has disciplined themselves, these wonderful women and men that have come forward and shared with you their lives and their activities. We need to find all our voices. We need to have the respect to keep our interventions short enough so that we can listen to as many working men and women of our organisation, of our great house that we possibly can. So if you've got, again, remind you, fill in the slip, and then I'll recognise you from here. And at the moment we've got a couple. There they are down the front again, the white slips of paper. If you'd like to have something, you want to make a contribution, comrades and sisters and brothers, fill it out. There are mics, you'll see, up the corridor and the aisles. Go to that mic, they all should be switched on, and let's hear from you. The first person in intervention is Annie Singh from the Singapore Maritime Officers Union. Annie?
Hi, good morning, brothers and sisters. This conference is indeed an appropriate time for us to take stock of what ITS has achieved thus far. And indeed, ITF has done tremendous achievements under the past General Secretary, Brother David Kokoff, and under the new leadership of Brother Stephen Cotton, he continued to build on the good work that David started. In fact, in September last year, Brother Stephen took time to visit and engage transport workers, the management, and the union in Singapore. His commitment to hear the voices of the transport workers firsthand speaks volumes of his leadership and vision. As I read through the conference materials, I'm heartened by all the achievements, but at the same time, I'm concerned about the union's future. Why? Because it is a fact that all across the world, trade unions' memberships are not growing as fast as the workforce as a whole. We are facing a lot of challenges, and since this is a platform to share our best practices, I would like to share 2 R's for us to take away today. The first R is reinvention. We can't run away from this, but unions will need to constantly reinvent ourselves. How? By finding new ways to be relevant and explore how we can attract workers to become members. So how about exploring to represent not just workers, but their family members as well? Sharing our experiences in Singapore, the Singapore National Trade Union Congress organizes memberships from cradle to the grave. What do I mean by cradle to the grave? Well, our membership is not limited to age, nor only the rank and file. It is extended to those from the age of 12 to 25. This junior membership arm offers young members a platform to develop and realize their potential through interest groups such as music, sports, gaming, etc. Why this particular age group? Well, this is so that the union can start connecting with these young members right up to when they enter into the workforce. And besides the young, the union also actively reaches out to those 55 years and above, encouraging them to have active aging and healthy living. In closing, I offer the second R, renewal. Leadership renewal is key to a union's survival. In order for any union to remain relevant and true to its purpose, we need to identify and mentor future leaders, especially among the women and the youth. I urge all union leaders to especially give opportunities to their female members to take up leadership roles. I can assure you, when your union goes through tough times, the women will be there to support you. Like what my General Secretary, Sister Mary, always reminds us, women are like tea bags. You don't know their strength until they are in hot water. Thank you.
For anyone who likes football, that reminds me of the joke. What's the difference between the English football side in the World Cup and a tea bag? A tea bag is longer in the cup. Okay. The next speaker is Mohamed El Ghali from the CGT Transport of France. Mohamed? Mohamed not ready? Mohamed Ghali from the CGT Transport of France. There you go, brother.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, chers camarades. Je suis Mohamed El Ghali, je représente la Fédération CGT des Transports France, notamment la branche transport routier et logistique, et je suis aussi un salarié de DHL France. Et à ce titre-là, je souhaite transmettre mon salut fraternel à tous les camarades, à tous les salariés DHL qui se battent dans le monde, et notamment les salariés de DHL Turquie, et notamment les salariés de DHL India. Bravo à eux pour leur courage, bravo à eux pour leur détermination, et je souhaite profiter de cette occasion pour appeler à l'unité entre tous les syndicats DHL à travers le monde pour combattre la Deutsche Post qui aujourd'hui agit de manière illégale, déloyale et qui met à mal la présence et l'existence syndicale dans pas mal de pays et aussi dans notre pays en France. Je voudrais très rapidement ne pas abuser sur le temps de parole et vous dire que le problème que nous avons en France aujourd'hui, c'est la déréglementation. C'est la déréglementation européenne qui permet malheureusement de mettre en concurrence la pauvreté, donc les salariés. Nous avons des problèmes portant sur le cabotage. Le cabotage, c'est la possibilité, quand certaines entreprises multinationales, notamment comme DHL, nous sommes ici pour dénoncer ces méthodes et ces façons de faire qui permettent malheureusement d'utiliser des salariés qui, dans leur pays, ont des salaires très faibles pour les utiliser dans d'autres pays. En fait, ils dégradent la condition salariale dans les pays comme la France, l'Angleterre, l'Allemagne, et ils ne permettent pas aux gens qui vivent dans des pays d'améliorer leur sort. En fait, ils profitent de la misère humaine et ça, nous devons le combattre. Nous devons absolument combattre les multinationales qui profitent de la misère humaine et nous devons permettre à tous les salariés du monde aujourd'hui, notamment dans le transport, d'être unis face aux multinationales que sont DHL, Norbert Dentressangle, Géodis et d'autres encore. Voilà, je vous remercie. Vive le 43e congrès de l'ITF et je ne finirai pas sans saluer l'action de l'ITF, notamment en Palestine. Vive aujourd'hui la résistance, vive les Palestiniens et vive l'action de l'ITF.
And long live the CGT. Eric Philippon from FO in France. Eric. And the next speaker after that will be Carol Nguyen from the Hong Kong International Cabin Crew Association. You can get ready. Then after that will be Kenichiro Itoya from the National Federation of Dock Workers Union of Japan. So if Carol and Kenichiro can get ready. Are you there, Eric?
Oui, merci. Oui, je vous apporte le salut fraternel des 3 fédérations des transports force ouvrière. Je souhaite avant toute chose remercier les syndicats bulgares pour leur accueil. J'associe à ces remerciements les équipes d'ITF pour cette remarquable organisation. Ce congrès est organisé dans une période d'attaque généralisée contre tous les travailleurs de par le monde, et notamment ceux des transports. Ces attaques génèrent des mesures d'austérité qui touchent l'ensemble des salariés. Quel que soit le gouvernement en place, quelle que soit sa couleur politique, les mêmes remèdes à la crise sont appliqués, la rigueur. Pour l'ensemble de nos secteurs, ça se traduit par de nouvelles phases de déréglementation. Le low cost devient la norme et la baisse du coût du travail l'objectif principal à atteindre. À Force ouvrière, nous pensons que l'austérité associée à la réduction des dépenses publiques et sociales est destructeur socialement, destructeur économiquement et destructeur démocratiquement. De plus, ces mesures sont prises au détriment des salariés et conduisent bien souvent au nationalisme et au repli sur soi. C'est pour cette raison que nos syndicats ont bien entendu engagé la bagarre et tentent d'établir un rapport de force. Il est nécessaire que les travailleurs des transports s'organisent et réagissent. L'ITF, en ce sens, a un rôle majeur à jouer. Mes chers camarades, mes chers amis, à travers les motions proposées par les syndicats, on peut se rendre compte combien notre monde est fragile. Nous souhaitons rappeler ici que quelles que soient les causes des conflits et des guerres, ce sont les populations et les salariés qui payent le plus lourd tribut. Je souhaite conclure cette intervention en rappelant que Force ouvrière participe aux travaux de l'ITF depuis son origine et qu'on continuera bien entendu à prendre toute notre place pour tout le travail qui reste à accomplir. Dans ce contexte, nous avons toujours défendu et continuerons à affirmer les nécessaires libertés et indépendance des syndicats, seuls capables d'assurer la défense des travailleurs et de remplir leur rôle en faveur de la démocratie. Enfin, nous nous félicitons bien sûr du travail réalisé depuis notre dernier congrès au Mexique et nos fédérations voteront positivement le rapport d'activité. Merci.
Thanks, Eric. And of course, the motions will be dealt with. The theme document will be dealt with this afternoon as the process of looking forward. We're on the activities, as Eric indicated, the activities report, and following interventions, I'll be asking for its adoption. And motions will be dealt with on Friday in the plenary and Saturday morning in the plenary if required. Thanks, Eric. Carol?
Yeah, there will be 2 of us speaking, apart from myself and also the National Secretary of Civil Aviation of United Kingdom, Mr. Oliver Richardson. And dear all, I would like to give you a small but important example of how international solidarity works. We are a tiny cabin crew union in Hong Kong, representing about 100 members. Our employer, British Airways, forced the mainly female cabin crew to retire at 45 years old. I have to tell you, this is not illegal in Hong Kong. But with the resources and legal support of Unite in Britain, we won a case of age and race discrimination in the UK courts. As a result, 24 women who had been forced to retire were reinstated, and they can now work until whatever they want to retire. Thank you, ITF and Unite. Proud of ourselves, be part of something big. Thank you.
would not be able to let Carol speak without paying testimony to her. This was a 7-year struggle, Without her tenacity representing her members, she would not have won that victory. So really we need to applaud a strong union leader and a strong woman leader in terms of the ITF.
Thanks, Oliver. Thanks, Carol. Kinichiro, followed by Mohammed Matila from the General Union of Workers in Ports and Clearance.
Thank you. 私は日本の全国港湾港の労働者の組織を代表しております全国港湾の糸谷でございます。まずお礼として4年前のメキシコ大会で皆さんに私どものストライキ行動に対してぜひ支援をお願いしたいと申し上げたところ全体の支援の決議をいただきました。ありがとうございます。2つ目はその行動に具体的に取り組んだ翌年3月11日に東日本大震災2万人に及ぶ犠牲者が出ました。私どもの仲間も6名亡くなりました。その際にITF の皆さんから非常に温かいご支援をいただきましてありがとうございます。3つ目は FOC、POC キャンペーンの一環としてやっております。私どもの POC ターゲットであります三島川のエコ、このことに対する支援要請を行いましたが、これもブエノスアイレスで行われましたFPC 公正観光委員会で決議いただき、この行動がようやく今年実現しようかなという段階になっております。これも誠にありがとうございます。次にまだストライキ行動、今年3日ほど取り組みましたが、まだまだ我々の目標は達成できておりません。これにつきまして今後とも ITF の仲間の支援をぜひお願いしたいということでございます。次には戦い方ということでございますが、 FOC、POC キャンペーンで常に船員組合と共同行動で戦っておりますが、世界を見て成功しているようにオーストラリア、ニュージーランドで成功しておりますように、会員と港湾のより一層一体的になった運動を今後構築できるように組織的な指導をぜひお願いしたいということでございます。最後に今日本では働く者への攻撃が強くなっておりますが、その典型的な例としてジャパンエアライン、日本航空の強制解雇問題があります。私もその支援の代表者として日々活動しておりますが、これに対する皆様方の一層の支援をこの場でお願いしたいということでございます。これらに関して皆さんの決議がなされることがありましたら、私もその先頭に立って一生懸命行動することを誓います。ITF よ、永遠なれと私も声を大にして申し上げたいと思います。どうもありがとうございます。
Thank you. Thank you, Atoya-san. And David and I went up through Fukushima and through that area not that long after the tsunami and the devastating effect. And I know that slowly those communities have been rebuilding, but it has been absolutely devastating for those workers, many of them transport workers, because of the nature of the area. It's very hilly. Rail workers, bus workers, dock workers that were savagely affected, or as savagely or more, in the airport at Fukushima, where the water went up 3 stories. It's quite an incredible narrative of courage and devastation, and now we're seeing the rebuilding and the determination of our ITF affiliates and joining together with the broader labour movement. And you know, Atoya-san, that we continue to think and feel and are supportive in any way that we possibly can in the completion of that rebuilding. So Mohammed, you're next, and then Hamdan Al-Haidari from the Aden Container Terminal, and I encourage anybody who wants to intervene and report on activities within their own union or the activities generally. Now here's the opportunity to find your voice and inspire your sisters and brothers. So Mohammed, you ready to go?
الله يعطيكم العافية. طبعا محمد مطيري النقابة العامة للعاملين في الموانئ والتخليص جوردان عقبة. اللي لا يشكر الله لا يشكر الناس، من لا يشكر الناس لا يشكر الله. فكل الشكر على التضامن الأخير من الITF اللي كان له أطيب التأثير بالنسبة لنا في إضرابنا الأخير في موانئ الABM في العقبة. فكل الشكر للسيد بادي، السيد ستيف ومكتب عمان. كل الشكر للعالم العربي. كل الشكر للITF. لما نقول تضامن الITF تضامن فرسترنج الITF يا مرعب للإقطاعيين وصديق المناضلين. الITF مرعب للإقطاعيين وصديق للمناضلين. كل الشكر منا احنا كعمال في الأردن، عمال الموانئ للITF. عالم من مختلف الأجناس كانت لها وقفة وكان لها تأثير في نفسنا من خلال مكتب عمان اللي بشكره فرد من بلال لبيكر لأريد لسارة للعالم العربي لسعيد الحيرش للكل. بادي إنك أطيب التأثير علينا في وقفتك في المغرب ووقفتك معانا من خلال دعم الITF. ستيف thank you very much in English not in Arabic. هاي الITF وهاي التضامن. ومعنى التضامن لما نقول تضامن أحياة نقابة كانت ميتة. كانت عندنا نقابة ميتة في الأردن أحياها الITF من 2007. الآن كان دخل الفرد عندنا ما يعادل $400. الآن دخل الفرد $1700. هذا إنجاز عظيم. ITF نحترم ونعتز ونقدر هذا التضامن. أنا في عالم آخر البحر الأحمر، آخر نقطة على البحر الأحمر، عرفت العالم من خلال الITF. عرفت كل بحار العالم. تضامنكم من خلال الABM. وأنا برجع بعيد وبقول أنتم رعب للإقطاعيين وصديق للمناضلين. ITF first line. Thank you very much. Thank you all people. Thank you. ITF بعيد وبكرر الآن إن عقد المؤتمر هذا وعمالنا في غزة بيناضلوا. عمال غزة بيناضلوا دمروا كل شيء، الحجر والشجر والبشر. أريد تضامن الITF مع غزة مثل ما نضلت مع العمال المضطهدين في العالم. هذا التضامن حيروح التضامن. إن شاء الله بنكون في رفع على حدود غزة وتضامننا مع كل الشعوب المضطهدة ومع كل العمال المضطهدة. وثانك يو فيري ماتش وفارست رينج ITF. ويلكم.
I reckon you might put a bit of fear in their hearts as well, Mohammed, if I'm any judge. Okay, Hamdan from the Aden Container Terminal, Yemen. And then Shiva Gopal Mishra from the All Indian Railway Federation.
حمدان حميد الحيدري من ميناء عدل الهاويات. بدأت علاقتنا مع الITF منذ سنتين عندما عملنا إضراب وطلبنا للتحقيق من أجل السجن، وتوفقت في الهروب من غرفة التحقيق وأخذوا زملائي للسجن. وفي المساء أخرجناهم عندما تواصلنا مع الITF ومع الصحافة، وكان هذا بداية الانطلاق بالتواصل. ومن ثم تعرفنا على الأستاذ بلال المركاوي رئيس المركز الإقليمي، فتم دعمنا وعملنا أول ندوة عمالية. فكان الدعم المتحصل عليه من الITF 11,000 دولار بدون أي شروط وبدون أن ندفع أي رسوم سابقة، بدون أن تكون لنا العضوية الكاملة، إنما كانت نوع من التواصل النضالي والأخلاقي. فالITF أعطانا قوة بعد قوتنا بالله أساسا وصدقنا وتمسكنا بقضايانا العمالية. ونشكر الITF على وقوفه مع كل الأحرار في العالم وعلى وقوفه مع قضية الشعب الفلسطيني وقضية شعب غزة، وهذا يدل على أن الITF له أجندة واسعة غير الدعم العمالي فقط، إنما يدعم كل الأحرار في العالم. ونريد دعمهم الآن. عندنا جرعة اقتصادية تم رفع سعر المحروقات البترول، وهذه التعليمات كما يقال في بلدنا أنها أتت من البنك الدولي، وهذا يزيد البلد إفقارا والشعب إفقارا، وأن الفقر يولد الإرهاب. فإننا نريد منكم الدعم بأن يتراجع حكومتنا عن هذه الجرعة التي كانت في يوم العيد الكبير عيد الأضحى في اليمن، يعني قبل 3 أسابيع من الآن. فتحول العيد عندنا إلى حزن نتيجة الأحداث التي في غزة ورفع سعر المحروقات. بلدنا تنتج البترول، وذريعة الحكومة أن هناك تهريبا للبترول، والتهريب لا يهربه المواطن العادي، إنما يهربه رجال كبار في الدولة. فنريد من الITF عبر المحكمة الدولية أن يوقف هذه الجرعة، لأن الجرعة ستزيد الشعب إفقارا، والفقر كما قلنا لكم يولد الإرهاب. ونحن نقطة حساسة في العالم. ميناء عدن يتحكم في البحر العربي ومدخل البحر الأحمر. ميناء عدن عند الاحتلال البريطاني كان ثاني ميناء في العالم للتزود بالوقود. الآن ميناء عدن يأتي الميناء رقم 100 في العالم في الأسفل. نريد الاستثمار الجاد والإصلاحات الاقتصادية الصادقة عندنا. الإصلاحات الاقتصادية عندنا دائما تأتي على ظهر الشعب برفع المحروقات وترتفع كل الأسعار. نحن الحمد لله بنضالنا ارتفعت يعني الرواتب، ولكن في هذه الجرعة نضالنا يعتبر أنه تلاشى، فيلزمنا نضال جديد. ونحن لا نريد الإضرابات، لأن الإضرابات تهرب الخطوط الملاحية من عندنا. واسمحوا لي بالذات للشعب العربي بهذه الأبيات البسيطة عن غزة. هزيهم هزة يا غزة، فزيهم يا عزة فزة.
30 seconds, brother. 30 seconds.
من عزة يا مهرة ظنوها وزة، يا أرض صعبة مختصة. كم تحصرها غزة رزة، مشغولة في بالهزة، طماعة في مبتزة. والشكر لكم جميعا.
Thank you, brother. Shiva, and after that, Kia Azizi from the Amalgamated Transport General Workers Union of India. Oh no, from the Amalgamated Transport and General Workers, Azizi, Comrade Azizi. Shiva, Mishra.
Thank you, Brother Chair. My all friends from all over the world in this 43rd ITF Congress, I want to congratulate them all, and particularly I want to pay my thanks to the Bulgarian trade unions, those who have made these fantastic arrangements. And the report on activities presented by Brother Steve Cotton today was another exposure. I want to thank on this occasion to Brother David Cookcraft, and after that the reins have been taken by Brother Steve Cotton on behalf of All India Railways Federation as its General Secretary, which is having a command of more than 1.1 million workers working on the Indian Railways. Our organization was established in 1924 and was affiliated to International Transport Workers Federation in the year of 1929. Brothers and sisters, in the last secret ballot held in our country for the recognition of our railway union, the ARF was declared as the most representative organization of the railway employees in the India. Sisters and brothers,
Recently, there has been a political change in our country, and the party in power has thrown a challenge before us of the privatization. Up till now, there had been no FDI in the railways, but they have taken a decision of the 100% foreign investment in our Indian railways. So we in the country have to fight against these evil designs of the present government. So far we have seen very good presentations from the many countries, but even in our country, we have in Indian Railways more than 1.3 million regular railway workers, but at the same time, we have more than 0.5 million workers, those who are contractual workers, those who are precarious workers, those who are the outsourced workers. So All India Railways Federation is trying their level best to organize them also. And I am proud that many of our unions, affiliated unions, they have registered the unions of these unorganized workers recently, and with the help of the ITF, I'm very much thankful to our Delhi office that they are always at help, and we have started mapping of the precarious workers. There is a challenge before us for the organizing is our young workers, those who have joined in the last 3-4 years. They are more than 2.5 lakhs to 50,000.
1 minute, brother.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Paddy, you know the country is vast, the union is strong, so you have to give me 2 minutes more.
1 minute, brother.
Okay, brother. So, what I feel, that what is the theme of today? The transport workers fighting back against the global crisis to get the global justice, which is the theme of the today. And what has been exhibited through our activities, the solidarity is the theme. Solidarity is the only issue which should be talked about. I am proud that in our country, with both the recognized federations and both the affiliates of the ITF, we have decided all together to fight with the government on the many issues. We have taken the strike ballot, and if the government will not agree, then definitely we are going to fight on the issues of the FDI, the PPP, privatization, the precarious workers, on the issues of the contractual workers, on the issues of all. And here I would say that we are supporting to DHL workers. We are supporting to other side of the workers also. So the ITF, which is also supporting us in organizing these unorganized workers, I will say that All India Railways Federation, which is always has been in the forefront and has been champion for fighting the cause of the workers, will ensure ITF for fighting for on all the issues, and particularly what has been mentioned in your document, and we fully support the activities presented by the International Transport Workers Federation today in the 43rd Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Azizi and then Balasraman Iam from Unipass in Malaysia. Kiria.
Chairman, you'll give me the floor now?
Yes.
I have just small one request, nothing much. This morning we have been listening our affiliates who are highlighting the activities and the reports which they have contributed. But one particular area the ITF has ignored or ignoring is the migrant workers issues The millions of migrant workers have left their home and working in other countries. And hundreds of thousands of workers are working in transport sectors. So ITF, like any other GUF, should play some important role by assisting them through the affiliate in the respective countries and also through the trade unions who are from the sending countries. By doing so, you can support and increase the membership in the unions from both sides. That could be very much helpful. And the other area which I wish to bring to your attention here is the DHL workers which you are talking about. DHL workers, one country we are talking, they are categorized as transport workers, but some countries it's categorized as commercial workers. And the ITF should resolve this issue with the respective global union federation, so the best interest of all of us. Thank you.
Thanks, brother, and we'll make sure that we apply special attention to that area. Thank you. So after the next speaker is Omesh Kumar from the TWF in India. So, Bullis Ramani, where you go, brother? Please say your union and where you're from in your introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Man. My name is Aziz Kiria. I'm the General Secretary of Amalgamated Transport and General Workers Union from Uganda and ITF Coordinator for Eastern Africa. I want to take this opportunity to thank ITF for coming up with organizing the informal sector. For us as a union in Africa, we have been selected to be the mentor union in organizing the informal sector. And for so many years, informal sector workers have been left out of the trade union arrangement. And trade unions is about numbers. And the arrangement of organizing workers into labor unions is becoming a challenge to trade unions. And the only area where now we can get more members is the informal sector. For us as a union, we have tried to organize informal sector workers. These informal sector workers, for them, they already organized in associations. But when ITF came up with the project which is running of organizing informal sector, we realized that we can use this chance to bring these people on board and they can get a chance of fighting for their rights as workers. They don't have the social protection. More so in Africa, the informal sector workers don't contribute to NSSF. But we are trying to make sure that even the laws have been a problem in Africa. They don't allow informal sector workers to contribute to NSSF. But we are trying to make sure that through this project which is running, there is a public members bill in Uganda which is being prepared to allow informal sector workers to contribute also to the social protection. And for us as a union, mentor union, mostly to countries in Africa which speak English, we have moved steadily and we started with the airport taxi in Uganda. And within a period of 1 year, which right from last year, September, when this project of organizing the informal sector came, we have signed memorandum of understanding with associations from the taxi industry, lorry truck drivers, long distance truck drivers. We have women in the informal sector who do crafts. We have a group of women who are positively living, but they do some small business along the roads. All these people have been organized in the union. And our membership is growing so fast because of the informal sector workers, because there are many and they have been lacking people to help them because they can't access the government. But for us as a union, we have the stake. We can negotiate on their behalf in terms of taxes, how they can be, they can pay revenue, how they can acquire areas where they can do business. And we have tried even to make sure that they can have a medical scheme. So briefly, for 1 year now, almost 1 year since we started this project, we have almost organized over 3,000 workers from the informal sector, and they have started contributing union dues to the union. So we thank ITF for that. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Umesh Kumar from the TWF in India, then Kampare Emmanuel Gastan from SOMAC.
Respected President, General Secretaries, I just want to say a few words about the conditions of road transport workers, especially bus workers in India. India is a very big country and time allotted to me is very short. So I just want to focus a few words. As our General Secretary earlier says, it is true that most of the transport workers are in unorganized sectors. And in India, it is very difficult to organize the workers because of the geographical conditions, because of the communication system, and because of the transportation system. It is very difficult for a leader to travel for more than 30 hours, more than 35 hours by way of bus, by way of traveling in tempos, or by way of traveling by air to organize these workers. But with the kind cooperation of ITF, with the regional office, and with our national union, which is led by the Dr. J. Sanjeeva Reddy, who is also the president of our National Coordination Committee, we are trying to settle down the issues of the transport workers. Our Senior General Secretary K.S. Verma ji is trying to issue proper directions throughout the country. And recently, a new campaign started by us with the kind cooperation of our Railway Federation and FIR, his General Secretary, Mr. M. Raghavaiah ji, and our Transport Federation organized a joint railroad transport coordination from Hyderabad, in which we decided to fight for the transport workers together. As far as the conditions to organize the unorganized transport workers, many of the owner of the buses and truckers are single owners, and they are their single drivers, they are their single conductors, and it is very difficult to get leave to organize them. Whenever they ask to go for the union meeting, there is a problem of unemployment. The owner of that bus or that truckers ultimately terminate the services of that driver or conductor. Keeping in view his unemployment factor, most of the people deny to join the unions. However, our federation, our union is trying our best to organize them in different part of countries. We are trying to organize the camps allotted by the ITF Delhi office. And the conditions, road conditions of India is also not very good. Somewhere there is minus 45-degree temperature and somewhere there is plus 45-degree temperatures. I just quote you one instance. Our driver starts from a northern part of India that is situated in Leh. It's a border area of China and where temperature started from the minus 20 degrees centigrade. And ultimately he passes through the 3 passes of 17,000 feet and reaches the height of 3,000 feet. In one day journey, he completed more than 600 kilometers and passes crosses 3 passes. There are very typical conditions. Delhi is situated in 45 degrees centigrade and other part is situated is minus 20 degrees centigrade. So it is not easy to organize the transport workers. 28 states, 7 union territories, and there are 8 national unions. And each national union has their own transport federation. We have a national coordination committee for the national unions and also a coordination committee for the transport workers. We all together, all transport federations are also trying to fight for the welfare of the transport workers. But still, a lot of work has to be done. And I hope there is one more thing that we have not more communication. Our unorganized sector has not more mobile phones. It is very difficult to convey the directions of the union from one part to another part of the country. And I'm thankful to the ITF who gave us the tablet, which will help for the faster communication with the ITF and with our other affiliates. At the end, again thanks to the ITF who gave me the opportunity to speak some words about the road transport workers in India. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. So we have Brother Gaston from SOMAC, then Richard Delameda from SIT Sitnat Ramac.
Salut camarades. Je suis secrétaire général du syndicat des travailleurs de la météorologie de l'aviation civile. Je suis béninois, Afrique de l'Ouest. Je suis aussi président de la Fédération des syndicats des travailleurs de la SECNA. 16 pays d'Afrique regroupés. Il y a plus de 6 000 travailleurs et nous luttons aux côtés de l'ITF, grâce à l'ITF. Je soutiens le rapport d'activité. Je félicite les dirigeants de l'ITF pour leur perspicacité. Je voudrais dire bravo à Ekaterina Iradova, ma collègue du comité de l'aviation civile, et je voudrais dire qu'elle a fait quelque chose qui dépasse les capacités des hommes. Et je voudrais profiter pour dire à toutes les femmes ici présentes qu'elles sont devant et nous sommes derrière elles. Grâce au soutien de l'ITF, nous avons pu organiser, grâce au mot d'ordre, mobilisons-nous, mondialisons la solidarité, nous avons pu organiser tous les secteurs d'activité de l'aéroport de Cotonou et des autres États de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et de la SECNA. Nous avons les porteurs, nous avons ceux qui servent à la restauration, nous avons les gens de AHS, ceux qui font le fret, ainsi de suite, et même les femmes travailleuses qui font la nourriture, en tout cas la restauration, les femmes de l'informel. Grâce à cela, nous avons lutté efficacement contre la privatisation, parce que le secteur est très envié, le capital a toujours envie de le prendre. Donc, grâce à cette solidarité agissante dictée lors de nos précédents congrès, nous avons pu combattre la privatisation jusqu'à présent depuis 20 ans. Nous avons aussi lutté et nous sommes prêts à lutter, nous luttons toujours contre le dumping social et ce que nous appelons déjà chez nous les avions de complaisance battant de l'air. Donc nous sommes en train de lutter et de mettre fin, en tout cas de prévenir à l'afflux des compagnies du Golfe qui sont en train de laurier, qui viennent déjà en Afrique depuis longtemps. Pour finir, je voudrais saluer la dextérité du secrétaire de l'aviation civile, le camarade Gabriel Moto, pour tout ce qu'il fait au niveau de l'aviation civile en Afrique et dans le monde. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, brother. So, Brother Dalamida, followed by Terence Tan from the Singapore Maritime Officers Union.
Bonjour, je suis Emmanuel Gustave Compaoré du syndicat unique de la météorologie et de l'aviation civile du Burkina Faso, membre fondateur de la Fédération des syndicats des travailleurs de l'ASECNA. L'ASECNA est une multinationale qui agit dans 17 pays africains et qui compte la France également comme pays membre. Et cette multinationale est dans le domaine donc, de la sécurité de la navigation aérienne, donc gère près de 16 millions de kilomètres carrés. Alors, l'ASECNA regroupant 17 États membres regroupe en même temps plus de 7000 travailleurs. Alors, grâce à l'ITF, nous avons pu mettre en place une fédération de tous les syndicats des 17 États membres africains qu'on a redynamisé tout récemment en mars 2012 à Cotonou et dont Richard Dalmeda, qui vient de parler tout à l'heure, a été élu secrétaire général. Grâce à la FESTA créée en 1990, nous avons imposé à cette multinationale qui est l'ASECNA un dialogue social qui nous est très fructueux aujourd'hui. Donc depuis 1990, aucune action d'envergure sur le plan de la stratégie n'est prise par l'employeur sans que les travailleurs ne soient associés. Alors, cela a permis aux travailleurs de l'ASECNA d'améliorer de façon considérable donc, leur niveau de rémunération, mais également leurs conditions de travail et de vie. Et ce qui fait qu'au jour d'aujourd'hui, il y a des syndicats dans les États membres qui ont pu, grâce à cette fédération, et donc créer des projets d'habitat social où ils ont pu avoir un toit pour plus de 500 travailleurs dans chaque État membre. Il y a jusqu'à 4 États membres qui ont pu le faire et le projet est toujours en train de se mener. Donc, nous ne pouvons que remercier l'ITF et l'encourager à continuer son action vers les multinationales. J'ai entendu DHL tout à l'heure. Continuer vraiment l'action vers les multinationales pour que les syndicats des multinationales dans tous les États où ces multinationales se trouvent puissent se regrouper et créer un véritable lobby pour amener donc le patronat à régler de façon définitive et de façon pérenne les problèmes donc des travailleurs. Je vous remercie. Vive l'ITF.
Thank you, brother. So Terence, followed by Souley Zenabou from Niger, Sinatra. It's not Frank.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, thank you, Brother Steve, for your continuous support to the youth and a very creative way of presenting the ITF report. Also, thank you to our sisters and brothers from the Bulgarian unions for the opening reset and the logistic arrangement for the Congress. I am very happy to be part of this sharing. I still remember the first time that I attended the Congress held in Mexico in 2010. That was where I got to know many young unionists around the world. And this Congress not only allowed us to share our views, but it is also an important platform for building relationships. This is what makes ITF strong. But why are union membership declining among the youth? And what can be done to show the youth the importance and relevance of the unions today? The decline in youth membership is not just happening in Singapore, but in many countries. The needs of young workers today are very different compared to the past. young workers feel that unions are just for the older generation and would rather spend more time managing their career than being part of the union and participating in union activities. With all this in mind, our union decided to engage them in a different way. We managed to get support from our executive committee members to launch out a series of events which involve outreach, networking, and nurturing. We started building our relationship through informal networking and team building. Singapore National Trade Union Congress also set up a lifestyle club called NIBO to engage with teenagers, cultivating union's presence even before they entered into the workforce. This new approach was to educate the young that a union role is not just about protecting their jobs, but a union is part of their social life that aims to promote friendship and family cohesiveness. We also took a step further to organize networking events for the seafaring officers to meet up with the senior management. Without such a networking opportunity, they will not get a chance to meet them face-to-face and a heartfelt discussion. This has fostered good working relationship between employers and employees. We as youth leaders of ITF, let's not wait to come together to reach out to the young workers around the world. Don't wait any longer to demonstrate the union relevance to their life today. We need to come together so that we can expand our growth across other regions. We are fortunate to have such an active ITF Youth Secretariat team where Brother Ingo and his team have been working behind the scene to organize such events and been updating us on what is happening among the young workers around the world. I urge ITF to organize more of such developmental programs with other international unions so that we can continue to share our ideas. I believe that many young leaders here will agree that such programs will allow the youth to feel invested and broaden their social horizon. We will learn to look out for each other in times of need. This will certainly have a positive impact in the life of the participating union leaders. I'm strongly encouraged to see so many youth leaders here today, and I look forward for a wonderful exchange of ideas in the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. So Sule, followed by Lucien from Sigma in Madagascar. Sule, Brother Sule from Sinatra in Niger. Sister Sule, I beg your pardon, sister.
Bonjour l'assistance, je me présente.
Mike.
Bonjour camarades, je suis Souley Zainabou.
No, the mic's not coming through. Can we get somebody to assist, sister?
Je suis la secrétaire générale du syndicat.
Belt it out, sister.
Je suis Souley Zainabou. Je suis la secrétaire générale du syndicat national des travailleurs autonomes de l'économie informelle. Je suis la coordinatrice sous-régionale Afrique de l'Ouest, secteur des routiers. Au niveau de mon pays, le Niger, je suis au niveau de la coordination nationale ITF Niger. Je remercie en tout cas les organisateurs de cette grande instance qui est historique pour moi et qui m'a permis à ce jour d'être parmi vous et à travers moi la représentation en tout cas de tous mes camarades de la coordination nationale ITF Niger. Et je vous transmets en tout cas les salutations de tous mes camarades du transport du Niger. Et en ce qui concerne la solidarité au niveau du Niger et au niveau de notre région, nous avons eu à participer à plein d'actions de solidarité. Au niveau de la coordination nationale ITF Niger, et en tant que point focal SASC, nous avons eu à participer aux différentes activités organisées par le projet SASC que nous a eu à décrocher l'ITF. Et là, je transmets en tout cas tous mes remerciements à l'ITF pour nous avoir permis de prendre part à la mise en œuvre de ce projet. Et ça, qui nous a permis à ce jour d'avoir le projet de convention collective qui est posé sur la table de négociation au niveau de notre ministère de tutelle, qui est le ministère du Transport. Et à travers toujours ce projet SAS, nous avons eu à faire des formations de renforcement des capacités et ça nous a permis aussi de renforcer la coordination nationale des femmes ITF Niger, et dont la présidente est parmi nous, et la camarade Aïcha. Et elle est venue honorer de sa présence cette grande instance qui fait l'honneur aujourd'hui à toutes les femmes au niveau du Niger et elle apporte sa contribution au niveau de l'Afrique. En ce qui concerne, je voudrais ici parler du rapport qui a été présenté. Je joins ma voix à celle des autres qui ont soutenu ce rapport d'activité, mais j'ai une préoccupation qui est celle des travailleurs migrants, parce que le secteur informel, qui est mon secteur, regorge beaucoup de travailleurs migrants. Et ces travailleurs migrants sont confrontés à d'énormes problèmes. Il faut que l'ITF pense à ces travailleurs-là pour qu'on puisse au moins améliorer leurs conditions de travail au niveau de leur pays d'immigration. Toujours par rapport au secteur informel, pour lequel nous sommes en train de travailler, et je suis la présidente de la Fédération des syndicats de l'économie informelle au niveau du Niger, dont cette fédération, dans sa grande majorité, est composée par des travailleurs de transport, et qui sont, en tout cas, dans leur grande majorité...
One minute, sister. 1 minute.
Ok, merci. Et qui sont les travailleurs de transport, qui sont dans leur grande majorité des travailleurs précaires parce qu'ils n'ont pas de convention collective, ils n'ont pas de contrat de travail ni de protection sociale. Donc à cela, nous pensons qu'à travers ce projet de convention, nous aurons ces acquis et dès que cette convention sera signée au niveau de notre ministère de tutelle, et je le crois sincèrement. Je voudrais parler aussi d'un projet sur le secteur informel qui a été lancé à Nairobi en septembre. Et ce projet aussi nous a permis d'organiser une activité avec la participation de plus de 20 pays de l'Afrique. Et à travers ce projet, nous avons eu aussi à organiser le secteur des taxis motos au niveau de Niamey et à l'intérieur du pays. À ce jour, nous avons plus de 400 chauffeurs taxi-moto au niveau de la capitale Niamey qui sont dans les périphériques et que nous sommes en pourparlers avec les municipalités pour qu'on puisse leur permettre de s'organiser correctement et faire leur travail au même titre que les transporteurs et les transporteurs urbains. Au niveau de la région de Zender, à 900 km de la capitale, nous avons aussi organisé les taxis motos et les taxis tricycles, qui est un nouveau modèle de transport au niveau de l'intérieur du pays. Et nous sommes avec ces travailleurs que nous comptons appuyer pour qu'ils puissent en tout cas mieux améliorer leurs conditions de travail et qu'ils puissent avoir une adhésion qui va leur permettre de bien faire leur travail comme les autres travailleurs. Merci bien.
Thank you, Sister Lucien, followed by Comrade Joachim from Simicon on the Ivory Coast. If you can get ready, we're running out of time here, and we'd like to get through as many speakers as... Thank you, Lucien.
Merci, camarade Padi. Donc bonjour à tous et encore une fois, merci à l'accueil chaleureux et à l'hospitalité de nos amis bulgares. Je vais commencer par la Convention du travail maritime parce que, comme nous le savons tous, Madagascar a donc passé 5 années de crise depuis 2009 jusqu'à l'heure actuelle.
Et nous sommes heureux d'annoncer ici que lors de la conférence internationale du travail qui s'est tenue à Genève tout dernièrement, donc cette année, il y avait eu un engagement fort du gouvernement malgache qui va s'acheminer vers la ratification de la Convention de travail maritime 2006 et puis de la Convention numéro 188 du secteur de travail pêche. Et à propos de la pêche, nous sommes heureux que l'ITF va notamment consacrer une place assez particulière pour la pêche parce que là il y a bon nombre de travailleurs qui ne sont pas encore organisés et nous nous réjouissons déjà des programmes de travail que l'ITF va mener dans ce secteur. Au niveau de la piraterie dans la région Océanie Indienne, donc nous sommes contents que le gouvernement malgache ait pu se donner les moyens donc, de contribuer efficacement à la diminution des actes de piraterie dans la région, notamment avec les pays riverains dans l'Océan Indien, dans les Seychelles et l'île Maurice, parce que rien que l'année dernière, donc, on a pu arrêter une centaine de pirates dans la région et qui ont été jugés pour la plupart à l'île Maurice. Et notamment au niveau des normes internationales du travail, surtout des droits fondamentaux des travailleurs, nous sommes vraiment en appui avec ce qui a été dit par nos collègues qui ont témoigné de leurs actions auparavant, que dans le secteur maritime, c'est vrai qu'il y avait eu déjà des efforts menés par l'ITF, mais il reste encore beaucoup à faire et nous encourageons nos collègues ici présents de faire acte de toute action qui pourrait mener au travail décent dans le secteur. Merci.
Thank you, brother. Brother Joachim, then followed by Yuji Matsuoka from Rengo in Japan.
Je suis donc Yadili Mel Joachim de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis le secrétaire général du syndicat des marins ivoiriens au commerce, le coordinateur ITF et aussi le président de la section Afrique des gens de mer. Je voudrais commencer par remercier l'ITF pour toutes les actions qui sont faites, particulièrement pour ce qui touche la lutte contre les pavillons de complaisance. Au niveau, donc, par rapport à cette lutte, il y a un réseau d'inspecteurs, je crois 133 inspecteurs qui agissent à travers le monde. Au niveau donc de l'Afrique, nous avons fait le constat qu'il y a 5 inspecteurs. 5 inspecteurs, donc cela nous a amené à émettre un souhait. Les inspecteurs sont en Égypte, en Afrique du Sud, au Kenya et au Nigeria. Nous avons donc émis le souhait d'en avoir un au niveau de l'Afrique occidentale. Ce souhait a suscité un projet au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Un séminaire donc a pu avoir lieu en 2010. Par la suite, des visiteurs de navires ont été institués pour les ports de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et je pense qu'à une des réunions au niveau de Londres, ce projet a pu être admis comme un projet encourageant et enfin satisfaisant à encourager. En septembre 2013, il a même été étendu au Nigeria. Et je pense que ce projet-là pourrait servir à d'autres pays. Nous souhaitons qu'il soit toujours soutenu par l'ITF et qu'au besoin, il y ait une nomination d'un inspecteur pour la zone ouest africaine. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, brother. And thank you for being short. I mean, the shorter people are to get their message through, then the more speakers we hear. Okay, Matsuoka-san.
こんにちは。日本の JR 連合より、鉄道労働者の立場から発言したいと思います。 未曾有の大災害をもたらした東日本大震災発生から間もなく3年が経過します。改めてお亡くなりになられた方々に哀悼の意を表すとともに、世界各国からのこの間のご支援に対しまして御礼申し上げます。鉄道事業を担う労働組合として、東日本大震災の教訓を決して忘れず、災害に強い安全安心な鉄道ネットワーク形成を通じて、被災地の再起を支える決意を改めて表明します。さて、日本の鉄道は1987年に7つの JR 会社に分割民営され、今年で27年を迎えました。日本の国鉄民営化は民営化の成功事例として紹介されていますが、成果と課題の両面を検証する必要があります。国鉄時代に比べ、労働条件を改善させることができたことは、一つのメリットであります。しかし、民営化はすべて良いとの風潮は誤りで、JR でも課題は山積しています。この課題について、JR 連合も全力を傾注して課題解決に向けて取り組みたいと思います。次に、安全の確立について、今年は新幹線開業して50年の記念の年です。運行開始以来、安全安定輸送を続けています。一方で、9年前、在来線で事故が発生、多くの犠牲者を出し、鉄道の安全神話は一瞬にして崩壊しました。失った信頼と誇りを取り戻すべく、私たちは何よりも安全を優先し、ヒューマンエラーは結果であり、原因ではないとの姿勢で、取り組んでまいりたい、このように思っています。最後に、政策的な課題について、日本においては、急激に人口減少社会を迎えています。地方路線をいかに維持活性化させるか、また一向に進まない鉄道貨物へのモーダルシフトなど、JR が抱える中長期的な政策課題が多くあります。そのような中、昨年11月に長年の悲願であった交通政策基本法が成立しました。地方において地域の活力を強化するためにコンパクトなまちづくりと連携し、持続可能な地域公共交通ネットワークを確立するため、私たち JR 連合はその一端を担っていくことを申し上げ、発言とします。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, brother. Marcel Zonte, brother Marcel Zonte for FST ATV in Burkina Faso, followed by Ms. Takao Oshida from the JAL Cabin Crew Union.
Merci, camarade président. C'est Marcel Zanté du Burkina Faso, secrétaire général de la FSTAB, membre du comité exécutif de l'ITF au nom des pays francophones. Je voudrais à cette tribune relever un certain nombre d'éléments qui sont assez importants pour notre sous-région, à savoir d'une part que l'ITF, en collaboration avec les syndicats finlandais, ont mis en œuvre un projet assez important qui est le projet SAS, qui a permis à un grand nombre de pays au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest de pouvoir négocier des conventions. La camarade Zinabou l'a dit ici pour le Niger. Au Burkina, nous avons réussi à signer une convention collective de transport routier et le processus continue son cours au niveau des autres pays. Il est également prévu une négociation avec les organisations sous-régionales, à savoir l'UEMOA et la CEDEAO, pour arriver à la négociation d'une convention qui pourra en tout cas harmoniser les textes au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest afin que le transport routier soit beaucoup plus fluide et moins de tracasseries. Le second élément que je voudrais relever ici, c'est vraiment remercier l'ITF qui a permis à ce que les anciens affiliés de la FIOST et qui sont aujourd'hui membres de l'ITF puissent participer pleinement aux activités de l'ITF. À ce titre, je voulais signaler qu'en 2010, au Congrès de Mexico, j'étais, j'allais dire en tout cas, pratiquement le seul représentant des pays francophones de l'Afrique à participer au Congrès de Mexico. Et cette fois-ci, nous sommes en tout cas un certain nombre qui avons eu la chance de participer à ce congrès-là. Et à ce titre, il faudrait vraiment que nous puissions dire que nous avons toujours besoin du soutien des affiliés de l'ITF dans les pays, parce que l'intégration n'est pas aussi effective dans tous les pays. On peut citer des exemples assez encourageants, notamment au Burkina, au Togo, en RDC, et un peu au Niger, mais il n'est pas aussi efficace dans les autres pays. Et nous souhaitons vraiment l'accompagnement des différents comités, des différents bureaux régionaux, pour que cette intégration soit aussi efficace et beaucoup plus productive. Donc par conséquent, en tant que représentant de l'ex-FIOST, je voudrais en tout cas inviter les uns et les autres qui peuvent nous aider à aller dans ce sens-là. Merci bien et bon congrès.
And please be assured that that will be there, brother. So, Oshida, son, followed by Arturo Ruiz Trompe from Guatemala. And then we'll have two more interventions, and I'm afraid we're out of time. So my apologies to those speakers, but again, it just underlines if we can respect the duration, we get through as many of our sisters and brothers that we possibly can. Okay. Next speaker.
議長ありがとうございます。先ほど全国公安の糸谷委員長のご発言にありました日本航空の解雇事件について発言いたします。私は日本航空客室乗務員の内田妙子と申します。私は日本航空客室乗務員組合 CCU の委員長在任中に整理解雇されました。その解雇は2010年1月19日に日本航空が経営破綻したことが発端となりました。大規模な人員削減計画が進められる過程で、余剰人員として客室乗務員84名とパイロット81名が強制的に解雇されました。日本航空は再建期間中も計画以上の利益を上げていました。そして経営破綻から完全に立ち直り、1820名もの客室乗務員を新たに採用しています。それならなぜ私たちを職場に戻さないのでしょうか。この解雇は経営破綻を最大限に活用した組合潰しの不当労働行為だったからです。解雇された者は6名の執行委員や代議員といった組合活動家が中心になっています。私たちは解雇の撤回を求めて提訴しましたが、地裁、高裁とも解雇は有効であるとの不当な判決を下しました。私たち客室乗務員原告71名全員が最高裁に上告することにしました。パイロットは64名です。ITF からもご支援をいただいて、ILO の結社の自由委員会にも申し立てを行いました。委員会からは2つの勧告が出されています。解雇した者を職場復帰させるための率直かつ十分な協議を行うことを要請する内容になっています。解雇から3年7ヶ月が経過しましたが、葬儀がさらに長期化すれば、収入を絶たれた原告たちにとっては計り知れない経済的ダメージになります。この葬儀を一日も早く解決しなければなりません。最高裁では勝利判決を勝ち取らなければなりません。それには ITF の仲間の皆様の力をお借りしなければなりません。日本航空に対して自主的かつ早急な解決を迫り、政府に対しては ILO 勧告に基づいた行動を要請する手紙を送ってください。ぜひともご協力をお願いします。私たちは決して諦めません。解決できるまで戦います。ITF の仲間の皆様のご支援をよろしくお願いします。ロビーにビラを用意していますので、ぜひ読んでください。ありがとうございました。
Thank you, sister. And the aviation sector will organise that correspondence and communications. The last speaker, Comrade Trompe from the USTAC in Guatemala. Then we'll adjourn the meeting and come back at 2 o'clock sharp. Brother?
Sí, primero un agradecimiento a los compañeros Paddy y Stephen por tan buen informe que nos han presentado. Creemos un informe muy completo que recoge mucho de las cosas que están pasando dentro de la familia de la ITF. También estamos presentando nuestro agradecimiento y congratulación por los compañeros de Bulgaria que han sido muy buenos anfitriones y al organizar esta actividad en su país. Con la delegación nuestra del Sindicato de Trabajadores de Aeronáutica Civil de Guatemala y la Federación de Trabajadores del Transporte, estamos dando el agradecimiento total a la ITF, pero también queremos circunscribirlos a ustedes en lo que es actualmente el escenario de Guatemala, un país donde tenemos alrededor de 20 asesinatos por día y donde se dice que los asesinatos son dados a la delincuencia común. También se menciona que las luchas sindicales se basan principalmente en que no son atentados en contra de la dirigencia sindical, sino que son atentados de la delincuencia común, de otros factores que nunca son de tipo político y de movimiento de los trabajadores. Tenemos, aparte del promedio de 20 asesinatos por día, en el caso del transporte terrestre, en los últimos 2 años, una cifra alarmante de más de 500 asesinatos de choferes de autobús, que eso está vinculado, según los datos del gobierno, a lo que es una lucha de poderes de pandillas juveniles. Pero obviamente nosotros, el movimiento sindical, sabemos que esto es producto de un ataque político a la organización de los trabajadores. Por lo tanto, también estamos visualizando en la última conferencia de la OIT el hecho de que Guatemala ha sido considerado, tal vez junto con Colombia, de los países más peligrosos para ejercer el movimiento sindical. Y esto obviamente lo que conlleva es a un compromiso mayor por parte de los dirigentes nacionales, pero también a la solidaridad del movimiento sindical internacional. A pesar de todo esto, como USTAC, como Federación de Transporte en Guatemala, estamos muy orgullosos de darles noticias positivas a ustedes. Hemos sido capaces de contribuir, por ejemplo, de sacar de Honduras al compañero Víctor Crespo, que estaba siendo amenazado en Honduras. Lo sacamos por tierra por Guatemala. Muchos de los dirigentes que ustedes ven acá, que nos acompañan esta mañana, fueron artífices de esta situación. Entonces, compañeros, demandamos de la ITF un compromiso. Nosotros decimos en el movimiento sindical, la solidaridad no se discute, la solidaridad se aplica. Y eso es lo que hemos hecho nosotros con los hermanos centroamericanos y de alguna manera también estamos solicitando tanto al compañero Paddy, al compañero Stephen, que nos acompañen en este proceso y que estamos seguros que solo un fortalecimiento del movimiento sindical vamos a lograr cambiar nuestro mundo, porque nosotros creemos en una ITF fuerte y que otro mundo es posible. Gracias.
Thank you, comrade, and we know just how difficult it is in the dock workers section. Pedro Zamora, of course, was brutally murdered, shielding in his car with his young children and shielding them from the firing. And our support and solidarity and great sympathy is extended to you in particular. So that's it. We've had a very, very rich session. I'm sorry not everybody got to speak who put it down, but we have it online. Great thing about modern communications, so that you can register your views and they'll be part of the networking of communication. So please, I direct you to the ITF website. Those speakers or anybody else who wants to record their views, they will be taken into account as if there was an intervention. Just state your union and name properly, and all of that will be taken into account after the assessment by the Executive Board on the work plan going forward. So please exercise that great opportunity that technology has given us. Please enjoy your lunch. There's some food available at the stalls outside. It is a beautiful area. Please move around the cafes in the restaurant, and the desk in the lobby has information in areas you might want to have a look at it the next hour and a half. To those on the Credentials Committee, they're meeting now in Boardroom 1. And for the Resolutions Committee, no one can seem to find Boardroom 2. It's disappeared. It's a bit like, you know, the Bermuda Triangle. So we thought that the Resolutions Committee, they can meet up here on the stage, and there are sufficient either to the left or the right to conduct their business. So I'll formally put now, sisters and brothers, you've heard the activities report. There's been magnificent record of the work done in the last 4 years. I think we've had over 70 interventions, all of them powerful and motivated. You believe that we're in a position to adopt the activities report? Yes? Adopted with acclamation, and we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much, sisters and brothers. Meeting adjourned.
get closer, please. Yes. 1, 2, 3, smile. One is perfect. One more. With another one too. I have one actually.
Yeah. One more. You just come go there. वहाँ जाओ. यहाँ से लो one photo with Kremlin. Yes, yes, yes. I want alone photo.
Oh, alone.
Just alone. You take alone photo, you come to here. Come alone. Just alone. Just alone.
স্টেজে একটা ফটো উঠে যাবে কথা বুঝুন না চান্স না পাইলাম না না হাত ডালা ডালা চাবি দিয়ে আর কেউ আসেন
এইভাবে আরে না এই যে এইভাবে বক্তৃতা দিতে হবে এইভাবে বক্তৃতা দিতে হবে তা না হইলে তো বক্তা হইল না হ্যাঁ তার যদি না দেয় তাহলে তো থাকতে পারবো না
Thank you, sir.
चलो 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 चलो
ना तुम ना
Yeah, just take from this side. Bus in front. Yeah, yeah. Ready? Yeah.
अरे हमारे बैग है तो लैपटॉप
அன்புள்ள தொழிலாளர் தோழர்களை உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் வாழ்த்துக்களை
Vamos a echar. Darío Lima, vamos a decir el nombre.
Stephen Cotton. Over priority. Over priorities. Over priority. Ah, entonces, ¿qué onda, compadre? Ahora te toca a vos.
Un saludo.
Entonces tírate después te la tomo. Ahorita te la tomo otra vez. Mira, y al revés. Ah, la puro. Mira, ahí está. Ponete.
Revísala bien. Revísala si no te la vuelvo a tomar. Solo te deja el global, dice el burro. Entonces, ¿qué venimos? No sé qué. Espérame, te voy a leer aquí que dice Over priority. Me dejan ciegos los cuentos, hombre. ¿A cuál? ¿A dónde volteo a ver? ¿Para arriba, para abajo, para abajo, para arriba? Ese minder no te va a dejar ciego, güey.
Puto de lo global quería.
Échate un lado vos.
Vámonos, guate. Ahí estamos, pues. Vámonos.
Yo me voy a beber esa botella de agua. Ya la vi. ¿Sabes qué era la botella de agua? La botella de agua, ¿quién se la lleva? Ahora vos. Ahí está, cabal. Mira, esa es cámara, ¿no? Ahora voy con vos. Nosotros.
Porque no quiero.
Esa botella me la voy a llevar de regreso yo mejor, vos. ¿No crees? No, ¿por qué? ¿Acaso que alguien me viene? Pues estoy hablando en serio, pues. Estoy pillando a todo el mundo aquí.
Yeah, can we scroll down a little, just so I see?
здесь, да? И люди подумают, вот Гарри какой. Видишь, с какой трибуны выступает. А он трепло кукурузное. Да. Правильно, вот так и фотографируют. високи за мен. А къде са стойките? Трябва да питам. Сега ще питам.
To know where is it?
Now that it's changed?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can I just try that? Yeah. Okay. And then I'll try that again.
Because some with make
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one and turn off it and
okay. Okay, that's fine. Let's just make sure that goes in.
Short, sir.
Okay.
लांबून घेतलं की बरं होईल, लांबून घेतलं की बरं होईल. एकदम जवळून छान वाटतंय. ठीक आहे. बॅकग्राऊंड बरोबर आलं पाहिजे सगळं. येतंय का? घ्या 3-4 घ्या इकडून, या बाजून पण घ्या.
disturb you, or will that disturb you? Because I think we can minimise it up there if we do. Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. You're going. Who's going? You're going first. No, you're going first. I'm going last, I think. Right.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
Make a few, you can see here. And this is only the altitude. Okay.
Do you know what a button is? This screen works on the computer. So when you click this, you'll change that. But this is connected to your computer. So what Sarah's going to do is follow your connector. Right. So she just has to do it manually on the computer. Ah, right. So that's the one that you hear there. Yeah. They're two different inputs. So when you change it there, it will change on it automatically. She can see what's on the computer in front of her. This screen here, she has to follow you.
This is for the script.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. Maybe.
Yeah, and if you need to know exactly where you are on the screen behind you, it's that one. All right. But they should be the same. It might just be that she's second.
Brilliant.
We're going to go out later in the week.
Oh, right.
So not tonight, but we're going to then.
Okay, sisters and brothers, we ready to go? If the ranks are thinning out, it's a fast and furious pace here at the ITF. So we've got another very interesting session coming up. It's the theme document, and as I outlined this morning, that this is about where we want to go, the roadmap for the next 4 years. It's important to hear your voices because that will then translate back into our policy document. The policy document that will then translate into an activities timetable. And resources need to be dedicated and budgeted for. So you're effectively in this session and in the resolution session on Friday determining the way forward for our ITF for the next 4 years. And Stuart Howard is going to introduce the document, and also up here we have Tony Sheldon from the TWU, Simon Sang from Unite, Steve Turner from Unite, Simon Sang and Ivan de la Guardia, who will be leading a debate on showcasing the types of things that we're doing in the area of organising, innovative processes that we're taking to give us some insight and also help lay the base coat for those activities that we will be determining by 5 o'clock this afternoon. But Steve, the theme document is in your papers. We're running a congress here where we just don't want a monotony of a single voice reading verbatim from a document. The documents are there, I know you've read them, and Stuart will point to the salient areas and the important areas. There's a little film first just to set the mood and the dimensional mood. You can also participate, as I indicated before, via the website. You can tweet if you're a tweeter or a Twitter. There are hashtags and handles there, and you can be part of the debate, the online debate. That will be obviously going international, and many people, not just ITF affiliates, will be watching the conversation with great interest. So it is a multi-dimensional discussion and debate that we're dealing with now, and so we might roll the film and then we'll hand it over to the Assistant General Secretary, Stuart Howard. Okay, we ready?
Transport unions are facing big challenges through 2018 and beyond. The International Transport Workers Federation has a plan about how to respond, using 4 levers to fight back that will build the muscle unions need to wield power in a changing world. Of transport networks change, unions need to upgrade their power base. Technology is driving the expansion of the e-commerce sector, such as Amazon. Gigantic warehouses are appearing where workers have to cover 24 kilometres on every shift. New logistics hubs are appearing inside the port area. These bring together big retailers, manufacturers, shipping lines and global network terminals on a single site. DP World's London Gateway will soon have 12,000 workers. Hubs are just as important to passenger transport. Of the 8 million workers in the global aviation industry, 5 million are in airports. Many of these are women workers. Reaching workers and building our power in transport hubs and corridors is more important than ever before. In every transport sector, we need the power to deal with multinational corporations. These companies are becoming bigger, more sophisticated, and more aggressive. Stagecoach, National Express, Veolia and Arriva dominate urban transport. Gulf Airlines like Emirates and Qatar Airways have made attacking union rights a cornerstone of their high-growth strategy. but the ITF is bringing transport giants to heel. After a 5-year campaign, a landmark protocol means that DHL now has to monitor its labour rights and report back to the ITF, UNI and OECD. We must also look outside the transport sector at who is calling the shots in our industry. Global unions like the ITF are the only mass democratic organisations on the world stage. To harness this power, we must launch campaigns that connect with and grow the broad membership base. Urban transport is one of the largest areas of membership. It is likely to expand as governments shift to greener transport. The World Bank is promoting bus rapid transit because its infrastructure is cheap. ITF unions need to be vigilant because this trend is wiping out unionised public transport systems. We must swell our numbers in the urban transport sector, leading the way in one of the key industries of the future. The global economy is in the middle of a profound power shift. The traditional concentration of wealth and power looks to be over. The 1 billion plus populations of China and India will be the new mega economies. The 100 million plus nations like Brazil, Indonesia and Nigeria will be the second tier. By 2050, India's GDP will be nearly 8 times Australia's. Logistic city-states like Dubai, Singapore and Panama control vital organs in the global transport system. These are the areas where the ITF family needs to build new, powerful unions. The ITF family has faced historic changes in the past, and it is ready for changes that are coming in the future. We are not going to wait for employers and governments to make the first move. Together as transport unions, we must lead from the front. With the 4-lever Fightback programme, we will develop power where the industry is growing, in the most technologically advanced hubs and in the fastest expanding regions. We will reclaim public transport services because the world needs them now more than ever before. The ITF is a force for global justice. As we build our muscle and might, we will become a power that no government or employer can ignore.
Well, there couldn't be a better introduction than that, and that's absolutely fantastic production and hit every nail on the head. So, Stuart, over to you, brother.
Thank you, Paddy. So, now let's talk about power. That short film focused on a vital part of the Congress theme document, and it's perhaps the key debate that we should be having today. It's our strategy to increase our union power over the next 4 years. Now, in particular, the film identifies what it called 4 levers of power. You'll find them in paragraphs 19 to 29 of the Congress theme document. 4 levers of power, which are about maximising our muscle. These are some core elements of our work as a global union, which, if we strengthen them, we shall be able to magnify our transport union muscle. I'd like to stress the importance of these levers in today's discussion. In the document, they come under the heading, Do or Die, which may just be a clue as to how important we consider them. The Congress theme document provides a very vital and real and very comprehensive overview of the challenges faced by transport workers around the world. We know it's very vital and real and very comprehensive because we got it from you. In the last 2 years, we consulted with the conferences of all the sections, the Women's Conference, the Young Workers' Conference. We took the key issues and the priorities coming out of these. We attended all the regional conferences and identified the vital on-the-ground realities for transport workers in each of our regions. We held numerous other discussions and clarifications with affiliates. We worked with the Women's Chair to check that in our strategies we recognise that women transport workers as a vital part of the transport industry workforce. We consulted working groups like the Climate Change Working Group. When affiliates submitted motions on our industrial strategy, we talked to them and incorporated the essence of their motions into the Congress-themed document so that we could discuss all our industrial strategy in one place. So I want to recognise all of these contributions and the advice given which have resulted in this Congress-themed document. And I'd also like to take a moment to recognise the ITF staff, people like Sarah Fink and Anna Llewellyn, who played such a creditable role in pulling it together in such a coherent document, and the language services team who've made it available in all the languages. It means we have a single document which lays out the industrial landscape for transport workers and the challenges we face, with lists of action points for meeting these challenges. And as you can see, if you look, together, all these action points make a very long list. So it's vitally important that we identify which ones of these are the important ones. At the end of January, we brought together all the chairs of the different industry sections, the women transport workers and the young transport workers, as well as the regional vice presidents, in a meeting presided over by the ITF President Paddy Crumlin, to look at identifying the priorities in all these different parts of the ITF. And these are to be found in the annexes at the end of the document. It was a unique meeting for the ITF, bringing together all the chairs and vice presidents in this way to look now at the future, going forward over the next 4 years. In the section and other conferences which you will attend in the next 3 days, you will have the chance to discuss these priority areas of work for the next 4 years. These sets of priorities are vital to making sure that it's the most important things that get done. But we need something more. We need to think about what we have to do across the ITF, no matter what part of the ITF we belong to, that will make us a stronger organisation over the next 4 years. And this brings us back to the message of the film and our 4 levers of power. Let's remind ourselves about them. The ways we believe we can most effectively magnify our union leverage, increase our global union muscle. 1, global supply chains, distributing goods through key global and regional hubs, along transport corridors. We must build union strength in these places. Global and regional operators are beginning to dominate and dictate conditions in both freight and transport industries. We must increase union strength and coordination in these leading industry players. Global unions are the only mass democratic organisations on the global stage. We must activate our membership and draw on this unique source of power and legitimacy of millions of organised working men and women to influence governments and employers. And 4, the global economy is shifting profoundly. The US, China and India will be the mega economies of the future. We are seeing these small logistics city-states such as Dubai, Singapore and Hong Kong, with also getting enormous strategic importance. And the ITF must respond to these geographic shifts and make sure that we are building union power in these growing economic powerhouses. So again, hubs and corridors, leading industry players, activating our membership, responding to geographic shift. These are our levers to magnify our union power over the next 4 years. Colleagues, I look forward to a great debate about power. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Stuart, and an excellent introduction. We might now move to, we have a number of speakers that are speaking to aspects of the document. The first in presentation is Tony Sheldon. Tony, the TWU of Australia.
Good, thanks very much, Paddy, and brothers and sisters. Safe rates and the way to build power. Safe rates is a strategy about making sure we hold those that are economically our employers of our members, those who actually have the economic power to make decisions in our supply chains, the ones that aren't on the bottom of the cheque when someone gets paid that week. They aren't the ones that pay the annual leave or the sick leave or pay entitlements. These are the people that have the economic control over employers that our members work for. Critically, in the case of the trucking industry, we have a very clear strategy about saying, how do we hold that economic employers, who is really the boss, accountable for the economic greed that drives the trucking industry? There's some really startling, frightening statistics. In Australia, we have 330 deaths a year from heavy vehicle incidents. In the other parts of the world, in North America, there is a 4,500 people are killed as a result of truck-related caused incidents of 11,000 fatalities that happen in the trucking industry. In the EU, there's 35,000 fatalities, 17% of those heavy vehicles. In the case of India, 40% of all vehicle deaths are from the heavy vehicle industry. And yet international study after international study says that the economic squeeze to sweat trucks, to sweat drivers' employment, is the reasons why drivers are being killed and people's mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, neighbours and loved ones are dying on our roads because of that economic squeeze. Those that are in economically control have such low margins being paid in the road transport industry that to sweat the vehicle, not maintain the vehicle and have drivers working extraordinary hours is the only way the trucking companies are able to compete and survive in contracts. It's not working. In the case of the retail industry in Australia, we have 33% of all movement of vehicles are retail related. 33% of all movements within the Australian continent is contained by just 2 companies that dominate the retail market. None of those companies directly employ a truck driver. Not one of those companies have somebody on the bottom of their paycheck that says a job classification of trucking. But tens of thousands of workers are economically employed by those bosses. Strategically, when we look at the particular examples of going after companies, we've been mapping in the last 12 months with many members in the field, 267 companies that we've mapped which are non-unionised working for those retail companies. 267 companies, if we are to use traditional organising techniques, it will take us 260 years to organise those companies. I don't know about you, brothers and sisters, but I don't plan on living that long. But what we have to strategically do is say, rather than 267 employers, who is the economic employer? Who's the economic person and economic power to stop and to be held accountable for the damage it's done for the lives, the dignity and the respect of drivers on the road? In study after study, retailers are identified as driving the lowest rates, the lowest conditions right across the supply chain across the world. In the 10 largest retailers in the world, they have sales of $1.7 trillion. There are 10 retailers with $1.7 trillion worth of sales, and the clear capacity for us to be turning around and holding them to account as the real employer. Trying to organise company after company does not give us the capacity to turn around and organise mass market groups of labour. It's not strategically, it's not resource-wise, it is not practical. But you have to look at who the employer is. Who is the economic employer? Retailers set the low rates of pay through low margins. They set the unsafe incentive payments. They have often unpaid working time. Those statistics and those consequences of that is we see unreasonable demands, further outsourcing, the consequences of fatigue, the consequences of poor vehicle maintenance, speeding, and of course drug use. In study after study in many continents, and talking about my own continent of Australia, 1/3 of drivers say they illegally take substances to keep their work, to be able to do their work. 1/3. This isn't about going on a party on the weekend. It's not about having inhaling with a group of friends. It's about actually taking drugs to actually make sure you can meet the demands of the economic employers. The demand to work extraordinary hours, to sweat your labour and sweat your time. And of course, pay substantially low rates of pay and conditions. The way of tackling those challenges is by making sure the major retailers and major clients are held to account. Doing various tactics on holding the strategy to, in the case of the trucking industry, is looking at the whole question of who's the allies that can help us in this battle? Who are the traditional supporters of safe roads and safe arrangements? And of course, the general public and our political allies are critical in that fight. But also it is reaching out to our own transport companies who have little or no control over the market. They are price takers, not price makers. The strategy has to be, how do we win? How do we organise thousands of companies in a supply chain to regulate the market? How do we not just regulate 3 companies to find them work outsourced to the ununionised companies? Is by going back to the 10 critical companies, for example, in the retail industry, that contribute such significant control over their supply chains. In the case of safe rates in my own country, and the safe rate strategy that the ITF is adopting is to make sure that we have very clear targets, a very clear strategy about how we leverage the economic companies that control the system that we work under. When you look at retailers, for example, there is the community pressure, there is the economic capacity to pay, and there's the ability to turn around and do brand damage against those companies. But it has to be fundamental about organising groups of workers right across that supply chain and across those companies. And as I wind up, let's say this. If we were to sit back and to say there's 10 companies out there that employ, that turn over $1.7 trillion in the world, and we have no industrial agreement with them, we have no arrangements for their supply chain, then we are derelict, and if we did not have a preparedness to tackle those companies, then we'd be saying, well, why in the hell are we here? Well, we know why we're here. We're here to make sure those with the economic control that are killing our workers, that are killing our families, that are exploiting our supply chains, that we're saying that we're going to hold those bastards to account. And I'm as determined as everybody here to make sure that the accountability for those in economic control is accountability that can only be done and won through organised workers and unionised workplaces. Thank you, conference delegates.
Thanks for that, Tony. And the Safe Rates campaign in Australia has been extraordinarily successful, and one of the first pieces of legislation targeted by the Conservative government on their election, because it does give real structure and form and protection from the industry, and at the same time does it through the proper organisation, and that's anathema to the Conservative agenda. So thanks very much for those insights, and we'll ask Tony to stay on with the other panellists afterwards, and if there are any questions of the panellists, then we'll be able to make them available. The next is for Steve Turner from Unite. Can you please welcome Steve?
Thanks, Paddy, chairs, comrades. Can I start just by saying what a fantastic presentation that was, and of course the video that preceded it as well, demonstrating just some of the exciting work that we're doing as affiliates across the world, transforming the theory of organising for power into a reality for millions of workers across the globe. So comrades, this is a short presentation, and I'm going to use it to develop the main theme document of hubs and corridors and our 4 levers strategy. And I want to specifically look at our Port Hub strategy, a strategy we describe as a do or die issue within the ITF. And we say that, of course, because we all understand that the reality is that you don't change the obscene inequalities in wealth and opportunity we face on this planet simply by passing resolutions or writing fancy papers. The history of the working class struggle and 150 years of social progress is that you change the world by getting organised and building confidence, by mobilising and inspiring working people to stand together, to stand up and to fight back. And that's exactly the sort of organisation that we're looking to build here in the ITF. Stretching our organisation out from some of the best organised groups in our movement, workers with a proud, strong history, determined militancy and solidarity into what surrounds them. And what now surrounds them are logistic zones, employing hundreds of thousands of workers, some of the most vulnerable and exploited, those on short hours or 0 hours contracts, employed through agencies on minimum wages, those that are fearful workers, and more often than not, of course, non-union. So if you look at a strategic way at a modern port, you can see clearly the interdependency of so much that drives our economies. And with 85% of global trade conducted through supply chains, you can also see the vulnerabilities open for us to exploit in what is a war being waged on decent men and women, working people across the world and our unions. The opportunities for organised labour to choke off supply in key sectors of the economy. The potential for transforming just-in-time logistics to just-too-late operations. For companies whose stock sequencing is completely dependent upon the ship at sea, the train on rails, or the truck on our roads, our members. And this developing strategy gives us the potential, but only the potential, to develop a network, an alliance between interdependent workers that could transform the way they see themselves and understand that the real power that they have in today's globalised economies. Whether it's our traditional members in the docks themselves, or the millions across the globe working alongside them in warehousing, distribution and logistics, oil, gas and energy, paper, foodstuffs, automotive industries or chemicals, raw materials or finished goods. This developing concentration of labour provides us with an opportunity to build stronger unions with the capacity and will to act in a more focused and strategic way, coordinating our work and developing real practical solidarity. So looking at port hubs now demonstrates what we're doing in a pilot project in the UK, bringing shop stewards together across organised workplaces and companies. Activists with a shared vision and common purpose to do something bigger together than we could ever achieve on our own. We have an activist training programme that with the ITF supply chain team we're rolling out now across all affiliates involved in the programme. We're developing hub relationships with sister unions across Europe and indeed wider afield. And as we move forward, we'll be completing our research to better understand supply chain, the interdependency, and to identify the real economic employer, tackling the issues just referenced by Tony Sheldon in his own fantastic report. So rarely, of course, are these people our own employers. And of course, we need to develop leverage and capital strategies to force disputes up the chain to the real decision makers. Comrades, there can be no hiding places for bad employers. And given the broad nature of this work, I'm really pleased to be able to say that we're working jointly with this on Industrial, moving forward on our work between the GUFs as well, another one of the core objectives of the theme document between now and 2018. So to conclude, Chair, this is a project that's moving us from concept to reality. It's a project empowering workers themselves to act, giving them ownership of the strategy and responsibility to support others. But it won't just happen. It will only happen if we want it to happen. We can't outsource our responsibilities to organise those young workers, the vulnerable, the insecure, the fearful and the exploited. Because of course the reality is that we don't organise them, we'll soon join them. We're not a club, full up and happily managing decline. You can be that if you want to, but we don't and we won't. Comrades, we have a responsibility. It's our duty as leaders to stand up, to organise, to build power and win that better, fairer world. And finally, Chair, I want to make a plug, because this is only a short presentation for obvious reasons, for our hubs and new organising structure fringe. It's here on Wednesday lunchtime, 12:30, in this building, Hall 4. We're providing lunch and we have a great panel of speakers, including Sharon Burrows and our very own Paddy Crumlin and, of course, our Acting General Secretary, Steve Cotton. So come and join us. Examine how you can take the principles of hub organising and extend them to your airport, to your distribution hub, to your industrial estate or your logistics park. A better world is possible, but they're not going to give it to us. It's there for us to win, but we've got to organise, we've got to stand up and we've got to fight for it. So solidarity, comrades, let's move forward together.
Thanks, Steve, for that fantastic further exploration of the dimension of all of the, the organic nature really of transport, and we need to be across it all to organise effectively. And again, to do that in an ever-increasing globalised industry, as the film indicated, and as Tony indicated as well, we need to be able to operate, and the ITF is central to that organisation. It's not here for human rights and civil rights alone. It's not here to have meetings to reflect on the minutes of the last meeting. It's not there to just hear reports about the problems that each of the affiliates are experiencing in the neoconservative drive to remove unions from the transport workplace. We're here to build an international union. We are reshaping the nature of unions. We are dealing with an international industry and we need an international union. And that's not to take it away from the power of the affiliate or the identity of the affiliate. It's to supplement and to complement that identity and to merge into a new form of organisation. So thank you very, very much for those both excellent contributions. You'll have a chance to make a contribution yourself or to ask questions of the panel if you wish to do so. I'd again point to the forms down the front and please fill them in, and we'll get through as many as we can before we go into a wider discussion on the theme document itself. So I encourage you to do that. And now we move on to the third speaker. I'm not sure that Ivan is here yet. Ivan might be just really just-in-time delivery, as we say in the transport industry. But Simon Sang is certainly here, and we give you the floor, brother.
Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, good afternoon. Mine is to make a presentation on a long journey of building union power within the Northern Corridor in Kenya, and starting with Mombasa Port, because that is the hub and the starting point for the transport sector unions and transport sector services. In 2006, that is when we came in as Secretary General with my new team. And the challenge which we found was the issue of casualization, the issue of privatization, which was impending. So we started with, first of all, building the union power through democratization, which we did it within 1 year. Thereafter, we had to sort out the issue of casualization, which we found at 52% of the total workers, while 48% were permanent and casual. It was a journey which took us from 2006 to 2011. That is when we were able to change the terms of service for all the 5,100 workers from casuals to permanent and pensionable. Now the issue of privatization, which we had to fight alongside the issues of terms, conditions of terms of service, was also a big issue which was being instigated by the Kenya government, having made a resolution in the year 2009 to privatize the Kenya Ports Authority. It was not an easy thing, but we had to, muzzle our forces by engaging social partners, the local communities and the workers to be able to fight together. That was a journey again which took us from 2009 to 2011. That is when we were able to defeat the government's efforts to privatize the Kenya Ports Authority. Again, we have another issue. The same issue has come back again. In 2013, 2014, after the new government came in, they have again started the issue of privatization. And already, because we have already built a union power, we have already mobilized the stakeholders whom we engaged even before, and we are now at the full gear of fighting against the same vice, which by last week, we had already gotten support from the local members of parliament, the workers, and the local community. The next step is that we are going to have dialogue with the government, whom they have accepted to have dialogue with us. And we know that with the facts, the reasons which they had given for privatization, we already have the counter reasons why the port of Mombasa cannot be privatized. Since our original intention was to organize the Northern Corridor, we again have found a better strategy of dealing with the same issue by, arranging to register a transport sector federation. That again is in full gear, and we are hoping that in the next 1 year, we shall be able to have a transport sector federation so that together we shall be able to fight against, exploitation of workers by the concerted efforts of employers who have regrouped and teamed up to exploit workers within the transport corridor. That again, though we are facing a stiff, opposition from the National Labour Center, but what we know again is that the kind of power which we have built within the Dock Workers Union is sufficient enough to enable us to have a federation which will see and ensure that all the workers within the Northern Corridor will have gotten their full rights, being implemented through their respective CBS. That is the strategy which we have put in place and which we need the support from the ITF and other stakeholders whom we have already engaged, they are aware of, and so that we may succeed within the shortest time possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Simon. Now we've got Ivan, as I said, just-in-time delivery, no warehousing at this Congress, straight onto the podium. Welcome, Brother Ivan.
Buenas tardes, compañeros, representantes de la ITF, hermanos todos. Vengo de Panamá, represento al Sindicato de Capitanes y Oficiales de Cubierta. Soy el coordinador nacional de la ITF en Panamá. Tengo unos 10 sindicatos bajo mi supervisión. En el último año hemos hecho un trabajo un poco más conciso de coordinar y de hacer un acercamiento con todos estos sindicatos que incluyen como parte del hub que es Panamá dentro de la estrategia intramodal del país. Incluye a aviación, puertos, el mismo Canal de Panamá. Tengo 4 sindicatos que forman parte que están dentro del Canal de Panamá, al igual que el sector portuario. Panamá está adquiriendo una gran importancia en la región como centro intermodal. Como ustedes saben, el Canal de Panamá está en una etapa de expansión. Los puertos, Puerto de Balboa y de Cristóbal, por ejemplo, están también considerados como uno de los puertos más importantes del continente americano. Es más, tiene uno de los mejores desempeños del continente. También quisiera aprovechar la ocasión para hablar un poquito de todos los problemas que estamos teniendo en Panamá y que aquí Steven, Antonio y otras personas de la ITF nos han ayudado. Voy a empezar con la gente de los puertos. Ellos están teniendo problemas serios con el Ministerio de Trabajo de Panamá. Están teniendo problemas para afiliar a sus miembros, a pesar de que son popularmente los trabajadores han aceptado como sus representantes. Ellos están ahora mismo a punto de declarar una huelga. Estamos tratando de mediar y no llegar a ese punto, pero vamos a ver cómo termina eso. Los sectores de aviación también están ahora mismo en una etapa de negociación, que ellos sí están como que consiguiendo mejores resultados. En cuanto al sector del Canal de Panamá, del cual yo formo parte como capitán de remolcador, ahí sí yo pudiera decir que lamentablemente tenemos una administración del canal ahora mismo que es completamente violatoria de los derechos de todos los trabajadores. Lamentablemente hemos tenido que recurrir incluso hasta el hasta la OIT. Hemos hablado con el señor, tuvimos la oportunidad de hablar con el señor Richie, que estuvo por acá, y estamos incluso nuevamente con la ayuda de la ITF colocando una denuncia desgraciadamente contra nuestro propio país, porque nos hemos dado cuenta que no hemos podido resolver nada dentro de los mismos procedimientos que nos permite nuestra república. Como les dije, la importancia de Panamá como centro multimodal no debe ser nunca a expensas de los trabajadores. Eso es lo que está pasando ahora mismo hasta cierto punto. Queremos evitarlo, queremos detenerlo y que no siga pasando. Por eso estamos completamente convencidos de que debemos apoyar a la ITF en su estrategia tanto nacional e internacional para desarrollar este sector tan importante para la industria. Y con la ayuda de ellos y de todos ustedes, hermanos, trataremos de seguir haciendo eso hasta que encontremos el éxito. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thanks to our panellists. We've only got one response to the presentation from Tim Beattie of the Teamsters, specifically. So, Tim, could you come to the mic, please, mate? Yes, where you go, brother? No, I can't hear you. Problem with the mic? There we go.
How about now, Chair?
Good as gold.
So I heard yesterday you advised that we had observers from the All China Federation of Trade Unions with us here. I'm glad they're here, and I hope they're particularly involved with listening hard to this conversation. We need them involved with this conversation to figure out what we're going to do to take on the challenges that Steve and Tony so clearly articulated. I'm glad the introductory video included mention of Amazon. Stuart talked about the way that some of the resolutions, including one that we presented, got inserted into the theme document. A resolution we had presented talked about Amazon because Amazon is beginning to revolutionize parts of the logistics system and maybe one of those companies that we need to look at. As Tony and Steve both described, they're changing the way retail is done. They're a company that isn't interested in social dialogue with their workers. Steve Bezos is anti-union in every stage of what he's doing. And it's going to be a great challenge for us, but we need to take it on. I was already a participant in a joint meeting between UNI and the ITF talking about Amazon. Congratulations to Verdi in Germany that's taking on Amazon and organizing workers in the warehouses for Amazon in Germany. In Britain, you all are doing the same things. We're trying to do it in the United States. We got to do more of that. As Amazon expands from the biggest markets into medium and smaller ones, we've got to continue to work at every place where they incorporate and try and sell in order to organize the workers that they are now hiring to work at part-time, low-wage, unstable kinds of jobs. We heard from the Germans in the meeting I attended that Amazon is setting up other warehouse distribution centers in Poland and the Czech Republic, not because Amazon is selling things particularly in those countries, but to create scab workforces in the case that the Germans do succeed in organizing. So this is one of the companies that we got to go after. Congratulations for all the presentations.
Okay, would any of our panellists like to comment on Tim's intervention? Tony?
Thanks, Paddy, and Tim. It does come to that very basic thing, and that is that, who really is the boss, who really has the economic power, and Tim's great example there of Amazon and the shifting power in our supply chains. And reality is Amazon is an employer of thousands upon thousands upon thousands of drivers and warehouse workers. They are the employer, but they don't directly employ anyone. They are the ones that can actually turn around. If we go after Amazon, then we can organise their supply chains. And one of the tactics that have been used in a number of industries, including the tactic we're adopting in Australia, and that is negotiating charters with people who do not employ truck drivers. Negotiating charters based on wages, conditions, and most importantly, as Stuart said in the introduction to this report, power building clauses to give workers' representatives, workers on the site, rights to negotiate, rights to stand up, rights to have representational capacity to organise more workers in the sector. They are critical pieces when we're going after these employers because they are the economic employer.
Thanks, mate. Anyone else from the panel? Okay. Well, there doesn't seem to be any more questions. You've thoroughly immersed yourself, and I just looked down there at the TV, saw Tony speaking again. I thought my hearing had gone. We have Katarina Westnick from Verdi, who also would like to make a comment about Amazon. Katarina, would you like to go to the bar?
Yes.
Mike?
Hello, everyone. I'm going to speak in German, if that's okay. Ja, also wir organisieren von Verdi, wir versuchen Amazon zu organisieren und wir geraten ganz schnell an unsere Grenzen. Wir haben in Deutschland 8 FCs, also 8 Zentren, und wir haben es geschafft, in den letzten Monaten mehrere tausend Menschen zu organisieren. Wir haben auch mehrmals gestreikt, aber es ist klar, dass Amazon nur international zu besiegen ist. Im Moment weigern sie sich mit uns überhaupt Verhandlungen aufzunehmen. Was wir also machen ist, wir arbeiten mit UNI zusammen, wir hatten ein erstes Treffen, wir waren in Frankreich, eine Delegation ist dorthin gefahren, hat dort sich solidarisiert mit den Leuten, die auch in Frankreich anfangen. Ich denke, Amazon ist ein Unternehmen, ist ein Beispiel dafür, wie in Zukunft Einzelhandel, Online, Commerce, Logistik, Post und Verkehr zusammenschmelzen. Und unsere gewerkschaftlichen Strukturen kommen da teilweise nicht so schnell hinterher, wie sie eigentlich sollten. Und deswegen freue ich mich total, dass Uni auf uns zugekommen ist, und ich freue mich total, dass ITF anfängt, sich dafür zu interessieren. Denn eins ist vollkommen klar: Wenn wir da nicht hinterherkommen, dann wälzen die unsere Standards so schnell um, dass wir nicht hinterher schauen können. Mein Vorschlag oder unser Vorschlag ist, aber da werden wir auch noch einen Antrag, glaube ich, zu haben, dass ITF und Uni sich zusammentun und dass wir gucken, dass wir Amazon global begegnen, weil die achten sehr, sehr genau darauf, und sie achten auch heute darauf, ob heute oder diese Woche aus dem ITF-Kongress da sozusagen Impulse kommen, weil sie genau wissen, dass sie verwundbar sind. Und deswegen nochmal meine herzliche Einladung: Lasst uns gemeinsam diese Verwundbarkeiten raussuchen und dieses Unternehmen da treffen, wo es ist, nämlich mittlerweile fast überall auf dem Globus, und lasst uns das Beste daraus machen. Ich freue mich drauf.
Thanks, Katarina, and that goes right to one of the elements of the theme document, which is the relationship with the other global union federations. For the uninitiated, Uni is particularly active in the area of retail, which then figured in the contributions from the panel. How you organise, they're the ones driving the pressure that transport workers end up put under such immense pressure from. And to combat that, we need a very complex, and as Katarina indicated, international response to dealing with it. And of course, at the other end is Industrial, that manufactures the goods that ends up into the retail and ends up being sold through Amazon. So they become a very important part too in the re-establishment of a campaign, or the redevelopment or the restructuring of a campaign that's going to have effective international dimensions. So thank you very much for that intervention, and it goes right to one of the core issues that we will be confronting with our relationship. And again, finally, if you want to overlay it again, there are other global union federations, the foodies, for example, there's the production of food, particularly ties into areas like fisheries. And of course, Sharon Burrow, who was here yesterday, who'd identified the role of the ITUC in being able to pull those things together in a more coherent way. I mean, I'll be clear, and people may not want to like it. It's not a comment. I'm not standing aside from the chair, but I've said on a number of occasions that if the trade union movement wants to actively, effectively campaign and deliver global capital, it's got to reclaim its institutions. And at some point we have to question whether or not we need independent global union federations and a stand-aside ITUC, or there are ways that we can more effectively work together within a single structure. In the interim of that debate taking place, we need to work more closely with the global union federations and the ITUC to ensure that we're not duplicating our resources, because they are so thin on the ground. And again, thank you for an excellent contribution, Katarina, and I'll hand it over to the panel. Who's going to go first? Tony's got particularly strong views about a couple of big retailers in Australia, named Woolworths and Coles. Tony?
Thanks very much, Paddy. One of the strategies that, exactly on this point about targeting the economic employer, that we've played, there's two major retailers, one's called Coles, one's called Woolworths. Woolworths is negotiating with us a charter for their supply chains, and we're about to enter into the third stage of our negotiations with that company, which will give us access now to 2,500 home shop workers, drivers. Within the next 3 years, they'll have an additional, they estimate they'll have an additional between 2,000 to 3,000 drivers on top of that doing home deliveries. And the home delivery market is substantial because of the way the economics works. People continue to buy more when they're purchasing over the internet. But also it's very clear, and one of the things that the company has raised with us, and back to this the Google point earlier, and that is that the capacity for other non-traditional retailers to come into the market. There is other companies that have the capacity to set up retail outlets without the same sort of costs that are entailed in retail stores. Again, a huge opportunity and something that we have to actually get on top of right now. The case, of course, the alternative to that is our negotiations with Coles, which, again, tactically, we've relied very heavily on membership direct action. We have regular sit-ins in stores against Coles. We have sit-ins in the streets to shut down parts of cities at various times, to highlight the fact that the pressure that applies with these retailers on their entire supply chain, and most critically, organising the drivers, regardless of what companies they're from, and regardless of our depth of organising committees based on saying this is an organising committee for the entire coal supply chain, not just the transport company. And what we're finding is that many of the trucking companies that are on the same, that are part of the same pressures that are being applied to drivers are having pressure applied to them on these low margins. And we're finding that a series of trucking companies that not only unionised companies but non-unionised companies that are becoming great allies of ours. As Paddy mentioned before, in our piece of national legislation that we succeeded in winning a couple of years ago, and it's under challenge, some of the most strident supporters on that legislation are the employers, along with our many members that have been lobbying politicians and taking these direct actions. So we have to work out how we fight capital with capital. We have to work out how we leverage employer against employer, and we have lots of allies out there, and of course, not least of all, being those economic allies, but also allies in the community that have lost loved ones. And many of our most outspoken supporters are drivers and family members, the general public that have lost someone in a horrific trucking incident. So again, there's a real capacity to build a movement across road safety by saying people should get the right safe rates of pay and conditions. And I'll just a plug for a very recent report, and happy to make this available to anyone, but the most recent report that's come out about rates of pay and safety and incentive systems being a cause of injury and death, that's for companies that have incentive systems for trucking rather than paid by hourly rates, they are 5 times more likely to have a death. And the reason they have incentive systems is because of the systems that are obliged to be paid by the retailers to sweat the truck and sweat the individuals. Thanks, Paddy.
Steve?
Yeah, just following on from that, I completely agree with everything that Tony's just said there. I mean, the reality is it's very rare now that you'll be negotiating with an employer that's completely in control of their own finances. In the transportation industries, irrespective of the mode of transport, the vast majority of employers are operating within a supply chain, and those chains are controlled at the very top by retailers or manufacturing organisations that have no interest whatsoever in supporting organised labour further down the supply chain, let alone in their own organisations, the people that they directly employ. And so at the swipe of a pen, they'll take millions of pounds out of a contract, reduce the tendering price or reduce the contract price by millions of dollars in order to save themselves money and increase their own profits. And the knock-on impact of that is not just an attack on the contractor or the operator in the supply chain itself, but of course more directly on our members. Every time they swipe that pen across a letter to those in the supply chain, taking another 5% out of the contract, that's your rate of pay, that's your holiday entitlement, that's your sick pay agreement, that's your paternity leave or maternity leave agreement, that's your bank holiday gone. And these are largely outside of the control of the employer, and if we're not our direct employer, and if we're not very careful here, and we don't start to organise across sectors of the economy as opposed to individual employers within this chain, we're going to organise ourselves out of business, because we can't keep going back to the same employers that we negotiate with, that want to do business with us, to be fair, that want to have a relationship with us, that do have a collective bargaining agreement, and saying that we want more and we want more and we want more, when they're an island within a sea of contractors, of non-union operators that employ people on either minimum hours or 0 hours contracts, avoid paying their fair share on taxes or insurance payments within the nation state, let alone pay their fair share more widely, and indeed employ people on agency labour standards or minimum rates of pay. But our employers, the decent employers, are working with us in the UK wherever we can reach agreement to even release some of our people to go and organise the opposition. And that's exactly what we need to be thinking about doing. And when we identify the real employers here, and I'm a great believer in this, the economic employer argument, because there are very few economic employers. They don't employ very many people perhaps directly, but indirectly they employ millions and millions of our members and non-unionised workers across the globe. And when we do identify them, we've got to understand how it is we're going to hit them. We've got to chase those supply lines to the top, and we've got to work out leverage strategies that hurt them where it hurts, hit them where it hurts. And if that's about brand damage or reputational risk or looking at pension schemes and how we can get disinvestment strategies, engaging with some of the larger pension schemes, whether they be our own or whether they must be more sympathetic public schemes, where we can have that discussion with the trustees of those schemes, then I think that's hugely important. We've got to understand how business works in the 21st century and how it is that we as organised labour can impact on that. It won't necessarily be our direct employers. It won't necessarily be those companies that we've got the collective arrangements with, collective bargaining relationships with. It will be the hedge funds, it will be the finance institutions, it will be the big banks that created the crisis, of course, not so long ago, that will be reaping back the profit now and trousering billions of pounds in bonuses week in and week out. And they'll continue to do that until we stand up and do something about it. Nobody ever gave organised labour anything. We fought for everything we've got. If you've got a 40-hour week, if you've got an holiday, if you've got a weekend, if you've got a bank holiday, if you've got a sickness agreement, if you benefit from a maternity agreement, that's because your forefathers and your foremothers stood up and fought for it. And sometimes we take for granted what we inherit. And they're ripping it away from us right now, and it's about time we started standing up, because if we don't stand up, there's a younger generation that's going to follow us here. There's a younger generation that's going to follow us here that's going to see no relevance in organised labour as it sits right now. And they're going to go back to what we did, our foreparents did in the 1880s. And they're going to be organising themselves into unions, and they're going to be sweeping us aside. And if we're not up for the fight, the sooner that happens, the better. Because sweep those aside. Step aside if you're not up for the fight, and let the next generation through that's going to have a go. Because they're going to rip apart everything that we hold dear. All of the social progress that we've made in the last 150 or so years, whether that be our health services, our welfare state, whether that be free education for our kids, housing for the next generation to come, stability and dignity in work. They're going to rip all of that away from us if we don't stand up and have a go. So let's get confident, let's keep proud, and let's do a job of work.
Okay, next I think question or comment to the panel is from Omar, Comrade Omar. Is there? No? Yes, Comrade?
Gracias, compañero presidente. He escuchado a todos mis antecesores la gran importancia de desarrollo laboral que están haciendo los sindicatos a nivel global. Nosotros, desde Argentina, el Sindicato Obrero Marítimos Unidos, y con ayuda no únicamente de la regional de ITF a través de Antonio Fritz, y los compañeros de Latinoamérica, por haber conquistado no únicamente formar un sindicato legal y con todas las leyes que corresponde dentro del Paraguay. También le comento que hay una bandera de conveniencia en nuestra región que es Bolivia. Y también quiero que lo tengan en cuenta, que sería muy importante que nosotros estamos trabajando con los compañeros y dentro del país de Bolivia, no únicamente para organizarlo, sino para ayudarlo a sindicalizarse en su país. Ustedes tienen que entender que dentro de nuestras regiones somos muy jóvenes, como regiones, como países. Somos países que fuimos conquistados y todavía no hemos comenzado nuestro propio desarrollo. Posiblemente nosotros en la República Argentina tuvimos una gran persona que ha hecho sensible y socializado no únicamente la República Argentina a nivel laboral, que fue Juan Perón y Evita. Fue unas grandes cosas que nos dio la República Argentina, no únicamente para tomar modelo para Latinoamérica. Y esto que lo tengan en cuenta en ustedes para tener los convenios colectivos de trabajo que hemos conquistado. Bolivia es necesario en este momento, y con la ayuda de ITF, no únicamente a nivel regional, sino que es importante el apoyo que tengamos a nivel global. Bolivia en el 2020 ya estará bajando por el río Paraná más de 40 millones de toneladas de mineral y de soja. Esas grandes potencias que se están desarrollando dentro de la navegación interior a través del río Paraná, lo tenemos que tener muy en cuenta porque toda esta gente no únicamente no tiene convenios colectivos de trabajo, sino que Bolivia también pertenece a una bandera de conveniencia. Y nosotros vamos a trabajar intensamente.
Time's up. Omar, time's up. Could you wind up, please? 3 minutes each speech.
Sí, resumo. Vamos a trabajar intensamente para que antes de fin de año y principio de marzo del año que viene ya tengamos el propio sindicato dentro de la hidrovía Paraguay-Paraná, que será Bolivia. Muchas gracias.
Thanks, Omar. Just to point out to all the speakers, you'll see up there underneath as your picture comes up, the clock will start at 3 and wind down, and if you can keep your eye on that, again, it gives an opportunity for everybody else that wants to speak to find the opportunity this afternoon. So maybe you, brother, would like to respond to Brother Omar? Okay. All right, no. Yeah, sure.
Sí, buenas tardes, Omar y todos los compañeros. Concuerdo en que es cierto que más que nada en nuestra área latinoamericana tenemos que hacer un trabajo un poco más definido en cuanto a unir a los sindicatos y a todos los trabajadores dentro del área. Que ustedes estén, por ejemplo, en el cono sur y que nosotros estemos en Panamá. Yo sí creo que hay una manera en que podemos trabajar o podríamos trabajar para el beneficio de todos de una manera más definida, ¿no? Lo hemos estado viendo en Panamá y sí, con el trabajo que hemos estado haciendo paulatinamente, nos falta mucho trabajo, pero sí creo que dándole un poco de seguimiento a lo que acabas de decir, debemos tratar de plantear dentro de las reuniones que tengamos aquí, tratar de plantear una estrategia un poco más, a través de Antonio también, una estrategia un poco más global dentro de nuestra área para poder echar todo eso adelante. Hablaste de Bolivia y de la bandera de conveniencia. Nosotros tenemos la bandera de conveniencia más grande del mundo, así que sé exactamente lo que estás hablando. Me parece que sí, hay que estrechar los lazos de trabajo entre todas las naciones y así poder echar todo esto adelante. Digo, sí hay trabajo, hay mucho trabajo que hacer y verdaderamente sí se puede. Creo que sí se puede.
Thanks, brother. Martin Myers wants to make an intervention in regards to safe rates. Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Paddy. Martin Mayer from Unite and chair of the road transport section, well, until Wednesday when I stepped down at the section conference. But whilst I'm here, I want to ensure that we really do take up the fantastic spirit of organising for the future that the panel have introduced to us today, and to say what a really inspiring first session to introduce the Congress theme document. This has been well done to you all. I did want to pick up on Tony Sheldon because, Tony, as you know, I and many others in the road transport section have been quite inspired by the example you've set in finding a solution to the race to the bottom which road haulage drivers are experiencing right around the world. But you know, I want you to answer now in front of everybody the question that some people have been putting. They're saying, yeah, but that's Australia. It's a single continent. You haven't got the continental drivers coming in from across borders that we have in Europe. You had a favourable Labour government that was able to introduce legislation. Can you just kind of give to this Congress a flavour of what we've discussed about how the principles of this strategy can be transferable, and we can really give hope and solution to road haulage drivers and their unions across the world who are currently almost holding their hands up in despair and saying, what can be done about deregulation, neoliberal drive to push wages and conditions for truck drivers to the very, very bottom? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Martin. That's a good question. Let's just run through some very, very similar examples of where some that jump into my mind where this economic employer strategy has been adopted. Of course, North America with the Jobs with Justice campaign, holding building owners responsible for the engagement of casual labour, outsourced labour that are janitors throughout various cities around North America. A strategy which has been adopted now around the world and successfully adopted in every continent, where many hundreds of thousands of workers have literally been organised, arising out of that strategy that started, my recollection, around 30 years ago. So that economic employer strategy is something that's been similarly used elsewhere. The strategy that was adopted by Unite, going after the meat small goods operators in the retail sector when workers were losing their jobs to work being outsourced at lower rates of pay, where conditions were not being met to the standard the workforce expected, and as a result of holding the economic employer, the retailer responsible, Unite ran a very successful campaign on having small goods manufacturers of food products wages increased by going after the retailers. The retailer does not own a food manufacturer. They economically control them though. And they have the economic capacity to turn around and say what wages, conditions and rights exist. In the case of the recent fantastic work that's been done by the ITF and Scandinavian affiliates and many others in ETF regarding the cross-border campaign and reaching out to drivers that are being exploited particularly out of Eastern Europe and poorly paid, where some examples there where employers, drivers and supply chains to get rights and justice, there's been examples there where retailers have been targeted, some small examples there but significant ones where retailers have been targeted that engage the supply chain but not directly employ any of those drivers. They economically employ them but not directly employ them in a traditional sense. The strategy that we have adopted in Australia does have this all of our legislation is different obviously across the world. In the case of Australia we have our 7 states and territories have very different laws regarding road safety, road arrangements, etc. There is no road law that will actually turn around and make our roads safe. When you're economically incentivised to break the law or economically penalised if you apply the law. Organised labour is what wins rights, not governments. Organised labour are the ones that maintain rights, not governments. No piece of legislation in any country will win the fight, but organised labour will. Now, the way of actually making the economic responsibility is by turning around and making sure we do target those clients. And again, just back to that last example, said you've got 10 employers, $1.7 trillion. They're the ones that we should target. Thank you.
Okay, we're sort of getting into an area now, and Tony's mentioned and Steve's always mentioned the area of workers' capital as a tool in the organising box as to how we apply pressure, reputational pressure, maybe mapping these big companies for where their institutional investments are going, whether or not they have labour codes or environmental codes or social responsibility, and they're assuming it. So we have an intervention from Jacqueline Smith from the the Norwegian Seafarers Union, who is also going to make a contribution now in regards to her experience in Norway. Jacqueline?
Thank you, Paddy. I'll try not to get stressed by the final countdown going on the screen there. Workers' capital is a crucial area where the global labour movement needs to build power. So I'm really pleased to speak to support of Annex 1, which is put forward by your union, the MUA. Globally, workers' pension fund accumulations have reached some $30 trillion US, a source of capital that rivals the global banking system. A lot of these funds are workers' money, which have been bargained for as deferred wages. We don't want our money to be used as a plaything for speculators in the financial markets. We don't want its value reduced by the burden of concessionable fees and commissions imposed by greedy, wealthy managers. We want workers' capital to be invested in ways that conform to the values of the ITF and our unions, which are labor movement values. We want worker capital funds to set standards on cooperative industrial relations and respect for trade union rights. These standards not only apply to pension funds, but across global financial markets. In this way, we can apply a major source of power and influence. So I am pleased that the ITF has taken a lead role and recently engaged a responsible investment coordinator. This issue doesn't just affect transport, it affects workers in all sectors. So I'm very glad to hear that the ITF is working closely with UNI and Industrial. This will significantly increase the ITF's capacity to move forward the agenda outlined in Annex 1. So I also want to congratulate Steve and Paddy on their initiative. There are two aspects of workers' capital that I want to highlight. Firstly, the importance of engaging the global megafunds to make sure that they have and enforce robust policy on labor rights. In my country, which is Norway, we are working to gain greater influence over the investment decision of the Government Pension Fund of Norway, one of the largest pension funds in the world. Up until now, the investment standards have not been as strong as they could be. Where there are clear violations of collective bargaining rights and freedom of association, we would like the Norwegian Fund to become more actively involved much more quickly. Recently, the Norwegian Fund has finished a review of its ethnical policies. The Norwegian unions and the other GUFs such as UNI are working to ensure that Norwegian Pension Fund is a leader of sound industrial relation principles. This could make a huge difference. The Norwegian Fund invests in nearly every publicly listed transport company in the world and owns over 1% of all global stocks. If we can get the Norwegian Fund and other leading global mega funds to drive up standards on labor rights, then union-busting managers will find themselves under tremendous pressure. Secondly, I want to highlight the ITF's success in engaging shareholders in key target companies during important campaigns for organizing rights, such as DHL in Turkey, First Group, and National Express in the US. The ITF has done its research and demonstrated to investors that when labor standards are being breached, so are standards of corporate governance. And Final Countdown was there, so I just want to say that I'm in full support of Annex 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacqueline. And certainly the Norwegian is one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, is leading the way in some ways, and it's extraordinarily important that we are able to harness our energies around these things so that they can be directed. And for those issues where it said it's about trustee due diligence and trustees should not have anything to do with the investment, we only have to look at the vulture funds and what they've done to Argentina. Hedge funds are there to do nothing else but to exploit, in an abstract mathematical way, money without creating any value. And we've got responsibilities, and there is no gain in that. Investing in hedge funds, there is no gain for working men and women. They will only blow up at some point, which we've seen. And so we shouldn't be investing in vehicles that we know are high risk. And there are many aspects of that. But I know Tony Sheldon and Steve Turner have been doing a lot of work in this area, and I'll refer this last matter to the panel before we wind it up. Tony, would you like to go first?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think this is really important, what we're trying to do now in developing our work around capital strategies and trying to understand what it is that hurts employers, how they organise themselves, how they finance their operations, and how we can put spanners in the spokes of the wheels and stop those wheels turning, stop that finance from continuing to enable them to operate in the way in which they do. We did a very successful campaign in cooperation with the ITF and the Teamsters Union, of course, in the United States, with National Express and primarily First Group initially, where First Group took over a number of school bus operations in the United States. And whilst we've got a very good relationship with First Group in the United Kingdom, as a multinational, they decided that they could exploit to the full their ability to be more than anti-union, very, very hostile, of course, to any union organising campaign in the United States. And we used those sorts of leverage strategies. We attended their AGMs. We looked at our First Group itself is financed institutionally, and we tried to lever some of the pension schemes and other organisations that hold money in First Group in order to get them to do the right thing. And indeed in First Group, for a number of different measures, including industrial action, of course, industrial measures, First Group conceded, and I'm very pleased to say, and it's probably been reported before, of course, that the Teamsters now have a master agreement with First Group in the United States, and they have some 30,000 trade union members as a consequence of that joint campaign. And we're now extending that to National Express, who own Durham Transport, another huge school bus operator in the United States, and we're rolling out that very similar sort of strategy to ensure that we can be successful there as well. It's not good enough. It's not good enough for those multinational companies that have pretty good, stable relationships with unions in their home countries to think that they can circumnavigate the globe and treat workers any differently anywhere else. And this is part of our theme document, actually, where we start to talk about responsibilities of affiliates. We all have responsibilities sitting in this room, every single affiliate of the ITF. Unless we're coming here to have a party, we're coming here to do a job of work. And that job of work involves having an input when companies that we have relationships with, transnational companies that we have a relationship with in our home countries, feel that they can get away with anti-union behaviour, not just de-recognising unions, but attacking trade unionists, murdering trade unionists, working with states to get them imprisoned, and working on anti-union legislation to stop them from organising, paying below the minimum rates of pay, and the rest of it elsewhere around the world. We have a responsibility to stand up in our home countries and make sure that that doesn't happen. We can't sit back on our laurels and say that, well, we've got a good relationship with them here, so that's okay, let them get away with what they want to elsewhere. And I just wanted to finish, Paddy, if I can, just picking up this issue that was picked up earlier by Tony and Martin's question, which was about how does this work elsewhere. And you know, we've had some experience in the United Kingdom about using these sorts of strategies that are now being deployed in safe rates, and picking up on the question of the Justice for Janitors campaign, the Jobs for Janitors campaign in the United States. Well, we had Justice for Cleaners in the UK, where of course we couldn't organise a group of cleaners that went into big office buildings, city banks at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, working for giant corporations via agencies on minimum wage, without organising the corporate institutions themselves to take responsibility for the payment of those that worked within their organisation. And we managed to not just unionise janitors, cleaners across the London finance institutions, but of course to make sure that they did that in a dignified way as well. And we're doing that in hospitality. And I just finish on this with the fast food strategy in the United States, how inspiring that is. With unions coming together with communities to hold responsible the fast food chains, not the franchises. If McDonald's and Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken and the rest of it can tell a franchisee how to cook a burger, what order to put the salad on, and how to cook a French fry, then they can surely impose regulations on them about how they're going to treat their workers and whether they're going to pay them a decent rate of pay and give them holidays and sick pay and all those other things that we take for granted.
Okay, Joe Flynn from SIP2 has some comments on organising. Joe? And then Mick Dolman from the MUA will be making some comments about organising from the Chevron perspective. But Joe first.
Chair, thank you. Chair, I was listening first of all to the presentations and I found them very inspiring, and I find we in SIP2 in Ireland would like to wholeheartedly support and endorse the strategy that has been outlined in relation to the economic targeting. And it just struck me that coming from a small country in Ireland, there may be unions from small countries here who might feel that this particular strategy, being a big global strategy, is really only a strategy for big countries or big unions in big countries. And I wanted to say nothing, in my opinion, could be further from the truth. I think all of us, regardless of size, could greatly benefit from a successful implementation of this strategy. And one of the things that I wanted to do in the time I have is to actually make reference to when we had a very serious dispute in Dublin, down in the docks. We only won that dispute a few years ago as a result of the international solidarity that we got from you yourself, President, that we got from Steve Cotton, that we got from the late Bob Crone, the RMT, that we got from Unite. And were it not for the international solidarity that was afforded to us in a small country, in a very bitter dispute, we would not have succeeded in sustaining the rights of those workers in terms of gainful employment and good employment. 100 years on from the Great Dublin Lockout, which we commemorated last year, during which 20,000 of our members were sought to be starved into submission over a 6-month-long dispute by all of the collective employers in Dublin at the time. We now are into another lockout in Dublin, unfortunately, involving a refuse collection company. It used to be city council provided direct labour, good jobs, good employment, good conditions. Unfortunately, it's been privatised, and you now have a rogue employer who 8 weeks ago said to its workers, sign this contract, 35% reduction in pay, or you're out the door. He's locked those employers out for the last 8 weeks. And I'll tell you here, colleagues, we are going to win that dispute. And the reason why we're going to win it is because already all of the other affiliates in Ireland have come to our aid, have come to the workers' aid, and financially they are supporting those workers to beat this rogue employer who's using scab labour, scab truck drivers from an agency to try to beat us into submission. But I can guarantee you, just as the Irish Transport and General Workers Union sustained itself 100 years ago in the 1913 lockout, we will prevail and those workers will succeed in getting their jobs back. International solidarity is absolutely essential, Chair. And I thank you and thank Steve and thank the ITF for the magnificent support you've given to us down through the years. Solidarity to all.
Mick Dolman.
Thanks very much, Chair. Delegates,
I don't think anybody in this room would be unaware of the fact that the major resource companies in the world, and the oil and gas sector in particular, are pretty ruthless characters. But what you may not know is one of the largest of those organisations, Chevron, which is the 5th largest company in the world, has an anti-union profile second to none. Our organisation, the Maritime Union of Australia, with 15,000 members, have taken on this giant. Why? Because we have to. Why? Because we need to, and we're not going to have Chevron push our organisation around and our members around. When Chevron embarked on their campaign in the offshore in Australia, on the Gorgon project up in the northwest shelf of Australia, a very rich resource area, they were made an offer by the collective trade union movement, the resource sector unions, for a compact of best practice in industrial relations and best practice in employment standards. One of those key ingredients was that we wanted them to employ more Indigenous Australian men and women. What you may not know, comrades, in this House, that Australian Indigenous workers are about 80% of the unemployed. Unemployment in some regions are up to 80%. It was a bridge too far for Chevron to even engage at that level, and went about trying to destroy our union engagement in all of those areas. They are suing my union because we had the audacity, our West Australian comrades, our West Australian branch and rank and file, took industrial action against Chevron to bring them to heel and behave like good corporate citizens. They responded by suing us for unspecified amounts, but in the order of $23 million. And I can tell you one thing, comrades, on behalf of my organisation, we will not pay Chevron 1 cent. We will fight Chevron to the death. But because we are 15,000 members, we're not the Verdes with 2 million, and we're not the Unites with 1.4, great unions, great strong unions. We're 15,000, but we're tough. Every one of those members are tough and prepared to have a go. But we're also smart enough to realise we need help. We need assistance from the ITF family and from our fellow unions and the ITF itself. I want to put on the record our great thanks to the ILWU, the Teamsters Union, the Steelworkers, the SIU in the United States, who have got behind us and made it an opportunity for us, and Paddy in particular. You might find this very hard to believe. We've only got 3 minutes to speak here, and I've got 12 seconds left. Paddy had 2 minutes to speak at the Chevron shareholders meeting. Can you believe that? 2 minutes for Paddy Crumlin to give his address on Chevron's abuse of workers in Australia. And we proved by the shareholders meeting that Labor was not the problem for Chevron's blowout. Their $37 billion project is blown out to $55 billion, and they're trying to blame workers. It's not workers' fault, it's their fault, their stupidity. So, comrades, I call you to arms. I ask for your assistance to work with us in this campaign, and we will see it through. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a hard 2 minutes. So I managed to get 2 jokes in, and the CEO agreed with me. So maybe I should keep it shorter in the future. So the panellists now, we've had a fantastic go at this particular. Is there any comments in summing up that you would like to make? You're pretty happy with things? Tony?
I'd just say, first of all, back to Joe's point, and that is that whatever the size, whatever the capacity, to win this fight, we have to have the will. We have to have the will to work, to cooperate. We have to have the will to share our experiences, but also we have to have the idea of what does a damn win look like. Yeah. And for the ITF and ITF affiliates, a win is a win for all of us. A win and a debate and a discussion and a fight and the will to fight these major corporations that are your economic employer of so many of your members. If we do not have the win, we do not have the will to recognise what the win looks like, then we made the first final mistake. And I think what Joe said quite clearly, and that is that we have the capacity here, as was just expressed by Mick Dolman, we have the capacity here, and we certainly have the will to turn around and make these economic employers responsible for the death, the injury, the exploitation, and the battle lines, whatever country we're in. Because if we do these arrangements,
We do these undertakings, we force these undertakings from these companies. It will not be an undertaking I'll be forcing in Australia for Australia. It's a fight I'll be asking for to be delivered for every worker in every part of the world where those companies operate.
Thanks, Paddy. Just very short. I just want to encourage you to do what it says on the tin, really. We're trade unionists, so I want you to go back and I want you to start fighting and organising and making a difference because, you know, we come away and we have a good time where we're away, and if all we do is meet up with good comrades and good colleagues that we haven't seen in the past 4 years and have a few beers and go back and put the theme document under that wobbly chair once again and do very little to achieve any of its content, then this has been, from my point of view, a complete and absolute waste of time. Now, I don't think this is a complete and absolute waste of time. I don't think that everybody's sitting here for the week just to listen to a nice argument and have a few cold beers in the evenings. I think that everybody here wants to make a difference, and that's why we play the roles that we do. So my last call, really, is to get people to own the theme document. Own it. This is yours. Engage in it. Take it back and discuss it with your colleagues. Have the sorts of discussions that we're having here back in your branches, back in your unions, back in your locals, on your executives. How are we going to make this happen? Because it's not going to happen because we got a theme document or a fancy presentation. It's not going to happen because we sit up here talking about all the good things that we'd like to do in our unions and around the world. It will happen because you want it to happen. And if you don't want it to happen, it won't. So own it, engage in it, and get back and start fighting for it. Thanks, colleagues.
Thank you. I think there is a general consensus that the building of the union power is the strategy which we need to go for. And of course, the support from the international partners like ITF and others. Thank you.
Buenas, nuevamente. Al oír al compañero de Irlanda cómo describió la ayuda que la ITF le ha dado, hice una comparación con mi país, que también es un país pequeño y que estamos sumergidos en un problema grande ahora, no solamente, bueno, no es contra una compañía, sino contra un gobierno entero. Y sí, realizo y me hace pensar que lo que él está diciendo es muy cierto. A pesar del tamaño del país, a donde estemos, la solidaridad que se muestre es muy importante para seguir adelante. Le quisiera aprovechar nuevamente para agradecerles a la ITF el trabajo que están haciendo con nosotros ahora mismo. La luz finalmente apareció al final del túnel después de más de un año de estar tratando de todas maneras de sacar algo adelante, y sí, no hay la perseverancia y la voluntad que le pongamos a esto junto con la ayuda solidaria que recibamos es lo que nos va a últimamente permitir una victoria. Gracias.
Okay, thank our panellists again. Thanks, brothers, for coming up and making such an excellent contribution. And now we'll move to the other items in the theme document. So again, put your hands together for our panellists. Really appreciate it. First person in further debate on the theme document is Abdul Ghani.
Thank you, Chair. Just an observation first before I go in, is that it is kept on referring young workers, young workers. I think everybody is a young worker here, either young worker by age or young worker by heart. So in that sense, do you all agree with me? Thank you. Now, first of all, the theme document which has been placed before us is a very positive in the direction which it has gone through. The affiliates are the one, unlike in the past, there is more interaction of the affiliates in the theme document, and that is what is really appreciated. The ITF Secretariat, no doubt, is a facilitator for us. It is for the affiliates who have to come out with what they want for the ITF Secretariat to help us deliver it. There are 3 things which I would like to mention on the theme document, only 3 things. One is the challenges which face, one is the organizing the unorganized. Brothers and sisters, there are unions, there are strong unions, but if those strong unions only think unto themselves and don't care about the other workers in the who are not in the union, who are unorganized, then let me tell you, these strong unions will also one day become history, because the numbers of the unorganized and the casual and the contractual workers is on the increase, and that is a big threat to the already organized sector. Within the organized sector also there are casual and contractual, so we need to take care of that. And secondly, I would like to put more emphasis on the cross-sectional interaction. There are strong unions within the seafarers, strong unions with the dockers and railways and road transport, civil aviation, so on, but in a way we keep to ourselves. If I have to speak for myself, I'm not much aware or of the issues which plagues the railways in my country or the road transport in my country. There are times that I get a message from the ITF Secretariat from London that I'm made aware, oh, this is happening. So we need to lay more interaction between the cross-sectional sectors of the ITF. In this, the national coordinating committees of the individual country should be enhanced and should be more proactive. And finally, the supply chain capacity building. We have heard quite a few been mentioned about the nefarious activities, nefarious mindset of the multinational who want labor to be unorganized and fragmented. So we need to ensure that the supply chain, there is more and more capacity building in the supply chain. And since I still have 10 seconds, I would like to give a bit of a poem. From global crisis to global justice, workers worldwide will fight without losing sight. We are all one against the employer's might. We are under attack. We have to fight back. Fight we will. Fight we will for the working women and men. For the working women and men, we are firm, committed. Stop us if you can. You will not be able to stop us because we are there everywhere on the map. We are the family of the ITF. We are the family of the ITF. So, brothers and sisters, it's a great pleasure, the theme document, and as the earlier speaker has already mentioned, we need to take it back and discuss it amongst our own unions for the benefit of our union and for others also. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Ghani. The next speaker is Manindra Sakia from the National Federation of Indian Railway Workers. Manindra Sakia.
Hello friends. Though I have given sleep for the morning session, I have been invited to give lecture in this session. Anyway, I want to thank, in this occasion, I want to thank ITF for their support that they have given to NFR, and because of their support constantly given by them from 2007 onwards, and this NFR has increased the number of votes in recently held the secret ballot election in India by 0.1 million than held in 2007, thanks to leadership of ITF, sir. So the theme of today's theme is very important theme. I am from the Indian Railways, and Indian Railway is such a unique and complex system that we are running almost 23,000 trains per day, and we are giving service to the customer of almost 23 million per day. So it's a very big organization in India, and it's the lifeline of Indian society, Indian culture, and the Indian economy. So this global economic crisis has the directly impact on Indian Railways, and this impact directly falls on the workers of Indian Railways, and because of that, sir, these workers of the Indian Railways have been badly hit by this global crisis, and due to that, the security, the safety of Indian Railways has been deteriorated day by day, and the number of train accidents has been increased day by day in Indian Railways. That's the very major concerning factor for the whole India. Sir, the precarious condition of the worker of Indian Railways I have to mention that the Indian Railways codal provision was there for the men only in some category, like safety category or personal category. But nowadays, these women are coming heavily in those categories, like maintenance category, in operation category. But the privilege and the working condition is not improved till today, and that is why we have to develop the working condition of for women employee in Indian Railways. And number three, sir. Number three, this I have to say that the quality of work has been deteriorated in Indian Railways, and this because of the globalization, this unemployment issue generated in Indian society, because Indian Railway is giving employment to the Indian society. Also, we are facing a huge crisis nowadays because the Indian government has given green signal to the foreign direct investment of 100% to Indian Railways. And in this context, I want this ITF help, that the ITF will guide us, both the Federation of Indian Railways, so that we can fight this issue. And one more thing, sir, though my point is, my time is finished, sir, one point I have to mention to you, sir, one request I have to mention, because of the disintegration of the Federation of Indian Railways, this government and the Indian government has doing a lot of anti-labor decision, given a lot of anti-labor decision, and if we have to fight for FDI, if we have to fight for new pension scheme, if we have to fight for privatization, both the biggest federation of Indian Railways have to be united, and this unification has to be, in this unification, I want that this ITF should play a vital role and pivotal role for the organization. Thank you.
So Frank Mariels from BTB in Belgium, followed by Maria Mayer Amaro from the Aeroportuários in Brazil on privatisation. Frank's going to talk on multinationals in the theme document. Brother Frank.
Brothers and sisters, my name is Frank. I'm from BTB, the Belgian Transport Union, and I'm taking the floor here today on behalf of my union, BTB, and also on behalf of FNV Bondgenoten from the Netherlands. And I'm taking the floor, my friends, because we want to ask for your help. We want to ask for your help in a campaign that we are organizing, a campaign against IKEA. Because although IKEA, they pretend that they are a social company, well, IKEA organizes social dumping in Europe for the moment. My friends, IKEA doesn't work anymore with transport companies who respect the CBAs in Belgium and in the Netherlands. IKEA doesn't work anymore with transport companies who pay decent salaries to their truck drivers. IKEA works with companies, sometimes with postbox companies, who organize social dumping. They are hiring drivers in countries in Europe where there are no CBAs. And they sack the drivers in Belgium and in the Netherlands, and they engage drivers in the eastern countries, but they don't respect these drivers. They don't pay them like they should pay them. They don't act socially towards these truck drivers. They organize labor in a way that is not acceptable these days anymore. These truck drivers are working for several weeks, even months, in Belgium. In the Netherlands, they work, they live, they eat and they sleep in their truck, and they are not paid as they should be. So we think, as BTB and as FNV Bondgenoten, that this should stop. So we ask you to campaign with us. We ask you to say to IKEA, no, we don't accept anymore that you organize this kind of dumping in Europe. And from tomorrow on, there will be an email campaign via LabourStart, where we will say to the management of IKEA, stop this. Stop social dumping in Europe. We don't accept it anymore. So from tomorrow you can find, and I must see on my notes, at LabourStart, www.labourstart.org/go/IKEA. And when we go there, we can, all of us, all the people here together in this conference, and all the people who they represent, we can say together, stop IKEA. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Frank. So, Maria Maria Amaro from Brazil.
Meu nome é Mara, eu sou diretora do Sindicato Nacional dos Empregados em Empresas Administradoras de Aeroportos do Brasil. Eu tenho a agradecer muito à ITF e aos irmãos espanhóis e argentinos que nos apoiaram extremamente no momento muito difícil que estamos passando com a concessão dos aeroportos brasileiros. Foi através de um documento dos espanhóis que nós conseguimos firmar um acordo que garantiu a estabilidade dos empregados nos aeroportos concedidos até 2018 e estamos prorrogando essa estabilidade até 2020. Os companheiros Antônio Fritz e o Gabriel, secretário da seção da Aviação Civil em Londres, nos ajudaram bastante na concessão desse documento, na confecção deste documento. Também estamos trabalhando para igualar os direitos dos trabalhadores das empresas privadas com a dos trabalhadores da estatal. Também gostaria de ressaltar a importância das mulheres nesse evento e também à frente de todas as instituições representativas de classe, sindicatos, que a nossa presença é extremamente importante na garantia dos direitos das mulheres, principalmente. Nós precisamos avançar os nossos trabalhos e as nossas conquistas, fortalecer a nossa união e para assim conseguirmos alcançar mais e mais conquistas. Muito obrigado a todos.
Next we have Alain Soutour from FNST CGT, France. Alain. Alain, followed by Bala from Malaysia. Alain. You ready to go, Bala? No? Bala's not ready to go. There you go, mate. Take your opportunity when you get it, Bala.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. I
just to make some references to the panel discussion, our brothers, as well as the speakers from the floor were making so much of references to the solidarity and the global union federations. I wish to bring to the attention of the General Secretary especially, and the Executive Board of the ITF in future, please, we have received a number of complaints that some GUFs are trying to pinch affiliates from other sectors, that including of International Transport Federation's affiliates. If that is true, then it is going to damage the solidarity that has been existing all this while between unions of international stages. And I would request with the International Transport Federation, our General Secretary, to investigate. If it's found to be true, then you have to file an official or formal complaint with the international bodies to stop such unhealthy practice, failing which it definitely going to create a confusion among the workers, and employers and the governments might use this opportunity to destroy the unity that has been existing among the workers and the international unions till today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you to alerting that. We have very good relationships with the Global Union Federations, and there is a body called the Council of Global Unions that David was on for a very long time, that all the Global Union Federations and the ITUC come together at least twice a year to consider all matters of opportunity to work closer and to resolve any problems there may be. Steve has now the responsibility since Dave's retirement, and I'm sure that we can talk about, get the specifics of your concern, and that's an appropriate place to take it up. So thanks for drawing that to our attention, brother. So Asbjørn, are you ready to go from Norway? Asbjørn? Alan, we've got you. Where you go, brother. Then Asbjørn, you go next.
Sorry. So I'm a little bit late. Okay, I will speak in English. No, in French, sorry. Par-delà le fait que le thème, c'est la nécessité de contre-attaquer. Donc par-delà le fait que l'ITF revienne en Europe pour son congrès, le fait que ce soit à Sofia, en Bulgarie, que le congrès ait lieu est significatif et porteur de sens pour l'ensemble du mouvement syndical. Car, il y a encore peu, devant le Parlement, devant le siège du gouvernement, les rues de Sofia étaient emplies du vacarme des manifestations. Des cris de protestation contre la vie chère dénonçant une classe politique qui, ici, comme dans de nombreux autres pays, échoue à protéger le peuple des appétits des puissants, dénonçant la spoliation de la propriété commune, du service public au bénéfice de multinationales. Ces cris de protestation étaient hélas aussi des cris de désespoir, comme ceux poussés par ceux d'entre eux qui se sont immolés par le feu. Ici comme ailleurs, dans le monde, le partage de la richesse entre le capital et le travail est clairement défavorable aux travailleurs, au peuple. Cette tendance a commencé avec la contre-révolution néoconservatrice de Thatcher et Reagan, il y a maintenant près de 30 ans. C'est par la lutte, et dès les premières années du mouvement syndical organisé, que nous avons contraint le patronat à reconnaître la valeur du travail au détriment du capital. Le 1er mai 1886, à Chicago, les gouvernements ont fait tirer sur les manifestants qui demandaient les augmentations de salaire. De la crise mondiale à la justice mondiale, cela ne peut passer que par le développement des luttes au niveau mondial, le développement de luttes coordonnées au niveau international. Nous l'avons démontré, continuons dans ce sens, et c'est bien le sens de la contre-attaque syndicale qui est nécessaire. Et je voudrais conclure en bulgare pour honorer nos collègues qui nous accueillent ici. Smeliat bolgarski narod ni dade primer. Човек винаги има право да се бунтува. Le courageux peuple bulgare nous a montré l'exemple. On a toujours raison de se révolter. Merci.
Thanks, Alan. Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Asbjørn Bal.
from the Norwegian Union of Municipal and General Employees. I'm also the Vice Chair of the ITF Road Transport Workers Section for passenger transport, and I'm also the Chair of the ITF Working Group on Climate Change. From early morning today, I must say that I have been proud of what we have achieved and what we have heard about victories during the last Congress period, as we so strongly got presented in that debate, where thousands and thousands of workers all over the world have got a better life because of the existence of the ITF and the trade union movement. But as we see from the current document we are discussing, there are enormous challenges in front of us. We are facing a number of deep and destructive crises. It's not only an economic crisis, it is also a social crisis, a political crisis, a food crisis. At last but not least, it is also an environmental and climate change crisis. And it is this last crisis I want to address in my contribution here now. It was said by Stuart in his introduction that we have to adopt and be up to the situation created by the restructuring and modernization and new technology. We have to face change and we have to be up to it, and I fully support that. But there is one change which we cannot adopt to, which we actually have to fight against, and that is the climate change. You know as well as me, and we were reminded yesterday also by Sharon Burrow, who said that there is no jobs on a dead planet, in the very strong message she delivered to us yesterday. And the situation in the negotiations internationally, we know it's a disaster. And at the last climate summit in Warsaw last year, it actually took a step back. It is not the technological problem we face. It is not a problem of knowledge. We do have the technology, we do have the knowledge. What we face is a situation where strong, powerful economic and political interests are fighting against our interests. But what is important to us as ITF, as a transport organization, is that we actually organize part of the solution of this crisis. Because public transport is not only a useful tool and something that has to be extended, it is a necessary tool. The climate change policy will never be solved without an enormous extension of public transport. That gives us an enormous asset in the ITF, something we should exploit and use much stronger than before, because we save, not only make life better for people, but we save the planet as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Asborn. Thank you, Brother Asborn. Also, Sheikh Mohammed Iqbal would also like to make a contribution on the environment. Sheikh, are you there, mate? No, he's not here. Here he is.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I begin with the name of Allah, the most beneficent and merciful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few years back, almost a decade back, during the Durban Congress, raised the issue of climate change. I sincerely thank the then able General Secretary, Brother David Cockcroft. During the debates, we are given just 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but they are enough for an understanding General Secretary that the voice of the ITF, in a very decent and presentable manner, has reached the ears of the entire world. And during the last presidential election campaign of the United States of America, which opposed protocol, Kyoto Protocol, the Cancun Conference, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and everything they said, now we have to think about climate change. How strange and funny it is that today the seafarers are suffering because of SOLAS Annexure 6. Road transport has taken over our jobs in the English channels and in the ferry services. Everybody is aware. Even the mayor of the city said, we want to go green. But now it's a bygone story. The people in the supreme power corridors of the world, they are having another exercise of HARP, a word less known to ordinary people who are talking about climate change. But those who know it, they know that it is the high voltage amplification of the auroral research program of the United States of America. The tide has turned against. What happened? Europe was covered in ice. America is sinking fast. NASA has said categorically that the Arctic glacier is melting at an astounding rate of 7.5% per year. And part of America, seafarers who have visited New Orleans, if now visit there by sea, they see that the land is gone and sea is coming up. So my earnest and most humble request is that in the theme document, there was one word. In the foreword by the General Secretary, that whatever that which is written here, if anybody has got something else, I made a contribution, I sent my resolution, but I respect and agree to ITF decision not to be included, and this I learned from the preservance and understanding that we gather as officer-like way from the present General Secretary of the ITF. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much, Sheikh, and we all know in this room that you've been very consistent with your messaging over a long period of time, and you have proven really the dire predictions that you made many years ago are coming true when you see Kiribati, a group of islands in my region that will be gone within 30 years, and the indigenous people of Kiribati are now negotiating with the nearby Fijian islands so that they may have some land to move to. So it is a chronic thing, and part of the neo-conservative agenda is denial and climate scepticism, and of course it is at the centre of policy making and the theme of our work for the next 4 years, I can assure you. So we're getting very close. We have to hear from the Resolutions Committee. So we'll take one more, and again my apologies to those speakers that couldn't make it, but you were able to post your comments online, as I indicated before, and all of those comments will be taken into account, as are the interventions by the Secretariat in the preparation of the work plan that will be submitted to the Executive Board next April following your determinations. So last but not least, we have Sudhakar Apraj from the MBPT Dock and General Employees Union of India. Brother? And while we're waiting, we have the Credentials Committee and the Resolutions Committee, and I presume the chairs are both ready.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be here. See, I thanks first of all the ITF because they have given us the affiliation at 11th hour. This year we have got the affiliation, and similarly we have given the chance to attend this 43rd Congress in Bulgaria. See, we belongs to Port and Dock Workers in India. I am a General Secretary of Mumbai Porters Dock and General Employees Union, and we are functioning not only in Mumbai port, but all ports, major ports in India. We have got majority dock workers members. We are the only union functioning in the Mumbai Port Trust. The organized workers are extending the cooperation to the unorganized sector. In Mumbai, there is a shipbreaking industry, and this is a hazardous industry where near about 6,000 employees are working. And in Alang, there are 182 plots, and there are the members, near about 60,000 employees are working. This is really a hazardous industry, and our is the only union functioning in this area of shipbreaking. And we are organizing them. And not only that, they were not getting drinking water, and the salary is very low. They were getting only $1 a day when they joined the union. And then we think about it, their working conditions, their service conditions, and now they are little bit safe as far as their working conditions, the service conditions and wages. So we are organizing the unorganized worker, the only union in the Mumbai port and India. Similarly, there are so many challenges before us. In port industry, you may be aware that private ports are coming in India, and as a result, our industry, port industry, is declining the membership. Not only that, the Indian government has banned on recruitment. Since 1984, there is no recruitment in the port industry, and as a result, the membership is declining, job is declining day by day. The only reason is that they wanted to just introduce the outsourcing in the port industry, and this is the only reason, outsourcing and contractualization in the port industry, and they are exploiting the labor, and our is the union taking care of the unorganized labor in port industry, and we are extending them. The government is not allowing to recruit. Not only that, but government is really introducing the pension scheme, new pension scheme for the new workers. They are getting less pension. Our is the union who are opposing to that.
3 minutes.
So now I just thanks the Bulgarian people lastly because they have given the excellent hospitality in this conference, and I thanks once again the Indian ITF people. They have given us the opportunity to present here before you. Thank you very much.
Okay, sisters and brothers, thanks very much. It was an excellent debate and extraordinary really in terms of its depth, the strategic overview, the various perspectives, the overlaying of the important campaigns confronting affiliates all over the world. And I think now, well I know now, it's incumbent upon us to have the right of reply to the steward who introduced the document, and Steve Cotton, and then I'll put the proposition and seek your endorsement for this document to provide the basis for all the work and policy, except those things that are unforeseen and those motions that aren't dealt with and will be dealt with by Friday for the next 4 years. So firstly, Stuart. Stuart's delegated upwards.
Thanks, Paddy. I just want to echo very, very briefly the wonderful contributions. And this document really is your document. Sections, regions, committees, departments. It's been an 18-month, well, 2 years in the exercise. But the thing that I think is most important for us in the Secretariat is that there are firm goals and firm targets. And when you move throughout this week into the other conferences and committees, you will have on your documents the Congress theme. Now, we're not asking you to re-debate the theme, because I'm pretty confident you're going to pass it now, but we will want you to be clear that we're locking in those targets as priorities. All the issues we've raised about women, youth, organising, supply chain, they're all in there, and they're listed in priority order. because we want to come back in 4 years' time and spend 3 hours on the report of activities because we've delivered that programme. So that's what I want you to have focused in your mind, that we're very pleased with the work that's so far. I don't want to echo Steve, but I have to. If we want to make the difference, we're going to have to put the work in, and it's going to have to go back from you into your structures and accountability, because we in the Secretariat are determined to do the best we can to support you. So from here, it's to the sections, and then that will be our work programme for the next 4 years. Thanks, President.
So you've heard the General Secretary. We've covered and endeavoured to bring out and identify the key components of the theme document. As I said, every comment, the campaigns that have been listed, all of those issues will be interpolated into the work plan, prioritised and resourced. Now, unless there's any further comment or point of order, I intend to put it. Do you approve the theme document as the basis for our work for the next 4 years, Congress? Thank you very much for that. We now move on to the credentials, and I foreshadowed this morning the importance of the Credentials Committee to make sure that everybody is bona fide in the room in terms of their affiliation and other matters that makes them a full participant within the Congress. And Agus Salentis is the chair, and he will present his report, which also will be made available on the website. Agus?
Yeah, thank you, Comrade President. Congress, the Credentials Committee met on 11th August, and the composition was announced to you earlier on, so I will not deal with the membership. The committee elected me of P&O Greece as its chair and agreed that the chair should also act as the committee's rapporteur. The committee accepted the recommendations of the Executive Board and agreed to recommend to Congress that the credentials of all affiliated unions which had paid affiliation fees to the end of 2014 or had payment plan agreed by the membership vetting group to settle outstanding affiliation fees should be approved. This is the first. And the second, to recommend that Congress mandate the Credentials Committee to implement the decisions of the membership vetting group. 4, the committee noted that for the first time, a live process was in place, enabling the data to be updated after the committee meeting. The most recent available data would be annexed to the report. 5, the committee then examined the credentials of those delegates who had registered by 10 this morning and found that the credentials of 304 organizations were compliant with Rule 17, Paragraph 4 of the ITF Constitution and could be approved immediately. And the credentials of 19 organizations with membership voting group approved payment plans could also be approved immediately. 6, the credentials of 20 organizations found to be non-compliant with Rule 17, Paragraph 4 would be registered to attend with observer status. The committee empowered the chair and the membership vetting group to alter the status of any of these organizations which completed affiliation fee payments during the Congress. 7, the committee further empowered the chair and the membership vetting group to examine and determine the credentials of any delegations which arrived after 10:00 on Monday, 11 August, and to act on the committee's behalf. 8. The committee noted the three affiliated organizations which submitted their proxy nominee at least 4 weeks before the beginning of Congress were compliant with Rule 17, paragraph 4, to be represented at Congress by proxy. I will not read out the unions, they will appear on the website later on. 9, the committee noted 2 affiliated unions which submitted their proxy nominee at least 4 weeks before the beginning of Congress, but were not compliant with Rule 17, paragraph 4 of the IETF Constitution, so would not be represented at Congress by proxy. 10. The committee also noted 10 affiliated organizations which submitted their proxy nominee within the last 4 weeks to be represented by Congress by proxy. 11. A delegate list based on the committee's recommendations and the chair's subsequent action is to be distributed. It shows the presence of 594 delegates and 610 advisors from 378 unions, 13 of which are organizations represented by proxy in 112 countries. The total voting strength is 4,114. 12. The committee noted that 93 female delegates and 155 female advisors had so far registered. Committee members were pleased to note that only 8 unions were not compliant with the recommendation in Rule 4, paragraph 5 of the IETF Constitution that each delegation comprising more than 3 persons shall aim to include at least 1 woman delegate. 13. The committee acknowledged the Executive Board Motion F to increase women's representation at Congress, together with amendment number 6 to increase women's representation not only at Congress, but also in the IETF structures and those of its members' unions. 14. The committee also noted that 77 young delegates and 162 young advisors at the age of 35 or under had so far registered, and committee members were pleased to note that only 29 unions were not compliant with the recommendation in Rule 4, paragraph 5 of the IETF Constitution that each delegation comprising more than 5 persons shall aim to include at least 1 young worker. 15. A list of affiliates who were found to be non-compliant with either gender or youth parity will be circulated in the website. 16. The committee noted that 1 nomination for the election of the General Secretary had been received from affiliates in compliance with Rule 17, paragraph 4. 17. The committee agreed that nominations for positions within the IETF structures would only be accepted on the basis of the nominees' union being in compliance with Rule 17, paragraph 4 of the IETF Constitution, or had a membership vetting group approved payment plan in place. And finally, the committee also agreed that movers and seconders of motions would only be accepted from attendees with delegate status, and therefore those affiliated organization was in compliance with Rule 17, Paragraph 4, or had the membership vetting approved payment plan in place. Comrade President, Congress, I commend the report for unanimous adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Agus, for your meticulous application. As always, to the business's hand, it gives us the confidence of the legitimacy and the documentation of this important part of our Congress. I guess for those committees that fell short on the women and the youth, that the Executive Board will need to reflect on that in April, about how we ensure full compliance, and we will take that on board. Also note that the one nomination of the election of General Secretary has been received, and I intend dealing with that, as I indicated, on Friday afternoon. So on that basis, and having heard the report and knowing it will be available online for any questions or discussions, are we happy to adopt that? Thank you. Now to the Chair of the Resolutions Committee, Mark Dickinson.
Paddy, thank you. Brothers and sisters, the report of the Resolutions Committee follows. You elected the committee this morning, and I was very pleased to accept the nomination and a unanimous election as the chair of the Resolutions Committee, and also to act as the rapporteur. The committee noted that the Executive Board had considered a draft report of the Informal Resolutions Working Group, which had provided recommendations to the Resolutions Committee. And as our President conveyed to you this morning, the Executive Board had also agreed a deadline of 5 p.m. today, that's 5 p.m. Monday the 11th of August, for the submission of emergency resolutions, emergency motions. Now to the meat of the work of the Resolutions Committee. The following motions are being recommended for referral to the plenary session. I won't read out all the motions. You will get the report in the time-honoured tradition now. It'll be available on the website for your perusal. The following motions are recommended to referral to the plenary session. Motion 1, Motion 2, Motion 3, Motion 5, Motion 6, Motion 10, Motion 11, Motion 12, Motion 13, and Motion 18. And obviously constitutional amendments A through to F, and the amendment number 6 will go to plenary. Brothers and sisters, the committee noted that the movers of motions 7, 8 and 9 are in discussion about the contents of those motions, and agreed to consider the issue of the referral of these motions at the next meeting of the committee. So there will be a further report for you on progress with respect to the sensitive issues on those motions. The following motions have been referred to the Joint Seafarers and Dockers Conference. Motions 15, 16, 17 and 18. In respect of motion 15, also amendments 4 and 5. In respect of motions 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and motion 4, they will go to the Seafarers section. Motion 25 will be referred to the Inland Navigation Section Conference. Motion 26 will go to the Fisheries Section Conference. Motion 27 will go to the Railway Transport Section Conference. Motion 29 will go to the Urban Transport Committee. Mr. President, brothers and sisters, the committee noted that a number of emergency motions had already been received.
it was agreed that the following emergency motions met the criteria of being truly urgent and would be referred to the Civil Aviation Section Conference. That's Emergency Motion 1, unfair dismissal by Japan Airlines. Emergency Motion 2, aviation safety and security after MH17. And Emergency Motion 3, Malaysia Airlines. The committee discussed 3 other emergency motions on sectional issues. It was agreed that these did not meet the criteria of being truly urgent nature and would therefore not be discussed. The committee agreed to arrange a further meeting following the deadline of 5 o'clock today for the receipt of emergency motions, at which other emergency motions would also be discussed. A further report will be presented to Congress following this meeting. And finally, Mr. President, brothers and sisters, the committee mandated the chair to deal with any emergency motions submitted for discussion at section conferences, which begin tomorrow, which took place before the next meeting of the committee. That's my report, and I recommend it to Congress for adoption. Thank you.
So there you have it. The motions that remain, the emergency motions that remain, the redirection of motions that were specific to industry issues, and the motions that will be dealt with on Friday. Mark's foreshadowed that there are further emergency motions that may be received up to 5 p.m. this afternoon, and they will be dealt with at a further meeting of the Resolutions Committee during the week, and a further update on that outcome will take place on the plenary on Friday. So having heard the report, are we happy to adopt that as a basis to go forward? Yes? Thank you. Well, I can finish off. I'll go up to the mic. Disengage myself here. So as the last item of business, we know we have a fringe meeting, very important one, at 5:30. There is also a function for the outgoing General Secretary, David Cockcroft, that you're aware of, at 5. You may be able to attend that and then go forward. We urge you to go to the fringe meeting. It is extraordinarily important and focused on the critical issues facing transport workers today, and critical to our determinations over the next 4 years. But I've got the great honour of, if you could come to the podium, David Cockcroft. Put your hands together, please, to the outgoing General Secretary. It's been my great pleasure to work with David for many years in one capacity or another. I first really worked with David, I think, during the Patrick's dispute as part of the overall MUA team, and if it wasn't for David's great leadership and the leadership of the ITF, we would not have survived that. And in fact, at one stage, the Executive Board determined to keep the headquarters of the ITF in London, you'll be pleased to note, David, as we have to do every 4 years. But David said and recommended that because we were being sued, or the ITF was being sued in the British High Court over their actions in support of us, in those workers, those Australian scab workers that were being trained in Dubai to come and take Australian dock workers, then he said, well, if you sue us in the UK, we will move the headquarters away from London, and if you sue us in another country, well, then we will move the headquarters to another country. And so that reflects a person of great courage and capacity, and that reassures us with the knowledge of the challenges that we have and the appeals that have come today for support in the various campaigns, that it will be there. David has been a great mentor and leader for that type of action and that type of international support. He's a great internationalist that is renowned and has been a mentor for people like Guy Ryder, who was just a boy in shorts, and Dave was the senior person, Phil Jennings, and many other of the giants, really, of the international trade union movement looked to David over his long career in very many, too many areas to list, as the person that had the insight and the most progressive leader, young leader, of the international movement. And of course his decision to come to the ITF at the bidding of Harold Lewis was a fantastic development for all transport workers, and in fact we are the recipients of that decision by Harold and by David to come here, and it is self-evident in the strength of this organisation and its achievements, and also the great ability we have of taking those achievements forward. So it's my great pleasure to pronounce, to give David his gold medal, and they're not things that are given away easily, as David well knows. If there is any person alive or dead who deserves this gold medal, there would be no one more equal than David Cockcroft. David Cockcroft, you're with your family. Congratulations. You will always be ITF. There is no difference between David Cockcroft and the ITF. Congratulations, comrade.
Thank you, Paddy. Right. Well, Paddy, thank you very much indeed. I have to say that I think was one of the shortest speeches I've ever heard him make, and it's one of the best as well. But and I can now announce to you that this is the only speech you're going to get from me this week, maybe forever, but certainly this week I can guarantee it. But firstly, to thank you very much for the gold badge. It is an incredible honour. There are others who've had it in the past, but I am very, very humble to receive this, because it's a clear statement of the affection, the support that I get from this, which, as Paddy has said, but I will say it again, this is my family. I'm very, very, very happy to have that gold badge. But now I'll say a few words, and since this is the first paperless Congress, it's all on my iPad. Let's hope the iPad battery doesn't run out. That would be good. So, President, sisters and brothers, colleagues, friends, members of the family, this, as you know, is the ITF's 43rd Congress, and it's my 8th, or including the Centenary Congress in 1996, it's my 9th. And it's also the very first Congress where I've had plenty of time already to talk to delegates in the coffee lounges outside, and absolutely no responsibility for the difficult decisions which you're taking. Believe me, I'm enjoying it. Now, there aren't many of you present who've been to more ITF Congresses than I have. But after a chat yesterday morning in the hotel over the road, I can tell you that both Agis Salentis from Greece, your Credentials Committee Chair, and Thomas Tay of the Singapore Maritime Officers Union were both present at the Dublin Congress in 1977. So they have done 11 full congresses. But then, after thinking about this, I made the mistake of asking former Assistant General Secretary Åke Selander when was his first ITF Congress. And I'm afraid he scooped the pool with the Bern Congress of 1960. Now, I was 7. I tell you, I was 7 at the time, probably in short trousers, and virtually everybody, the vast majority of the people in this room were not even a glimmer in their parents' eyes at the time. So it's a long, hard task, a long, hard channel that we have gone together with. But certainly, I believe, I'm fairly confident in saying that no one has been to more congresses than Åke Seelander. But there are still quite a few of you left who were with me at my first Congress in Luxembourg in 1986. And all I can say is a great deal has changed within the ITF over those 28 years, and mostly, I believe, for the better. 20 years after my appointment as Acting General Secretary at a board meeting in Copenhagen, following the decision of my predecessor, Harold Lewis, remember him, to retire at the age of 60, I made the same announcement. And then the ITF Executive Board, also by coincidence and not by design, at a meeting in Copenhagen, then decided to appoint Stephen Cotton to the same position of Acting General Secretary. So far, history has repeated itself very nicely. You've just got one last step to take, which means you're going to have to elect Stephen as General Secretary at the end of this Congress, and I'm sure you will. But colleagues, friends, today's ITF is very, very different to the one which I joined as ITF Research and Publications Officer in 1985. It is more powerful, it is more democratic, and decidedly more global. And I decided some time ago, didn't tell everybody, probably a few people got the idea, that I was interested in following Harold's example, because Harold Lewis told me that the time to leave is when they're still begging you to stay, not when they think you've overstayed your welcome and should have gone a long time ago. In Mexico City, where you re-elected me unanimously for a further 4-year term, I took the view, despite that, that for a smooth transition, and the words smooth transition are very popular in many organizations, I have to say, that it was far better for this organization to give my successor the opportunity to experience the challenges of the job and to prepare a Congress before actually standing for election. And then if he decided not to stand, he'd have the opportunity. Doesn't look as if he has. And from what I can see today, both he and Ekaterina have done a fantastic job in putting this Congress together. And I said that we have become, and I really believe it, truly global. Because up to and including 1994, the Congress at which I was first elected, every ITF Congress, bar one, was held in Europe. The exception was Miami in 1980. But in 1998, we decided to go to Delhi. And for many ITF delegates, it was their first ever visit to the developing world. And they experienced for themselves something which we talked about in congresses, but which they had never seen for themselves, the power and strength of the transport unions in India. It made a huge difference. And from there, we went on kind of a bit of a world tour. First, we went to North America, to Vancouver, then to Africa, to Durban, and then to Latin America, to Mexico City. And now, we're back in Europe. But in a part of Europe where, prior to 1990, it was inconceivable that there would have been any ITF affiliates at all. So boy, oh boy, have we come a long way. And the ITF is, I believe, today stronger and more dynamic than when I first came into contact with it. And I hope that I contributed to making some of those changes happen, but I must tell you that there has been a remarkable team of people who worked with and supported me to make it happen. Now, many of them are still around, still with us today in the leadership team today, including Stephen and Paddy, from whom I'm sure you'll hear more during the course of the week. But speaking as a very recently retired General Secretary, I would like to remind delegates of some of the ITF giants whose tireless efforts helped to create today's ITF, but most of whom are no longer with us. And I have to start with Umraumal Purohit of the All India Railwaymen's Federation, the first ITF president from Asia, the first ITF president from a developing country. And in January of this year, following my attendance at the ITF's Women's Conference in Delhi, I met Umraumal in Mumbai, and he promised me absolutely that he would make the effort to travel here to Sofia to attend the ITF Congress. And he decided to do this despite his deep dislike of long-haul air travel, but simply because he was always deeply committed to the ITF, and I have to say, he said, because I asked him. And I was really, really looking forward to showing Umraumal around Sofia and introducing him to the new generation of transport union leaders when I learnt, very sadly, in April, of his death at the age of 87. And Stephen asked me, at very short notice, but I was able to do it, to represent the ITF at a memorial event held in Delhi in his honour a few days later. And I said then, and I will say again now, that Umraumal was a remarkable man who did more to transform the ITF from a slightly Western-biased organisation into the truly global organisation that it is today. He did more than anybody else. And I have to say that Umraumal was elected president at the end of our Delhi Congress in 1998, and he was re-elected as president in Vancouver in 2002 only because the person that he and most ITF affiliates at the time expected to succeed him after 4 years had died suddenly the year before, and that was another giant, Jimmy Knapp, the first General Secretary of the RMT in the UK, having united together the rail and seafarers' unions. And Jimmy had been the chair of the ITF railway section since 1990, and he would also have brought his own distinctive style of chairmanship and his Glaswegian accent to the presidency of the ITF. But then, as I was attending Umraumal's memorial event in Delhi, we all received the truly tragic news of the sudden death of Bob Crow, Jimmy's successor in the RMT. And Bob was totally committed to internationalism, to the advancement of working people, and his death is a really premature and sore loss to the ITF family. And the first two leaders of RMT, which brought together two of the oldest ITF affiliates in the world, also united the maritime and the non-maritime sides of our organisation, something, I have to say, which has occupied my time from time to time during the last 20 years. Because the ITF maritime side of the membership, comprising the seafarers and dockers sections, which has never been the largest part of ITF membership, but it has always been the strongest. Let me just refer to a few of the past seafarers and dockers leaders who are no longer with us today. I have to start with Captain Mols Sørensen, known, I suspect, still to quite a few of you from Denmark. He was an extremely strong personality. He served as chair of the Seafarers section for many years. But to give you an idea how much the ITF has changed, Mols Sørensen from Denmark was also the first chair of the ITF Asia Pacific Seafarers Regional Committee. So, boy oh boy, have we moved on. And when Mols stepped down only after a few months, an unexpected Swedish government appointment obliged the section to elevate its vice chair to the chairmanship. John Fay, who was Dave Heindel's predecessor within his own union, never sought high office within the ITF. In fact, I can remember very well from the Seafarers Section conference held in Genoa, he was surprised and, to be honest with you, shocked to suddenly find himself in the position. But I have to say, he took it over, he handled it remarkably well before handing it on to Brian Orrell, who is somewhere in the hall, I suspect, in 2000 at the section conference in New Orleans. And John's position helped to cement the strong commitment of the SIU and the other US maritime unions to the ITF, something which I'm happy to say continues to this very day. But, thanks to the flag of convenience system, ITF seafarers would be nowhere today without the ITF FOC campaign, and in particular, without the dockers. And the dockers section has progressed considerably since it was handled in his spare time by my predecessor, Harold Lewis. But it too has had some very key leaders. John Connolly of the then TGWU made a major contribution, as did Teddy Gleason of the ILA. But for a very long period, the section vice chair, he never made it to the chair, but he could have done if he really wanted it, Taz Bull, from what has now become the MUA, who was an absolutely key figure in the ITF's maritime work. And Taz could always see the need for union unity to work at both the national and the international level. He started the process of unifying the Australian waterside workers and the seafarers, and then he stepped aside. I last saw him in Sydney in 1999 when he and his wife Carmen took myself and my family sailing in Sydney Harbour. But I can tell you, he never stopped talking about the ITF. And after retirement, he continued to work to the development of unions, strong unions within the Pacific region. So we owe a great debt to Taz Bull's memory. But I would also like to say a few words about a couple of people from the ITF staff. One of them, Mauricio Santana, was a lot more before, as he was also the leader of the Brazilian Maritime Confederation. But he also believed very strongly in the need to rebuild the ITF's presence in Latin America and the Caribbean after some bad history in the mid-1980s. And he and I put together a new structure and a new office in Rio de Janeiro. Mauricio was appointed in 1995 and he retired in 2000 when he handed the direction of the region to Antonio Rodriguez Fritz. He died tragically just a couple of years later. And there are other ITF staff who are no longer with us, including Mo Hoda, who directed the Asia Pacific region from London after our office in Kuala Lumpur was closed down by the Malaysian government in 1979, and the ITF's regional representative was thrown in jail because we supported a dispute of Malaysian airline employees' unions, which was successful in the end mainly because our Australian affiliates refused to refuel an MAS plane in Sydney for about 3 weeks. But one London-based staff member who will only be known to the older delegates here was Richard Flint. Now, Richard was a Canadian. He was my successor as ITF Research and Publications Officer when I was elected General Secretary. he rapidly took over communications in general and introduced the ITF to email. We were the first union organization even to know what email was, and to websites. And he continued to do this at a time when people hardly knew that they existed at all. He was forced to retire early because he suffered from a crippling inherited disease, and he died tragically young at the age of 47 in 2007. And the electronic ITF owes a great deal to Richard Flint, and I know he would have been captivated to see the first digital Congress. So, in surveying the ITF's global structure and thinking back to the people who contributed so much to it, there are some obvious gaps. You won't expect major reminiscences here about youth work, and all the key women's activists are, so far, happily still with us. But the Arab world didn't exist as a region 15 years ago until Bilal Malkawi came to an ITF summer school in Port Elgin, Canada, and after that devoted himself totally to the ITF. But for Africa, the two key leaders who I couldn't avoid mentioning are still happily with us. The first is Ben Roxy Udugwu. He's still around. I was wondering whether he'd come, but he was a great, great contributor. And actually, I haven't dared ask how many congresses he attended. That may come as an even bigger shock, because he began his working life as the ITF's Deputy African Representative in the 1970s, and his boss was an American union leader. Things have changed. And he retired just in time to see the first ever ITF Congress in Africa in Durban in 2006. Now, Roxy, or Ben, was a Nigerian who lived most of his life in Kenya, but he generated enormous commitment from our African unions and was determined, amongst other things, to make sure that every ITF union was ready to pay its correct affiliation fees. So the membership vetting group can take that into account always. And we appointed Joe Katendi as his deputy. We ensured a smooth transition, and Africa continues to be a strong and vital part of the ITF family. And that brings me to the other African Union leader who I couldn't possibly avoid mentioning, which is Randall Howard. And I must say I was hoping very much that he would be amongst us today. I kept on being told that he was coming, but something went wrong and he didn't make it, because he was the first ITF African president, and he was someone who also succeeded in playing a major role in the fight against apartheid, but also in unifying two key South African unions into the SATAWU of today. Union unity is never easy, as many of you, too many of you probably know very, very well, but it is absolutely crucial. And Randall played an absolutely key role in raising the profile of Africa and of driving forward change within the ITF. And after all this personal reminiscences, it's coming to the end, I just want to finish now with a couple of small political points about the past and the future of the ITF, and a few practical examples. The first is about action. You've just been talking about it in the discussion on the theme document. And as we know too well, many union bodies are very good at talking. But the ITF, to be honest with you, has always been very good at acting, and we're getting better and better. The FOC campaign, the remarkable IBF negotiating structures which have developed over the past decade under the leadership of Stephen, Paddy and Dave Heindel are unique. And if we didn't have a strong Dockers section, all this would have gone a long time ago. It was the strong mutual support of Dockers unions all over the world, coordinated through the ITF, which has meant that the trade union movement can still punch above its weight in the global supply chain. And a couple of key disputes, both of which were won with considerable ITF support during my time, were crucial. Both of them actually were in the docs. Sorry, Mr. Docker's section chairman, but I have to raise your section to a very high level in this discussion. The first, and you've already mentioned it, was in 1998 when we were faced with a fundamental attack by the Conservative Australian Howard government on the labour movement, starting with the wharfies employed by Patrick Stevedores. And during this dispute, international support made a massive difference. When a ship, the Columbus Canada, remember that, was loaded by blacklegs in Melbourne and set sail for Long Beach, California, it found itself stranded outside the port, I think, for around 3 weeks, because ILWU members, their families and the whole community found perfectly acceptable and lawful means why they just couldn't manage to unload it. And I will never forget the day in December 1997 when John Coombs, Paddy's predecessor at the MUA, who happened by coincidence to be in London for an ITF meeting, informed me that his secret informant, Deep Throat, I always love that nickname, had just called him to tell him that 90 Australian soldiers who were about to be discharged had just been sent to Dubai for training so that they could blackleg in the ports in the coming dispute with the MUA. And John and I immediately called the UAE embassy, not a country which the ITF has had great relations with in the past, and we asked for an urgent meeting to let them know that they had a bunch of Australian soldiers on their soil. And when I hinted to them that if they didn't meet us, we would close Dubai port down, they made the meeting time available. And so I will also never forget the phone call I received the next morning. It was a Saturday morning, just after we'd attended a very good ITF Christmas party, from John Coombs at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, telling me that all 90 of them had just been deported. Boy, oh boy, sometimes the ITF can make a difference. And to be honest with you, that, together with industrial pressure, helped to set the scene for the massive victory which the MUA achieved, with a little help from time to time from the ITF, against the Australian government at the time. And the Patrick's dispute provided a real example of why global solidarity works in a world which you've talked about already this afternoon, increasingly dominated by global supply chains. And I have to say, the ITF also gave a little hand to the ILWU in 2002 when the entire West Coast US membership was locked out. And I was invited to a negotiating session in San Francisco just by coincidence. I was meeting with the union and they said, oh, we're having a meeting with the employers tomorrow morning. Would you like to drop in? I said, my plane's not until the evening. Why not? And so I showed up and I was introduced to the employers as the ITF General Secretary. Come to check out what's happening. I tell you, you could have heard a pin drop in that room. They were not expecting it at all. And in the end, we won. And that's all that really matters. You can fight as much as you like, but winning is what really counts. And we've had such a few really important struggles over the past 20 years, and quite a few victories, which can be directly credited to the ITF, and that's where I want to conclude. The first big change was a change to our structures in Europe. Strengthening the regions has always been one of my top priorities. But Europe was always a very special case. When I became General Secretary, there was no ITF European regional body. Instead, the ITF was a member, can you imagine this, of a European Union-centred body called the Brussels Committee, which evolved into the FST. But in 1999, after a few interesting things going on with personalities, we succeeded, all of us together, in founding the new ETF. And the ETF today is the strongest and most effective of all the industry federations within the European TUC family, and it also plays a key role within the ITF family under the leadership of Eduardo Chagas and Lars Lindgren. And in 1999, one of the key successes was to secure a reference to the ITF in the ETF's constitution, And in the preparations for this Congress, one of my final tasks was to prepare a new draft of the ITF Constitution, which I don't think has been messed around with since I played with it, which also makes a specific reference to the ETF. I hope very much that by the end of this week, you will adopt that constitutional change as well. And I really am coming to the conclusion now, the ITF has also secured recently the release from prison of 2 ITF union leaders who were there simply and purely for organising union action. The first was Mansour Osanloo, former president of the Vahed Bus Drivers Union in Tehran. We had never before had an Iranian union within the ITF, but we affiliated the union in 2002, and in 2007 we welcomed Mansour to a meeting of our road transport section in London. We then went together to Brussels for I think it was the first meeting of the ITUC's, the new ITUC's governing council, and I was able to introduce Mansour to all the key global trade union leaders. And then he went home. And I had warned the Iranian government that if you arrest him when he goes home, you'll be in big trouble. Well, they waited about 3 weeks. Then they kidnapped him from one of his company's buses and threw him into jail. And from that moment on, the ITF Secretariat and all ITF unions, not just road transport unions, but every single ITF section, worked and campaigned long and hard to get him released. And he was finally released in 2012. He's since left Iran, and the other leaders of his syndicate are still being persecuted, but the Osanloo campaign demonstrated that the ITF has teeth and a very long reach. And we've already heard about the second imprisoned trade union leader, because in 2012, one of the changes in the ITF of which I'm most proud, which will be referred to a few more times, I'm sure, has been the strengthening of the regions, but in particular the creation of a new region, the Arab world. And in 2010, we elected a new Arab world region chairman, Saeed El Harish of Morocco. But as a result of action organised within the ITF FOC campaign, Saeed was also thrown in jail. The ITF organised many actions in support of Saeed's release, and we were promised, and we made it clear to politicians, the mass media and the Moroccan employers that all hell would break loose if those promises were not met. And you've seen some of the film on the screen today of the photo opportunity which we held outside the Sheraton Hotel. It wasn't a demonstration, but it did last an hour and a half with a lot of shouting. And I'm happy to say that we are able to greet Saeed, and I was most happy to see him at the airport and here since then. So, thanks to all the sisters, the brothers, the colleagues and friends in this great movement who have supported me, and the very, very best of wishes to Stephen, to Paddy, and to all those eventually who will come after them. And as Stephen knows very well, I have not, I cannot, and I will never forget the ITF family. When you elect him at the end of this week, as I'm sure you're going to, from now on, it will be his task to raise the ITF to even greater heights. It's a task to which he is more than equal, and I am proud to have been his predecessor. Brothers and sisters, above all, though, is my pride in having worked for the great and mighty ITF. I'm sorry, Christy, I may have annoyed a few people by saying the ITF is the best of the global unions. No, I'm sure there are others who are just as good in different ways. But to be honest with you, I've always believed that the ITF is the strongest and the most effective, and I don't think anything's ever going to change my mind on that. And as Harold Lewis was told by his predecessor, a long time ago now, ITF General Secretary is the best job in the world. It has been an incredible privilege to serve you as ITF General Secretary, and I'm very happy to be here today to say thank you very much, goodbye, long live the ITF.
well done.
Thank you. Okay.
We've got a small gift here for you from the union.
Okay.
Well, thank you, David. You are a giant in this house and in every other house of Labor in the world today. Now, I have one last thing to give you from my union, and David had outlined very clearly the MUA. We have a saying, MUA here to stay. We would not have been here, or we would have come very close to not being here without the wonderful support that David and everybody in the ITF gave us. Now, this is a painting from our Indigenous member of our union, and also an Australian Aborigine, an Indigenous person. This is just wonderful. The level of work and the detail is quite incredible. The story is actually, I'm not sure how appropriate it is to you yourself, David, but it says, 2 chirpin, which are freshwater prawns, just finished copulating. The male is sacrificing himself to the croc so the female and her line can live on. So that says a lot about the gender balance and your determination to get gender balance, and that women should be first amongst equals with men inside the ITF. And the message from Eric Fajo, who is our member and the artist. I understand Bulgaria is the ancestral home of Thrace. This is for Katerina is here. As well, the home of the legendary Spartacus, who took on the might of the Romans. Comrade, Spartacus's legacy still lives on, with unionists all around our world and still fighting for our basic rights. David, I am proud to share this with you from the artist.
Thank you very much.
So, at that wonderful point, David, we have at the mezzanine level, we have a reception for David. There is a fringe event that is also starting at 5:30 and is very important, so we'll have to separate our forces to make sure both are covered appropriately. The fringe event, have I got my glasses there? The fringe event, Leading Change in Unions, is in Hall 4 within the conference centre. And on that basis, I declare the meeting adjourned, and the plenary will reconvene on Friday morning at 9 o'clock. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. All of the other section meetings are there within your agenda, and I'm sure you'll be able to direct yourself to the most appropriate place of business over the next 3 days. Thank you very much, sisters and brothers. Clear up the papers, so I'll